Eternal Sacred King Chapter 901. Chapter 901, Things have remained the same, but people have changed. Hearing this ancestor master, Jihuo Dao monarch was also very excited, nodded again and again. Good child, you have cultivated to this step, it is very good. Get up. Kaixing Dao monarch dares her placket, but just shakes her head. Long kneeling cannot rise. Jihuo Dao monarch's heart burst into an unknown, took a deep breath, or asked, "Your master Tangxin, are you okay?" Tangxin Taoist is the eldest disciple of Jihuo Dao monarch. It is also one of his 7 disciples who cultivates success Crimson Flame Heart Sutra. After Jihuo Dao monarch disappeared, Crimson Flame Heart Sutra could be inherited, thanks to Tangxin Taoist. Hearing Jihuo Dao monarch's inquiry, Kaixing Dao monarch expression sorrowed and wept. "Master, he has fallen." Even though Jihuo Dao monarch was ready, it was still lowly cried, and there was a pain in his eyes that was difficult to resolve. After a long silence, Jihuo Dao monarch couldn't help but asked again, "Your uncle master, Shiyu, Changhai, Liu Oling, they?" Jihuo Dao monarch couldn't keep asking. Kaixing Dao monarch bowed his head. His lips pressed tightly, his shoulders shrugged, and he sobbed in a low voice. Several uncle masters have not been able to step into the law manifestation realm. Life essence is exhausted, all have passed away. Finally, Kaixing Dao monarch still had a hard time saying it. Hearing this, Suzaimo sighed in his heart. To Jihuo Dao monarch, there was a sudden sympathy in his heart. Years are ruthless. Without stepping into the law manifestation realm, life essence is only 5,000 years. Whoever dreamed of it? When Jihuo Dao monarch returned, his 7 disciples were all gone. In 5,000 years, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. The saddest things have remained the same, but people have changed. Jihuo Dao monarch didn't say a word, closed his eyes, expression of sorrow, like a moment, much older. The silhouette of the 7 disciple, his sound and appearance, flashed in his mind. The sounds of 7 disciples laughing and playing with each other seemed to be still in their ears. When he left, these disciples were not old, and they were no more than 1,000 years old. The youngest Shiyu, just in his early 100s, looks like a child to him. When he returned, he would never see these people again. Suzaimo was silent, and he didn't know how to comfort Jihuo Dao monarch. This is the true cultivation world, cruel and ruthless. In addition to the cultivator, the race, the evil and the evil, the fairy and the magic, the time is like a blade, always hanging behind their necks. On the road to cultivation, if you stop, this blade will be cut off. No one can be spared. Suddenly, Jihuo Dao monarch seemed to think of something. Opening his eyes seemed to ignite 2 flames. Wrong. Jihuo Dao monarch shook his head. Liu Oling, Shiyu did not have a cultivation success Crimson Flame Heart Sutra, and could not understand the law manifestation realm. But you Master Tangxin clearly cultivated success Crimson Flame Heart Sutra, and when I left, he was already void return realm great perfection. He could step into law manifestation realm at any time. How could he pass away? Speaking of which, Jihuo Dao monarch suddenly remembered, Kaixing Dao monarch just said that his master was falling, not passing away. Generally speaking, when using cultivator on the sky, it is not a hospice. What happened to Tangxin? Jihuo Dao monarch asked slowly. Kaixing Dao monarch has stopped crying, his fists clenched, his teeth clenched, his eyes filled with grumbling hate, and said, "It's Hall Master of Netherfire." "Who is he?" Jihuo Dao monarch asked. "I heard that this person is a traitor to my 100 Refinements sect." Kaixing Dao monarch nodded, looked up towards Jihuo Dao monarch, complex expression, saying, "He Dao Namesen, was. It was my senior brother." Jihuo Dao monarch answered, his voice quiet. Suzaimo was shocked. "I didn't expect the Hall Master of the Netherfire Hall, the expert of Jihuo Dao monarch, or the senior brother of Jihuo Dao monarch." Jihuo Dao monarch asked, "What's going on in the middle?" About 4,000 years ago, Hall Master rebelled against sect, established his own portal, and created nether fire. Kaixing Dao Monarch said, he has great ambitions. From the moment he created the nether fire temple, he will take our place of 100 Refinements sect. What is sect's supreme elder doing? Let the nether fire temple exist so far? Jihuo Dao Monarch frowned. Kaixing Dao Monarch said bitterly, it is said that behind the nether fire hall, there is super sect support, and sect dare not act blindly without thinking. Jihuo Dao Monarch lightly saying, his achievements in the refiner are not weaker than me, and with the support of super sect, it must develop very fast. Not bad. Kaixing Dao Monarch said, sect elder sees the nether fire temple climb. It is already in place. The rise has become inevitable, and it can only be stopped. Just hoping that the two sects will be fine. It's just that the tree wants to be quiet but the wind doesn't stop. The nether fire palace not only wants to take 100 Refinements sect instead, but also wants to plot Crimson Flame Heart Sutra. The flame in Jihuo Dao Monarch's eyes was even more prosperous. Kaixing Dao Monarch continued, Master had already stepped into the law manifestation realm, but was calculated by Hallmaster in the nether fire hall, and set a trap. He worked hard and tortured and beat Master's primordial spirit. He wanted to force him to ask Crimson Flame Heart Sutra. Master didn't say a word until he was dead. Suzaimo was furious. Such means are really too poisonous. Anyway, Hallmaster of the Nether Fire Hall was once 100 Refinements sect disciple, but it was so vicious to the same sect that it was intolerable. Purple Yan Senior Brother, when Jihuo restores his fleshly body, I will visit the door, take the soul, and sacrifice for 3 days and 3 nights in front of my apprentice grave. The flames in Jihuo Dao Monarch's eyes are great rises, as if they have become 2 huge fireballs, to incinerate all living beings in the world. The murderous aura is dazzling. Ancestor Master, 10,000 don't be impulsive. Kaixing Dao Monarch hurriedly said, the Hall Master of the Nether Fire Hall is no longer what it used to be. Step into the body fusion realm early. Ancestor Master absolutely don't take risks. Above the law manifestation realm is the body fusion realm, which can be called Great Expert. Take the meaning of omnipotent. For 5,000 years, Jihuo Dao Monarch struggled between life and death, and it is 10,000 fortunate to survive. However, Hallmaster's cultivation base in the Nether Fire Hall has not fallen, and is becoming more sophisticated. It has already achieved the Great Expert honor. The gap between the two sides has widened. Jihuo Dao Monarch is not afraid at all, but is sneaked. What about body fusion Great Expert? Good. If he is still law manifestation Dao Monarch, I will be boring to kill. The words were so ambitious, Suzaimo's eyes jumped. Kaixing Dao Monarch couldn't help asking, Ancestor Master, where have you been in these years? Your fleshly body. This is a long story. Jihuo Dao Monarch said, my fleshly body has been destroyed, and this return is to recast the fleshly body. Ancestor Master rest assured. Kaixing Dao Monarch clearly understood the ancient method of calcined bone and cast body, and said quickly, sect has a lot of top-level materials for forging bones. If Ancestor Master needs anything else, I must spare no effort to help Ancestor Master come. Ancestor Master, please hurry up and return to sect. Kaixing Dao Monarch also said, if those old guys know that you are still alive, they will probably faint into laughter. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 902. Chapter 902. A little uncle master falls from the sky. The news of my return should not be disclosed for the time being. Jihuo Dao Monarch groaned. Except for sects, some old guys, you don't want to pass on the word, including your 3-digit disciple. Ancestor Master rest assured. Kaixing Dao Monarch patted his chest and offered to protect the Dao. I have the tightest mouth. If this scene is seen by 3 people in Nangongling, I am afraid it will startle to fall the chin. In front of Jihuo Dao Monarch, a very serious master was reserved in front of them, revealing a hint of childishness. Jihuo Dao Monarch thought about it and asked, I just heard that 100 Refinements sect is going to conduct a refiner test with the Nether Fire Hall. When is it? 3 months later, at the three-crane tea party. Kixing Dao Monarch was also worried about this. Jihuo Dao Monarch asked again, "What 1,000-crane tea party? Why haven't I heard of it?" Kixing Dao Monarch said, "About 3,000 years ago, in a valley under the control of 1,000 hermen, a Tongxuan tree was found." Hearing here, Suzaimo's heart moved. In the ancient book at the bottom of Buried Dragon Valley, there are some records about Tongxuan tree. Tongxuan tree is considered to be a different species of immemorial era, and it has long since disappeared. I heard that this tree is so amazing that the leaves mature every 1,000 years. Moreover, after the leaves mature, they will wither within a day. If you drink it with spiritual spring in this day, it will have an unimaginable nourishing effect on nascent soul realm primordial spirit. Drinking a cup of Tongxuan tea can help the cultivator better wash away the dregs in the primordial spirit and step into the void return realm faster. The effect is amazing. The leaves of the Tongxuan tree cannot be stored, they are outdated and wasteful, and there are not many nascent soul true monarchs in 1,000 hermen. Kixing Dao Monarch said, "So, on this day, 1,000 hermen will invite nascent soul true monarch of Central Territory to come here to exchange ideas with tea party friends." The 1,000 crane tea party is held once every 1,000 years. It is a rare opportunity. In addition to Immortal Sect and Buddha Sect, all major sect forces, the aristocratic family will also have a cultivator. If you can get a cup of Tongxuan tea, it will be worth more than 100 years of retreat. Suzaimo understood. In other words, this 1,000 crane tea party is a rare event in the true cultivation world. Although it is not as good as the competition in the natural phenomenon list, it can be regarded American Samoa 10000 people's attention. At that time, all major sect clan will show up. The battle between the 100 Refinements sect and the refiner of the Nether Fire Temple is perfect for this tea party. Kixing Dao Monarch was worried, saying, "If this test is lost, our 100 Refinements sect will lose its reputation, and the Nether Fire Temple will never let this opportunity go. When the time comes, if the super sect behind the Nether Fire Temple takes the opportunity to support it, the Nether Fire Temple is likely to replace the 100 Refinements sect." Suzaimo didn't pay much attention to any controversy. After all, he couldn't help. The only thing he noticed was the 1,000 crane tea party. Now that the forces of this tea party have gathered, I don't know if Di Yin will show up. If Di Yin appears, he can find a chance, suppress and kill him, so as not to suffer later. Jihuo Dao Monarch frowned and asked, "Are you sure you won this battle?" "No." Kixing Dao Monarch shook his head and said, "Among the three disciples, Liu Hanyan has the highest mastery of refiners. But she is a little worse than the genius at the Nether Fire Hall." Jihuo Dao Monarch frowned. If he recovers the fleshly body, he can naturally come forward and reinitiate a battle as a refiner sect. But 3 months was too short, and he had no time to reshape the fleshly body. Jihuo Dao Monarch subconsciously looked towards Suzaimo next to him. At this time, Suzaimo was thinking all about suppressing and killing Di Yin, and did not pay attention to Jihuo Dao Monarch's eyes. Jihuo Dao Monarch glanced at Suzaimo, then shook his head, with a grin in his heart. Zaimo has just been exposed to making magic tools. Soon, even a magic tool has never been made. How could it be comparable to Liu Hanyan? While Jihuo Dao Monarch looked towards Suzaimo, Kixing Dao Monarch was also looking at Suzaimo, guessing the origin of Suzaimo's identity. Originally, he thought that Suzaimo was just an ordinary nascent soul true monarch. Now, seeing that Jihuo Dao Monarch has a great trust in Suzaimo, he also murmured in his heart, a little confused, "I don't know what the relationship between the two is." Jihuo Dao Monarch thought for a long time, without a clue, and said, "This matter will be said later. Who is the sect's sect master now?" "It's Bai Yan senior brother," Kixing Dao Monarch replied. Jihuo Dao Monarch slightly smiled. It turned out to be him. "When I left, he was also a brat. I'll go back to sect and see." "You settle down Mo Ling first," Jihuo Dao Monarch told Kixing Dao Monarch, and then turned his head and looked towards Suzaimo, and said, 3 months later, It will be 3 crane tea party. If you are not in a hurry, you can live in 100 refinements sect for a while. When the time comes with 100 refinements sect for a tea party, it is good. Suzaimo nodded. Should be down. Now that Chichengshan, Lengru, and the others are known, he is not in a hurry to meet you. 3 months later, there will be a 3 crane tea party, and when the time comes we will see you all naturally. Jihuo Dao monarch forging bones hasn't collected the materials for the casting. He stayed in the 100 refinements sect, and maybe he can help. Kaixing Dao monarch slightly frowned, pointing at Suzaimo, couldn't help asking, Ancestor Master, who is this little brat, and should I arrange it myself? Kaixing Dao monarch wanted to come, after all. He is also a dignified law manifestation Dao monarch. How to fall to arrange a place for a little brat of nascent soul realm. Jihuo Dao monarch lightly saying, you call him Uncle Master. After finishing speaking, Jihuo Dao monarch closed the surrounding flame barrier, and the whole person turned into a stream of light. What? Kaixing Dao monarch froze. Master. Uncle? Kaixing Dao monarch stared with big eyes and stared at Suzaimo without blinking, as if to swallow Suzaimo. Suzaimo lightly coughed, and a little awkward. He just paid homage to Jihuo Dao monarch, and he was indeed younger. Suddenly, he added a martial nephew from a law manifestation Dao monarch, and he was really uncomfortable. Nangongling 3 people whispered in situ, speculating on various possibilities. As a result, he was inattentive. The flame barrier next to him disappeared, and there seemed to be a red light flashing in front of him. Immediately after, 3 people saw their master, standing face to face with the unknown nascent soul true monarch, big eyes staring at small eyes. 2 people are silent and the atmosphere is weird. What is the situation? Nangongling 3 people were confused. Master? Nangongling called softly. Kaixing Dao monarch closed his brows, thinking more and more wrong. The little brat in front of him is just nascent soul realm. He is more than 100 years old, and is actually his Uncle Master who is more than 5,000 years old. How can this be? Ancestor Master must be confused and wrong. But I seem to hear the word Uncle Master. Kaixing Dao monarch is in trouble. At this moment, he heard Nangongling's voice, his eyes lighted up, and his forehead was stunned. The Ancestor Master didn't let me call this person Uncle Master, but made me these 3 disciplines call this person Uncle Master. So, this Moling is my little junior brother. Well, yes, it must be the case. Kaixing Dao monarch sorted out the relationship and was overjoyed. Seeing Kaixing Dao monarch frowning for a while and smirking for a while, Nangongling felt furry and couldn't help asking, Master, who is this Moling? Kaixing Dao monarch waved his hand. You call him Uncle Master. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 903 903 Junior Brother. What? Nangongling 3 people are confused, and they face big eyes staring at small eyes at Kaixing Dao monarch. How could someone come out of nowhere and become their Uncle Master? Can it be more perfunctory? Nangongling scratched her head, forced a smile, and said, Master, can you stop joking? What is this fellow Taoist? How do you know Crimson Flame Heart Sutra? Who's kidding you? Kaixing Dao monarch rolled his eyes and pointed at Suzaimo. He knows Crimson Flame Heart Sutra. That's because he's a teacher's little junior brother. Nangongling 3 people startled. They are not fools. The appearance of Kaixing Dao monarch and Suzaimo too is obviously not known before. How can I become a fellow apprentices in a blink of an eye? Rugzuan stepped forward and said with a smile to He, Master, don't make a mess. You are all in the cultivation base at Law Manifestation Realm, and your junior brother is the little cultivator of Nascent Soul Realm, who believes. Kaixing Dao monarch was also asked a moment. Immediately, Kaixing Dao monarch gave Rugzuan a glance, scolded, follow frivolous. Rugzuan pursed his lips and stepped back. Kaixing Dao monarch's face was flat-faced, and he said deeply, Junior brother, his cultivation realm is not high. That's normal. because junior brother's cultivation time is too short. My junior brother is just over 140 years younger than you all. Rexuan and the others can't see Suzaimo's age, but Keixing Dao Monarch can sense it. Nangongling. 3 people were stunned. They saw that Suzaimo was rough-faced and behaved steadily. How could they be 100 years old? Didn't expect to be over 100 years old. More than 100 years old. Seemingly very large. But we must know that the life essence of nascent soul true monarch is more than 1,000 years old. If it is replaced by the ratio of mortal 100-year-old life essence, Suzaimo is equivalent to a teenager in his teens. Nascent soul true monarch in his 100s is the equivalent of a teenage expert in the world. Moreover, Suzaimo is a nascent soul late stage. This cultivation speed is already quite scary. Nangongling. 3 people are all over 200 years old, all older than Suzaimo. Only then did they practice nascent soul early stage, which are rarely seen heaven chosen. Among them, Nangongling is ranked 83rd in the natural phenomenon list. Before that, although Suzaimo showed powerful means, Nangongling disagreed. In his opinion, as long as he can practice nascent soul realm late stage, he will definitely be better than Suzaimo. But didn't expect. Now he has lost. Nangongling. 3 people, including Keixing Dao Monarch, don't know that Suzaimo cultivated for more than 100 years before practicing nascent soul realm late stage because he practiced 2 primordial spirits. In addition, the black-haired primordial spirit has to cultivate 2 top cultivation techniques of the immortal Buddha. Although the cultivation technique is powerful, it takes 2 times as much time. And, in the meantime, Suzaimo's primordial spirit's power, has at least half of it to nourish good fortune as your lotus. The speed of cultivation base improvement has slowed a lot. Otherwise, under 100 years old, he might have reached today's realm. In fact, in terms of seniority, Suzaimo is the discipline of Jihuo Dao Monarch, that is, Keixing Dao Monarch Master and junior brother of Tanxin Dao Monarch. In this sense, he is indeed the uncle master of Keixing Dao Monarch. Suzaimo smiled and watched the scene silently, without correcting it. Keixing Dao Monarch has lived more than 5,000 years. And he may not be able to understand the relationship. He may be difficult to accept for a while. After all, he is distinguished in 100 Refinements sect, and he is the teacher of sect Jihuo this lineage. In his 100s, Suzaimo is a small doll of smell of mother's milk not yet dried in his eyes. Now, this little baby suddenly ran up to him and became his uncle master. How will he mix in the sect in the future? Every time he saw Suzaimo, he had to give Suzaimo saluted a call to Uncle Master. Keixing Dao Monarch pretended to be confused, and Suzaimo didn't reveal it. After all, he was indifferent to the matter of seniority, and he was unrestrained, and he didn't have many rules. Even more how? He is really too young. Keixing Dao Monarch, a 5,000-year-old monster, really saluted him every day and called him Uncle Master. And he also felt a little sorry. Just over 100? Rexuan glanced around Suzaimo and said, how do I feel like a 700-800-year-old foggy? Suzaimo is indifferently smiled and refutes. He now has a makeover, and after Yirong's appearance, he does look a lot older. Liu Hanyan never said a word, but only glanced at Suzaimo occasionally, and a little curiosity passed under his eyes. Nangongling noticed this scene and was even more anxious. He loved Liu Hanyan in his heart and even followed her to worship 100 Refinements sect. Today, Nangongling always felt that he had lost his face in front of the one he loved, and he was grabbed by the man who didn't know where to come out. That's why Nangongling targets Suzaimo, but not malicious. Originally, Nangongling was still thinking about how to perform in front of Liu Hanyan in the future and compare this Mo Ling. Okay, this person suddenly became their uncle master. This is fart. Nangongling muttered in his heart, 1 generation is the next generation, crush the individual. Think of each time you meet Mo Ling, he has to respectfully call out uncle master. Nangongling's mind is not taste. And, This uncle master is younger than him. What's wrong with this matter? If this person is the junior brother of Kixing Dao monarch, who is this person's master? You know, the experts of their ancestor master and ancestral uncle master generations have long since fallen. Nan Gongling cautiously asked, Master, you still have a junior brother, why have you never heard of it before? I have to tell you a few dollars about me. Kixing Dao monarch squinted at Nan Gongling and pointed at Suzaimo. This is the junior brother I've been separated for years. Hey, no. Okay. Nan Gongling quickly laughed and echoed. Immediately, he turned his eyes and asked, the master of Moling uncle master is. Nan Gongling was going to dig deeper and ask for it. As a result, he was stared at by Kixing Dao monarch before he even asked. Kixing Dao monarch's expression was serious. She said in a deep voice, okay, don't ask. You just need to remember that Moling is your uncle master. The three of you have settled down the uncle master, and have time to accompany the uncle master in the sect. I will go first. Kixing Dao monarch was asked to head for fear of leaking. He asked, also learned Gihuo Dao monarch turned and left, leaving only three Nan Gongling who looked at each other in blank dismay. Nan Gongling had a problem with his stomach, humming and didn't speak, watching Suzaimo's face unconvinced. Rexuan's big eyes rolled slowly, not knowing what to calculate. It was Liu Hanyan who was the most important, smiled lightly, came to Suzaimo, bowed and saluted, and said, Jihuo lineage disciple Liu Hanyan, met Moling uncle master. Ah! Suzaimo smiled with nodded hands, patted his palm in the storage bag, took out a rusting flying sword, and said, it's a small gift, take it. Cut! Nan Gongling saw that flying sword was unremarkable and shabby, and couldn't help twitching his lips, muttering, taking a flying sword to fool people, but also uncle master. Liu Hanyan didn't answer, took flying sword and injected magic power. Flying sword is trembling, as if alive, sword chi is sharp. The rust was peeled off layer by layer, and 5 dazzling rays of light bloomed on the sword, almost blinding Nan Gongling's eyes. 5 Dao Law pattern, perfect grade, true monarch magic tool. Is working hard to save manuscripts, ready to add more cough after the year, if nothing unexpected. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 904. Chapter 904, But a Sect. I go. Nan Gongling's lips froze and she almost bit her tongue. This shot is too generous. The perfect grade magic tool, after all, is extremely rare. Although they are the largest refining sect disciple, experienced and knowledgeable on heavenly desolate continent, they have never seen the master of the perfect magic tool. This look, this casual, followed by throwing a roadside cabbage. Rexuan's reaction was even more violent. He jumped up from the spot and ran to Suzaimo. Without waiting for Suzaimo's response, Rexuan had pulled up his sleeves and shouted sweetly in his mouth, "Little Uncle Master, Little Uncle Master, Little Uncle Master." There is a tendency that Suzaimo does not take out gifts, does not let go, and does not stop. Suzaimo turned over the palm, shaking in front of Rexuan. Rexuan's big eyes suddenly stared round, expressions all straight. This is a scarlet-eared bead with a cloud-like pattern floating on it, which is amazing. Although this pearl is not a magic tool, Nan Gongling and Liu Hanyan both show envy. This is the Fire Cloud Pearl. For the cultivator who is practicing the fire element cultivation technique, bring the results for half the effort. Huoyanzu is extremely rare and consumable. If placed in auction house, the price will not be lower than a perfect true monarch magic tool. Many thanks, Little Uncle Master. Rexuan quickly took Huoyanzu over, and couldn't help it, shouting hi ziz. Rexuan has figured it out. Anyway, this Uncle Master will be recognized sooner or later, and calling Uncle Master will not die. Most importantly, there is baby to take. Moreover, this Uncle Master seems to be very generous and silly. In the future, you may get more baby out. Where did she know that Suzaimo gave away these two things? And she really didn't feel bad. There are many treasures on him, such as this perfect grade true monarch magic tool, And how many are there? The main thing is that this treasure can no longer reach his eyes. Although the perfect true monarch magic tool is rare, if Suzaimo takes out good fortune azure lotus, he can smash it with no difficulty. Good fortune azure lotus now has formidable power, comparable to the innate Taoist magic tool. Seeing that Liu Hanyan and Ruxuan were holding the treasure, Nangongling's eyes were red and couldn't stay. They have just stepped into nascent soul realm and they don't really have the perfect true monarch magic tool. Moreover, this treasure is naturally the more the better. With one more perfect true monarch magic tool, the battle strength will rise to the next level. Nangongling was a little bit convoluted, reluctantly came to Suzaimo, "Don't go over," and whispered, "Little Uncle Master." Pretending not to hear Suzaimo, Fatty Smile asked, "What did you say?" Nangongling was so angry that her hatred's teeth were itching. Next to Ruxuan, lest the under's heavens not be messy, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune and laughing. A real man can bend and stretch. I endure. Nangongling secretly said, "Wait for me in the future, the cultivation base will surpass you, and the strength will surpass you. I see how you can be my Uncle Master." At this point, Nangongling had a stubborn expression on his neck, loudly said, "Nangongling, see the little Uncle Master. Ask the little Uncle Master for a gift." Nangongling thought, "Anyway, I have to have no shame, and I just have to have no shame. In the end, I want something blatantly." Moreover, he had a little thought. Calling Suzaimo as little Uncle Master is just to remind you that you are very young and not qualified enough. Suzaimo took a deep look at Nangongling, and seemed to have a clear look at his snack. Suzaimo smiled, nodded, and said, "Good martial nephew, really good." Nangongling almost spit out blood. Suzaimo said while taking out a dark thing from the storage bag and handed it to Nangongling. Nangongling took a closer look. Her eyes were filled with disappointment, and her heart was angry. This black thing was the black shield that Wu Yuan used to finally resist Suzaimo. As Nangongling saw with his own eyes, this black shield was blown away by Suzaimo's bare hands and Wu Yuan was shocked to death. It can be seen that this black shield is useless, just a junk. HMPH, or the Uncle Master, you know it's a fool. Nangongling took the black shield and kept mumbling. Suzaimo lightly saying, "If you don't see it, change it for you." "No need." When Suzaimo said this, Nangongling quickly shook his head. "Change it? Maybe it's not as good as this black shield." Nangongling glanced at the black shield again and tapped it, and gradually found a strangeness. This shield is not a refined magic tool, but a monster beast bone, so there is no magic pattern. Nangongling banged it again, with a happy look in her eyes. Not surprisingly, this black shield should be made from the bones of an intermediate monster demon. Defensive power is absolutely comparable to the perfect true monarch magic tool. Earned it. Nangongling was so happy that she quickly accepted this black shield. In fact, Nangongling did not know the formidable power of Suzaimo's punch. Although Suzaimo didn't use all his strength, he could take a punch without breaking. This shield is a treasure. 3 people get treasure, naturally it is joy in their hearts. Ruxuan rushed and said, "Little Uncle Master, let's go back to the school and I will take you around." "It is good." Suzaimo nodded. Ruxuan leads the way. Suzaimo follows. Liu Hanyan was half symbolic behind, and Nangongling stood beside Liu Hanyan again. With smoke, it's all blame Wu Yuan took out any great formation. Nangongling quietly transmitted sound, saying, "Without that great formation restriction, I will definitely take you out." Ruyan, the little Uncle Master, is also occupying the high point of the cultivation realm. When I get to nascent soul late stage, I will definitely be better than him. Along the way, Nangongling bested Liu Hanyan and tried to prove himself. Liu Hanyan laughed and said nothing. On the other hand, Ruxuan's attention is all on Suzaimo. "Little Uncle Master, who are you?" "Central Territory people." Little Uncle Master lied. "You just said that you are from a foreign domain." Huh? That's outsiders." "Little Uncle Master, You're perfunctory. Rexuan showed great curiosity about Suzaimo and could not wait to question his ancestor 18 generations. Suzaimo was absent-minded, dealing with it casually. Little Uncle Master, what is the golden flame that you just gathered? Rexuan couldn't help asking. We are all practicing Crimson Flame Heart Sutra. Why are the flames you cultivate are golden and the formidable power is a lot? This time, even Nangongling and Liu Hanyan turned their heads and listened. Just now, Suzaimo was at his fingertips, and the golden flame that took out was too shocking. But the size of the fist actually suppressed the raging nether fire in an instant. Moreover, this golden flame is sacred and immaculate, which is very different from the scent of Taoism practice. Suzaimo was also lost in thought, recalling the situation in which he had just fought. The reason why the golden flame is different from the Nangongling three people's practice is that the golden flame is one of the three secret Tao fires he has cultivated. The Buddha sect. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 905. Chapter 905, Wind and Rain. Ever since the idea of immortals, Buddhas and demons' three secrets Tao fire, Suzaimo has begun to cultivate in this direction. Although Crimson Flame Heart Sutra is an immortal sect cultivation technique, the first thing Suzaimo realized was the Buddha sect. This is also common sense. The brunette primordial spirit incorporates Buddha sect sacred object worryless flower. The worryless flower is itself a flower of flame. In addition, Suzaimo cultivation is the top cultivation technique of Buddha sect. Whether it is Miraculous Lotus Sutra or Great Sun Tathagatha Sutra, it is Buddha sect's supreme secret art. At the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley, Suzaimo went to Zen and enlightened, and recited the rituals for 20 years. He accumulated a very solid foundation. This can condense the Buddha sect, which is logical. Where water flows, a canal is formed. The scene seen by the three people of Nangongling was just Suzaimo and Wu Yuan fighting, and just slamming their fingers together, they condensed the Buddha sect fire, which seemed easy and freehand. What the three did not see was Suzaimo's sea of consciousness, a black-haired primordial spirit, who was constantly chanting verses. The great Buddha phantom appeared. Brahman sound resounded, vast and sacred, enduring, deafening. The black-haired primordial spirit has deduced the immortal sect cultivation technique to the extreme, only to condense the cluster of golden Buddha sect fires. The nether fire cultivated by Wu Yuan is attributed to the darkness of darkness. Legend has it that the extreme of nether fire comes from the gloomy hell below 9U. If you really use immortal sect to fight against nether fire, it is really difficult to say who wins. And Buddha sect, the sacred fire is immaculate, vast and vast, it can suppress 9 secluded. Over to Yu Ming, born restrained to the nether fire. Therefore, almost at the moment when the nether fire and Buddha sect confronted each other, the nether fire was suppressed. Chatting with Rexuan, unconsciously, 4 people have arrived at 100 Refinements sect. At the gate of the mountain, stood a tall tripod of 10 feet tall, looking magnificent and extremely spectacular. Suzaimo 4 people came to the gate of the mountain and looked up at Ding. They all felt small. At the gate, there are many cultivator guards of 100 Refinements sect, most of them are Foundation Establishment realm, and there are 3 gold core Taoist. When I saw 3 people from Nangongling, these cultivators all showed respect. Cup one fist in the other hand saluted. Meet senior brother Nangong, senior sister Liu, Rexuan senior sister. Senior brother, senior sister is back. Is this trip going well? Don't look at Rexuan in front of Suzaimo. Chirp chirp. Twitter twitter, like a child. In front of these sect disciple, she still behaves normally and has converged a lot. Let's go, nothing is wrong. Rexuan pretended to be a senior sister, waving his sleeves and expressing indifference. Everyone retreated. One of them, Gold Core Taoist, took a look at Suzaimo, curious, and asked subconsciously, this fellow Taoist is. Liu Hanyan and Rexuan are okay, but nothing happens. Nangongling expressed embarrassment. He believed that Suzaimo was the uncle master, and he had 100 unwillingness in his heart. and he was afraid that people would know about it. Hearing this person's inquiries, Nan Gongling's face suddenly turned black, and he said angrily, "Ask that many for what? Go back and guard the gate." The man was sprayed with a split head covering his face confused, wondering what was wrong. Nan Gongling saw the man before leaving, staring, and said with a cold face, "Why, I have to bring someone back, but I have to tell you." "No, no need." The man shrunk his neck and quickly turned away. Suzaimo felt funny and didn't interfere. After 4 people entered the 100 Refinements sect, Nan Gongling was afraid that he might meet an acquaintance, and then asked him this question, and he made an excuse and went away. Accompanied by Liu Hanyan and people such as Xuan Liang, the 3 of them were all on the way, but they were unimpeded. However, during this period, many cultivators have attracted their attention, showing envy and envy. 100 Refinements sect is not like Pil Sun Gate, 1000 Haman. 100 Refinements sect has 1000 hammers, 100 refinements. Most of the sect are men and women are few, and Liu Hanyan, like Xuan Liang, is a rare beauty. Whether it is junior brother below or senior brother above, there are quite a lot of loves for 2 people. Seeing 2 people accompanying a rude big man to explore the sect, everyone immediately developed a feeling of ox chewing the peony. Who is that person? I haven't seen it before. It's very good. I don't know why, just like him. I just want to beat him. The voice of these people was small, but Suzaimo could hear it clearly. He just smiled and didn't care. He sent Jihuo Dao Monarch safely, and it was already completed. After 3 months, he is going to the 1000 Crane Tea Party and will not be able to stay at 100 Refinements sect for long. Even if someone is upset, there can be no conflict. 100 Refinements sect is indeed an inherited big sect, and its heritage is far better than Misty Peak. In the sect, the Immortal Mountain is towering, surrounded by green water, the building is magnificent, and the ancient vicissitudes. The bricks and tiles are cast extremely finely, and they can be called magical acts. In the sect, there are many types of buildings, full of a metallic feel. Liu Hanyan and Suzaimo took a turn and settled in a cave mansion. For a while, Suzaimo rarely left cave mansion. I just took out the heaven-murdering sword art from my arms and tried to comprehend it daily. This sword technique is a trivial matter. If we can understand it as soon as possible, the improvement of his battle strength will be too great. Although he rarely walked out of cave mansion, Liu Hanyan and people like Xuan Liang often came. Suzaimo can feel that the 2 women have great curiosity about him. It's just that Xuan wrote it all on his face, and Liu Hanyan hid deeply in his heart. During this time, through a Tao woman chat, Suzaimo speculated that 100 Refinements sect had done everything in preparation for Jihuo Dao Monarch to reshape the fleshly body. According to the 2 women, during this time, many experts of sect have exited the customs, from Taoist of void return to law manifestation Dao Monarch. Sect experts often go out to collect some top-level materials. Even 2 women heard that sect's body fusion great expert is out of the mountain, for unknown reasons. Experts at 100 Refinements sect also frequently make big moves. In major trading houses, auction house takes the big price and purchases some rare spiritual materials. There is also cultivator 10 million Pil Sun Gate, which buys a lot of spirit medicine spiritual liquid. The return of Jihuo Dao Monarch is still a secret. At least Liu Hanyan too did not know why. Suzaimo didn't expect. Jihuo Dao Monarch is just a law manifestation realm expert. After 5,000 years, returning again will make 100 Refinements sect pay so much attention. Even the sect body fusion great expert came out of it. Suzaimo realized for the first time that Jihuo Dao Monarch's was not simple. He was happy for Jihuo Dao Monarch, but also worried. The stronger Jihuo Dao Monarch, the less this news can be leaked. Because if someone hears that Jihuo Dao Monarch is dead and resurrected, there will be some plans. Not everyone wants Jihuo Dao Monarch to be alive. 3 months later, there was a 3 Crane Tea Party, and there was a battle for refiners, and it seemed that everything was colliding. Although the true cultivation world is still calm, Suzaimo feels that the undercurrent is turbulent. and wind and rain are coming. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 906. Chapter 906. Killing Intent in the Nether Fire Hall. 2 months later, the Nether Fire Hall. In a gloomy icy great hall, only a few candles were flickering. There is a silhouette aloof and remote, sitting in the center, looking down at a Nether Fire Hall cultivator below. Reporting to Hallmaster, the Nether Fire Temple cultivator Anekni Niels, Shin said, for 2 months, the movement of 100 Refinements sect has been extremely great. 100 Refinements sect cultivator is found in every major trading house, auction house, and crazy purchases of many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spirit pills and marvelous medicines. Somehow, sitting at the top is Hallmaster, the Nether Fire Hall. Oh, Hall of Masters expressionless, indifferently asked, what heavenly materials and earthly treasures? The Nether Fire Hall cultivator said, 40 days ago, a cultivator saw 100 Refinements sects awake. Dao Monarch appeared in the Fenion auction house and bought a sunstone. Nether Fire Hall Hallmaster frowned. A month ago, I heard from Pill Sungate cultivator that 100 Refinements sect master came forward and bought a lot of coagulans, spiritual dans, and a lot of spiritual spring from their sect. After a short pause, the man said again, the other day, there were rumors outside. Someone saw a body fusion great expert from 100 Refinements sect appear, and exchanged a piece of celestial stone at a trading house. Call. Nether Fire Hall of Masters within both eyes, suddenly ignited 2 flames, dark and cold, strange and inexplicable. The atmosphere in the great hall suddenly became eerie. The Nether Fire Temple cultivator knelt on the ground, like a chill. After a while, there was a voice from above. Are there any other changes in 100 Refinements sect? No, no more. The person's voice trembled slightly. Nether Fire Hall Hallmaster asked again, 2 months ago, did you find out the cultivator status of suppress and kill Wu Yuan and the others? Not yet. The Nether Fire Temple cultivator swallowed and said, listen to the eyeliner we buried in 100 Refinements sect. After the cultivator enters the sect, he stays out and does not show up. This person makes occasional appearances, also holding an ancient scroll to see, indulging in it. It seems like a nerd. Bookworm. Hello Master in Nether Fire said with a cold voice, quietly, you mean, Wu Yuan died in the hands of a nerd? Huh? The Nether Fire Temple cultivator was so sweaty that he couldn't say a word. Hello Master's voice in the Hall of Nether Fire, as if from the depths of 9, cold and bitter. After 2 months of investigation, you only told me that this person is a nerd. What other information is there? Yes. The Nether Fire Hall cultivator repeatedly nodded, saying, this person's name is Mo Ling. The cultivation realm is nascent, so late stage. I heard that it is only 100 years old. And what? The Nether Fire Temple cultivator just hesitated for a moment. The voice of the Nether Fire Temple Hallmaster has already sounded, as if it were at his ear, making him have one's hair stand on end. The Nether Fire Temple cultivator shivered and said quickly, and, I heard that Liu Hanyan of 100 Refinements sect and people like Xuan Liang are very close to this person. It seems that this person is called Uncle Master. Uncle Master? Nether Fire Hall Hallmaster slightly frowned. How can this be? If Liu Hanyan calls this person Uncle Master, it means that this person and Kaixing Dao Monarch are a cultivator of a generation. He had almost seen the cultivator of that generation. How could there be a 100-year-old nascent soul true monarch? Our eyes won't be too close. The Nether Fire Temple cultivator again said, and he also said that every time he spied on the person from a distance, the person seemed to be aware of it, gaze at him intentionally or unintentionally. More than 100 years old, nascent soul true monarch, and so senior, interesting. Nether Fire Hall Hallmaster laughed and said, you go down first, keep monitoring 100 Refinements sect. As you bid. The Nether Fire Temple cultivator, as if received amnesty, exited here fleeing. In the great hall, silence was restored again. After half a ring, Hallmaster's voice in the Nether Fire Hall slowly sounded, Sunstone, Celestial Stone, Prothlum, spiritual spring of life. Is this what someone wants forging bones to cast? Nothing wrong, these things are all peaks forging bones. In the darkness behind Hallmaster in the nether fire hall, slowly came out a silhouette. The comer must have white hair, turbid eyes, old voice, full of twilight air, and he is about to die. It seems to pass away at any time. It seems that Hallmaster, Netherfire, knew this person was behind him, and was not surprised. He said to himself, I'm just curious, who is it that actually alarmed so many cultivators of 100 Refinements sect and made so much noise that even Body Fusion Great Expert came out for it? After a moment of silence, Hallmaster of the Netherfire shook his head and said, I think about it, I can't find anyone who can have such great energy. Boyu, can you think of it? Netherfire Hallmaster looked slightly, and asked the side old man. Yubo shook his head and said, I don't know. After a pause, Yubo said, should we use our forces to secretly destroy the 100 Refinements sect to collect materials? No, no. Hallmaster in the Netherfire shook his head, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes, saying, these materials are used to cast Daimonic fleshly body. Even if any Daimonic reshapes the fleshly body, there is no threat to us. Hallmaster in the Netherfire hall exudes a sense of pride, with a big wave of his hand, and said in a deep voice, in another month, at the 1000 Crane Tea Party, 100 Refinements sect will be defeated. Don't say that 100 Refinements sect has an additional law manifestation Daimonic. Even an additional body fusion great expert will not help. Yubo also nodded and said, yes, Yuhanyan from 100 Refinements sect is not bad, but it is far worse than the cold. 100 Refinements sect will definitely lose in this refining battle. Hallmaster of the Netherfire proudly said, my disciple, naturally I will not lose. After a while, Hallmaster in the Netherfire hall didn't know what to think, and sighed again. Hallmaster is still thinking about Crimson Flame Heart Sutra? Yubo asked. Not bad. Netherfire Hallmaster shook his fist slightly, and said, this is my heart disease. This cultivation technique, I must get it. Today, there are only 4 people who know this cultivation technique. Yubo said, Kixing Daimonic is not easy to deal with, even if he is caught. I am afraid that he is just like his master, and he refuses to say. It is better to start with his 3 disciples. Hallmaster of Netherfire said, I have sent a team of Taoist of Void Return, waiting for the opportunity. This time I must seize Nangong Link 3. Just. Hallmaster frowned in the Netherfire hall, and said, the extra molding is a little weird. I always feel that there will be some variables added to him. Bobo slightly stunned and said, if the Hallmaster is not at ease, the old slave will take a trip for you. Yubo, you don't have a lot of life essence. It's not good for you to trouble me. Netherfire Hallmaster refused, but his eyes flickered. No problem, Yubo calmly said. The old slave has no time left. Instead of sitting dead and waiting to die, it is better to take a trip for Hallmaster and kill the variables. Ha 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 ha. Hallmaster of the Netherfire hall laughed and said, okay, okay, okay. At that time, Yubo, you were also the law manifestation Daimonic of Heavenly Desolate. Now, although life essence will be exhausted, the battle strength is still there. With Boyu shot, regardless of whether Moling is nascent soul true monarch or Taoist of Void Return, it must be obediently surrender. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 907. Chapter 907, Storm Rally. 100 Refinements Sect. For more than 2 months, Suzaimo has been immersed in heaven-murdering sword art most of the time. The appearance of heaven-murdering sword art seems to be the most common ancient book. If it hadn't been known in advance, Suzaimo would have never thought of this ancient book, and it would have something to do with the legendary ancient 3 great sword techniques. In addition, heaven-murdering sword art is difficult to fit into his storage bag. After thinking about it, Suzaimo does the opposite and simply takes it out and goes to practice and comprehend generously. Even if someone bumps into it, Suzaimo never hides it, holding heaven-murdering sword art in his hand. Therefore, in the eyes of many cultivators, Suzaimo, although looking, looks like a mortal nerd. No one can think of it. Suzaimo, who is holding an ancient book all day, has never been taboo, is practicing an ancient shocking sword technique. According to normal thinking, if it is really a powerful cultivation technique, secret technique, anyone will find a secret place for cultivation, for fear of being seen by others, which would be like Suzaimo, with no scruples, frank. Although he holds heaven-murdering sword art all day, he is not worried about being seen inside, because, every time comprehend this ancient book, Suzaimo uses his right eye with torch shining stone to see it. If you look at it with your left eye, you will only see a blazing rays of light, white in front of you, and nothing. Even so, Suzaimo looked at his right eye for a long time and felt tingling. At this point, you need to stop and take a break, walk away from cave mansion, look into the distance, and relax your eyes. During this time, Nangongling rarely came to him, and seemed to be struggling to surpass him as soon as possible. Liu Hanyan and Rexuan come often. Rexuan, carefree, with a cheerful personality, will sect the big and small things inside and outside this period of time. What 8 hexagrams? Like several Jiazan said. Liu Hanyan has a calm temperament, but rarely speaks, but just sits with him. Suzaimo can feel the tension and worry of Liu Hanyan deep in one's heart. In a few more days, it will be the 1000 Crane Tea Party. At the 1000 Crane Tea Party, there will be a battle between the 100 Refinements sect and the Nether Fire Temple, which attracted 10,000 people's attention. As a warrior of 100 Refinements sect, although she seems calm, she is under great pressure and tries to restrain her anxiety. Every time Liu Hanyan comes over, Suzaimo smiles. His eyes are clear and soft. At this time, Suzaimo will meditate silently on a Buddha sect verse that calms down the mind, and within the body will radiate a peaceful atmosphere, which will make Liu Hanyan's floating mind gradually settle down. In fact, this is an invisible aura. According to legend, the butcher of killing people like scything flax, when he saw the high monk with the Buddhist technique, he would put down the butcher knife under his eyes. After following the monk for a long time, I was able to wash away the murderous aura outside the body, which is the truth. Suzaimo apologized. Although he is the discipline of Jihuo Dao monarch, he doesn't know much about casting the magic tool, far less than the discipline of Liu Hanyan cultivated in the 100 Refinements sect since he was a child. He couldn't do anything about it, and all he could do was relax Liu Hanyan's mind and help her adjust her status as much as possible. This day, Suzaimo was comprehend heaven-murdering sword art in cave mansion, and the sound of knock was heard, and then his cave mansion door was pushed open. Don't have to go, and Suzaimo can guess that Rexuan must be here. Little Uncle Master, I'll see you again. Rexuan's voice came before anyone had arrived. Suzaimo came back to his senses gradually, and looked up. I saw that beside Rexuan, not only Liu Hanyan, but Nangongling also followed this time, and it looked a little reluctant. Little Uncle Master, are you still reading? Rexuan asked seemingly inadvertently, and suddenly came forward, looking at the ancient book in the hand, moved towards Suzaimo, and said, "What's in it?" These days, Rexuan sees Suzaimo unwilling to let go, but he didn't care at first, but became more curious later. Now, she's coming for a raid, but she wants to see what is written in this ancient book, which can make Suzaimo immerse herself. As a result, Rexuan was greatly disappointed. On the ancient book, there seemed to be nothing. Rexuan frowned, about to look at it, but suddenly felt a sting in his eyes, exclaimed, and stepped back 2 steps. Unconsciously, 2 lines of teardrops dripped from my eyes. This time, it scared Rexuan. For a moment, she felt that if she continued to stare at the ancient book, her eyes would be blinded. Rexuan looked at Suzaimo's eyes with a hint of fear. She just glanced at it and it became like this. It was really unimaginable. This little Uncle Master stared at this ancient book all day to see how she survived it. "What, is there something?" Suzaimo asked when the 3 were here. Rexuan said quickly, "The storm rally has already started, let's go around. For 2 months, I was almost choked in the sect. 1 month before the 1000 Crane Tea Party, a Fenian city in the middle of the area of the 4 major gates, there will be a large-scale rally every day. Apart from the 4 main gates, the Central Territory's supersect and the aristocratic family, including some loose cultivators, will gather here. The rally will last for 1 month until the 1000 Crane Tea Party is held. At this rally, there will be many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spirit pills and marvelous medicines, ancient books, secret techniques, spiritual beasts, lost species, divine weapon. There is everything in true cultivation. Attend the cultivator of the 1000 Crane Tea Party, usually come to Fenian City to see if they can buy what they need. Or, it's a treasure that scours some dust. In short, it's about picking up leaks. Over the years, at every rally, some dust treasures have been discovered and envy others. Suzaimo slightly frowned. If it's normal, it's okay to go around this gathering. But at this time, wind and rain are coming. I don't know how many eyes are staring at 100 Refinements sect. Liu Hanyan. 3 people at this time choose to leave sect, which is not wise. Forget it. Suzaimo shook his head. I remember Kixing Dao Monarch told you, stay in the sect during this time, don't walk around. But for 2 months, I'm about to die. Rexuan grunted, aggrieved. Nangongling raised her eyebrows and said, Junior sister, rest assured that I will accompany you, and there will never be any danger to you. Sects. Some of us, although the generation is big, but the courage is very small. Let's go. Nangongling is obviously saying Suzaimo. Suzaimo was indifferently smiled and didn't care about him. Nangongling loves Liu Hanyan. During this time, Liu Hanyan was very close to him. Nangongling obviously saw him as his opponent and naturally wanted to compare him everywhere. Suzaimo pondered, then said, if you want to go to a storm rally, you 3 will not work. You must find a few sect seniors to accompany, preferably with law manifestation realm expert. How can this be? Rexuan rolled his eyes and said, during this time, sect didn't know what happened. The sect expert was so busy that he couldn't accompany us to the rally. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 908. Chapter 908. Jian Wuzong. No. Suzaimo shook his head and said flatly, no sect senior is accompanying you. You 3 are going out at this sensitive time. It's too risky. Although he is younger than Nangongling 3 people, but the rank is huge. In this matter, he can't watch Nangongling 3 people take risks. Even more. How? For 2 months. Every time he saw heaven murdering sword art a little longer, when he left cave mansion to breathe, he felt peeped. If this person is 100 Refinements sect disciple, that's all because of curiosity. If the eyeliner buried by other sects in 100 Refinements sect, or the eyeliner buried by the Nether Fire Hall, their every move will be exposed. In other words, once they leave sect, there is a great possibility that they will be followed. Little Uncle Master, all right. Rexuan said coquettishly, Fenian City is in the middle of the 4 big gates, and it is not too far away from our 100 Refinements sect. What can be dangerous? Suzaimo was about to shake his head to refuse, inadvertently, looking up to see Liu Hanyan standing next to him. Although the quiet woman never said a word, her eyes looked at him, and there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Suzaimo's heart softened. Liu Hanyan was under too much pressure during this time. This trip may also ease her nervousness. At this point, Suzaimo had a plan in mind. Nangongling looked at Suzaimo, snorted, and said, whoever said that sect senior is so busy, the little Uncle Master in front of us is quite busy. Suzaimo got up, lightly saying, well, I'll go out with you. What? This time? Nangongling was surprised. He had said casually, running on Suzaimo, but when he thought that the latter was abnormal, he promised it. Nangongling felt remorse and complained. Well, Rexuan clapped her hands and cheered, smiling. Even Liu Hanyan was softly sigh of relief. The sorrowful sorrow between the eyebrows seemed to have faded a lot, and the waves of light in his eyes, bowed to Suzaimo, and said softly, many thanks Uncle Master. It's okay to accompany you to the rally, but I have to tell you." Suzaimo's expression was serious. Shin said, "You three of you are playing? But you can't leave me within 3 feet. Is it possible?" Yes, yes," Rugzuan urged, pulled Suzaimo's sleeve, and walked out, his mouth shattered. "Little Uncle Master, you're really shy." Nangongling twitched his lips, disapproving, whispered, "What about 30 feet by your side?" Immortality. Nangongling suddenly felt his neck tightening before the words fell. He was gripped by his neck, and he slammed into the air. Who? Nangongling expression flustered, his face turned red, his 2 legs were jogging in the air, and he felt that his strength had disappeared without a trace. Just then, a rough face appeared before his eyes. Suzaimo grabbed Nangongling with one hand. Fatty smiled and said, "Immortality, it can't be guaranteed, but at least it can save your life. You let go of me." Nangongling desperately wants to spur magic power, chi and blood. But somehow, under the restraint of Suzaimo's palm, he could not mobilize all his strength, and he could only let him hold it. Ha 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 ha. Rugzuan was naturally unscrupulous and laughed. Nangongling even felt that his face was lost, and chi almost fainted on the spot. Suddenly, he felt a loose body. His body dropped, and he was free again. Nangongling was so furious that he had to argue with Suzaimo, but found that Suzaimo 3 had left Cave Mansion and went outside. Nangongling chased indignantly, silent. Suzaimo is his little Uncle Master after all. Under the general public, he could not fight with Suzaimo. If the master knew this, he was afraid that he would be expelled from the division. When I came to the sect, Rugzuan's little hand was patted on the storage bag, and he took out a spirit boat directly, and quickly swelled. There was spirit fruit in the tea. "Little Uncle Master, let's go." After that, Rugzuan jumped up first, followed by Suzaimo and the others. With this spirit boat on the way, Suzaimo was idle and uninteresting. He took out heaven-murdering sword art and continued comprehend. During this time, he devoted almost all his attention to heaven-murdering sword art, rested when he was tired, and then continued to comprehend. Suzaimo had a hunch that he was about to touch the fur of this sword technique. The spirit boat galloped all the way, and after a long time, the speed slowly dropped. Looking at the horizon, the outline of a huge city is gradually clear. Fenian City. Take the meaning of the situation. Before reaching Fenian City, there are already many cultivators nearby. Someone walked with the sword. Someone came by the wind. There are cultivators stepping on the auspicious clouds, and true monarch driving the headless immortal crane. Put away the spirit boat. Suzaimo 4 people landed in Fenian City. This city is huge and the city is even more lively. Wherever you look, the cultivator of the major sect forces can be seen everywhere. On the 2 sides of the road, there are numerous cultivator stalls. Divine weapon can be seen everywhere. Ancient books, secret techniques, spirit pills, talisman, everything is dazzling. Some cultivators are even more simple, and they don't care about exalted mortals' family style. Seeing this lively scene, Liu Hanyan's condition is obviously much better, and it seems that he has relieved himself of the pressure brought about by the controversy. Rugzuan jumped around, and at each stall, he made a round, curiously fiddled with it but did not buy it, causing countless eyes. Nangongling followed behind Liu Hanyan step by step, keeping an eye on the sweetheart's eyes, ready to take shots at any time, to help sweetheart buy treasures. Suzaimo is still the same, holding heaven-murdering sword art in his hand, and lazily is following 3 people. He is indeed feeling heaven-murdering sword art. But at the same time, the red-haired yin divinity hid in the corner of the sea of consciousness, and didn't relax his vigilance, watching the movement around him. Look over there. Flying Feather Sect Heaven Chosen Wu Taniu is here. Wu Taniu, this natural phenomenon list 11th, didn't expect him to come so early. Go and see. I haven't seen what the natural phenomenon number 1 cultivator looks like. Many cultivators are talking about it, and move towards that direction. The cultivator on the natural phenomenon list is the center wherever it goes. Dare to ask fellow Taoist, but Nangongling, the 83rd most natural phenomenon. Just then, a cultivator stepped forward and asked Nangongling cup one fist in the other hand. Nangongling doesn't speak, just stands against his hands, expressing arrogance, and nodded. The cultivator expression rejoiced and said quickly, "It's fellow Taoist Nangong. I've been admiring for a long time. It's really the blessing of 3 lifetimes to see fellow Taoist here." Just then, there was another tumult in the crowd behind. "Look, it's Jian Wuzong." "Ah, it's him." The cultivator expression that was standing in front of Nangongling was even more excited, as if he could no longer see the existence of Nangongling, followed the crowd and went straight to Jian Wuzong. Even Nangongling showed a hint of dread, whispering, "Jian Wuzong, natural phenomenon is ranked 3. Thanks a little bit, speechless, Xiaobing B. The Reward of the Sea and Sky. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 909. Chapter 909 Lava Spa. Nangongling seems to be born out of the ordinary, in the bones showing a pride. In addition, he does count as heaven chosen, proud and arrogant, and Suzaimo rarely sees this expression. Suzaimo slightly smiled. "It seems that Jian Wuzong, you admire it from the bottom of your heart." HMPH. Nangongling hearing this snorted, saying, "Jian Wuzong, number 3 in natural phenomenon, realizes Sword Dao's Xion natural phenomenon myriad sword returning to origin. Under the shroud of this natural phenomenon, 10,000 swords have to acknowledge allegiance." Hearing here, Suzaimo slightly startled, but remembered an old man. This old man also realized gold core phenomenon myriad sword returning to origin in the battle of the natural phenomenon list 100 years ago, defeated sword sect heaven chosen Hankyu at that time, and was shocked under the heavens. Dugajian. He is an old man, but Suzaimo is not familiar with him. In other words, it seems that in this world, no one is familiar with this person. This person's whole body is full of loneliness. It seems that in his mind, there is only Sword Dao of Supreme. His eyes were empty and blank. Only when the sword is drawn, those eyes will shine incomparable. Suzaimo was very impressed with this. It's not just because Dugajian helped him. Even more, in the face of the brutal slaughter of Rakshasa clan and God clan in Myriad Shapes City, Dugajian stood up even when nascent soul true monarch had to avoid it. Nothing to look back. This is the true spirit of Sword Dao. It would rather break but cannot be bend. Go forward. The lonely sword was encountered by Suzaimo, the first true sword repair. Nangongling naturally did not know what Suzaimo was thinking at this moment, but only saw him silent, thinking that he did not understand the terrifying of myriad sword returning to origin. Nangongling also said, "If you don't understand, let me put it plainly." In front of Jian Wuzong, all the sword strength of the sword repair will be reduced. For all sword art sword techniques against Jian Wuzong, the formidable power will decrease sharply. 10,000 sword allegiance. Jian Wuzong is the king of Sword Dao. Oh, Suzaimo lacks interest in what Jian Wuzong is, and he complied. Seeing Suzaimo's casual attitude, Nangongling was naturally energetic, and he pouted, "Some people, I have not seen the battle of natural phenomenon, naturally I cannot feel the shock, the brilliant scene of heaven-chosen collision." Senior brother Nangong, all right. Rugzhuan couldn't listen anymore, slightly frowned, saying, "Little uncle master, don't lower him oneself to somebody's level with him. Senior brother Nangong is not malicious." Suzaimo indifferently smiled, holding the ancient book in his hand, and continued the comprehend sword technique. Aside, Liu Hanyan came to a stall and stopped for a long time, seemingly found something. The owner of that stall is also a nascent soul cultivator, but it looks like life essence is not much. There were a lot of things on the booth, miscellaneous 7, miscellaneous 8, and quite messy. Glancing casually, there was nothing valuable on the booth. Suzaimo's eyes turned and fell on a dark stone. His heart moved. At this point, he had just finished watching Heaven Murdering Sword Art, and his right eye, the torch shining stone, appeared. All eyes were white, and he could see something unusual. This black stone is only a lava mine on the surface, but inside it, there is an excised red crystal lava spar. This is top heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In the depths of the lava cave, the fire is burning and enduring. It can be formed only after 10,000 years of incubation. The strength of heaven and earth is strong and pure. Most importantly, this lava spar fire element magic power is one of the materials that Jihuo Dao monarch forging bones needs. Didn't expect. This trip really hit a treasure. Fellow Taoist, how does this flying sword sell? Liu Hanyan squatted down, pointed at a 2 Dao Law tattoo flying sword on the booth, and asked softly, "What's so good about flying sword? The middle grade true monarch magic tool. The defective parts of our refiner insect are all of this grade." Nan Gongling frowned and murmured. The stall owner expressedless, coughed a few times before slowly said, "I only need to increase the spirit pills and marvelous medicines of life essence, and other things, never." "What?" Nan Gongling hearing this sneer, can't help but sneer. I said, "Fellow Taoist, the true cultivation world adds spiritual essence of life essence, extremely precious, extremely rare. You spread these messy 7-8 bad things together, also change don't come, just give up." Normally, the things on this stand are really worthless, except that lava spar. However, Liu Hanyan did not leave, and picked again, seemingly casually scratching the black stone, saying, "These things, for a Ling's Hound." Yuan couldn't help but pulled the sleeves of Liu Hanyan. Sound transmission said, "Senior sister, lost or lost." Although Ling Zudan can only add 50 years of life essence, it is already quite rare. Suzaimo was silent and didn't show up. Liu Hanyan also seemed to see the out of the ordinary of this black stone before he decided to buy it. The stall owner froze, staring at Liu Hanyan for a moment, hesitating. "I can practice this realm, and the life essence is exhausted. Each and every one is monkey essence." At this time, he also faintly feels that there is really something treasure on his booth. But seeing that Liu Hanyan had taken Ling Zudan out, the vitality that made him feel shocked. The stall owner hesitated a little, biting his teeth and said, "Changed." Having said that, he snatched Ling's Howden and pushed the things in front of Liu Hanyan. Seeing this scene, Suzaimo reassured, "As long as the seller accepts Ling's Howden, it can't regret it. This is the default rule in the true cultivation industry." And many more. At this moment, an expression of a cold Hawkeye cultivator squeezed in, grabbed the stall owner's wrist, and said in a deep voice, "I have 2 Ling's Howdens, only this stone." The Hawkeye cultivator is pointing at the black stone wrapped in lava crystals. The stall owner was embarrassed. Normally, he already has Liu Hanyan's Ling's Howden, and this transaction is even completed. But didn't expect someone out to the price of 2 tablets of Ling's Howden. At this point, Nan Gongling also responded, stepped forward, stood in front of the Hawkeye cultivator, coldly said, "Why don't you talk about rules?" Liu Hanyan quickly put the black stones into the storage bag. Hawkeye cultivator narrowed his eyes, icily said, "Little baby, you have cultivated to nascent soul early stage. It is best to converge and be careful." This Hawkeye cultivator is a nascent soul great Gratian, so that's why he has this confidence. Ha ha. Nan Gongling laughed angrily and released his breath suddenly, loudly said, "Okay. Today I would like to see Nan Gongling. What can you do?" A fight. A fight. Nascent soul early stage is a great perfection for nascent soul. No suspense. Nan Gongling, natural phenomenon 83. It is hard to say who wins and who loses. Even more how? Behind him is 100 Refinements sect, one of the 4 big gates. A lot of cultivator came together. Listening to the surrounding discussion, eagle-eye cultivator glanced at the sect logo on Nan Gongling's sleeve, expression dread. After a little silence, Hawkeye cultivator didn't dare to take any action. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He glanced at Nan Gongling resentfully and disappeared into the crowd. Thanks for the fruit of midsummer, drunk love, loneliness, and heart-watering reward. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 910. Chapter 910 Robbery. Fenian City, Yinxian restaurant. Suzaimo. 4 people came here, and they randomly found a seat on the 3rd floor by the window. On the table were a lot of fairy fruit spirits, delicious dishes made of flesh and blood of lost species, and the aroma was tangy. Rexuan met with keen interest pleasure. Only in the eyes of everyone, Nan Gongling became famous, and he scared the other side out of the limelight, and he was in a good mood. Liu Hanyan leaned against the window, looking at the hustle and bustle in the city, smiling at the corner of his mouth, and feeling much more relaxed. Suzaimo is still holding heaven-murdering sword art, comprehend by himself, no one else. Senior sister, what is that black stone? Rexuan's mouth was still stuffed, and divine consciousness sound transmission. I don't know. It just feels like that stone is not normal. Liu Hanyan said, wait back to sect and let the master identify it. At this moment, there was a rumbling of argument coming downstairs, growing louder. Have you heard that 100 Refinements sect cultivator has found a treasure? What? It seems to be lava spa, and I almost hit someone. Ah, that's a top spirit. Law manifestation Daimon, can't wait for it. After hearing these comments, the Nangongling 3 people looked at each other with expression grave, with mixed feelings in their eyes. Fortunately, Liu Hanyan did pick up treasure. Worryingly, the news of didn't expect has even spread. And, following this trend, it won't be long before the entire Fenian city will know. Nangongling gritted his teeth slightly and hated, it must be that person. He didn't get this treasure, and he was resentful before he leaked the news. Really, will of the people is vicious. Rexuan sighed angrily. Suzaimo is not surprised by this. Looking at the eyes of the eagle-vating cultivator, he guessed that this matter might not be over. Suzaimo glanced at the sky and said, it's getting late, and we have been in Fenian City for a long time, and it's time to go back. This time, Nangongling 3 people have no objection. 3 people know that once the news of lava spa spreads, they will be on the cusp of the wind, and I don't know how many eyes are staring at it. The longer they stay outside, the more dangerous they are. At this point, the 3 people of Nangongling have faintly sensed that there are more than a dozen powerful breaths in the all-around of the Yinxian restaurant, approaching. In the restaurant, there are many cultivators looking to this side. Their eyes flicker. Suddenly, there was a heavy footsteps downstairs. The sound of this footstep is very weird. The fall of each step seems to affect the heartbeat of everyone present, making everyone's heart beat. The pace of the footsteps changes. Unconsciously, everyone's heartbeat also changes. Gradually synchronize with this footstep. As if after a long time, a tall and majestic silhouette appeared at the entrance of the staircase, with long hair flying away and deep eyes, as if the boundless starry sky is hidden. Footsteps stopped abruptly. It never sounded for a long time. Until this time, the people in the audience felt that something was wrong. After the footsteps stopped, their heartbeat also stopped and no longer rang. Some cultivators' faces became more ugly. Heartbeat stops, and their bloodline within the body is no longer flowing. Some cultivators' face became extremely pale, and one after another sweat beads appeared on his forehead, rolling down. Thump. Thump. Some cultivators could not bear it, their bodies fell over and they had fallen aside. Some cultivators finally struggled to overcome this suffocation, gasping for breath. Looking at someone, expressing horror, Nangongling 3's face became extremely ugly. With the sound of footsteps, you can control the heartbeat of others. The comers just appeared, and they didn't say a word. They shocked the audience. On the 3rd floor, there is only one expression as usual, and there is only Suzaimo who looks down. However, in this huge restaurant, Suzaimo's appearance was really inconspicuous, and not many people noticed it. Feeling the pain of 3 people in Nangongling, Suzaimo didn't raise his head and flicked his fingers. Above the fingertips, there was a chirping sound of kinayu, as thin as a mosquito and a mosquito. Only 3 people in Nangongling could hear it. But it was the sound of this sword that restored the heartbeat of the Nangongling 3 people to the original. The breath was smooth, and the bloodline returned to flow. Rexuan whispered, Heavenly Gang Religion Chengpeng, Natural Phenomenon List 10 and 5. It's tricky, I hope it's not for us. Nangongling secretly sound transmission. He can use the status of 100 Refinements sect and the reputation of Natural Phenomenon List 83 to drive the Hawkeye cultivator back. And this Chengpeng, whether it is the sect behind it or the ranking of the Natural Phenomenon List, must beat Nangongling. As Nangongling secretly prayed, Chengpeng turned his head slightly. His eyes fell on the four of them, expressionless, walking slowly. Nangongling frowned. Rexuan looked at Suzaimo and then Nangongling, and the sound transmission kept asking, what to do, what to do. In a blink of an eye, Chengpeng had arrived in front of Nangongling 4. The tall silhouette almost formed a shadow, which enveloped the crowd, and made the three people in Nangongling feel a sense of depression. Nangongling had no choice but to brace oneself, stood up, cupped one fist in the other hand and said, 100 Refinements sect Nangongling, see process Peng fellow Taoist. These three are also my cultivator in 100 Refinements sect. Nangongling smiled and gave a brief introduction. Liu Hanyan and Rexuan both got up and made a nodded gesture to Chengpeng, slightly cupped one fist in the other hand. Only Suzaimo was sitting there, motionless, still looking at the ancient book in his hand, and seemed to be completely immersed in it. Chengpeng glanced and saw that Suzaimo was also a nascent soul cultivator, and he was very familiar, but he did not take it seriously. I heard that you bought a lava spa, Chengpeng said straightforwardly. I need this lava spa. What do you want to exchange for this? Nangongling frowned. Chengpeng said this, leaving no room for maneuver at all, extremely overbearing. Nangongling smiled and said, fellow Taoist, this lava spa was bought by us first, and it is also very useful for us. I'll say it again. Chengpeng looked cold and interrupted Nangongling directly. I silly said, I want this lava spa. Do you want to change it or not? Nangongling's face was ugly. Look at Chengpeng's posture. It is inevitable to lava spa. But if he does, he will never be his opponent. Even if they add 3 together, it won't work. He is 83 in natural phenomenon, and Chengpeng is 5 in natural phenomenon. The battle strength of the two sides is too different. Nangongling took a look at Liu Hanyan, breathed deeply, slightly fists, and said in a deep voice, fellow Taoist, Heavenly Gang Religion is one of the 9 immortal sects. Our 100 Refinements sect is also one of the 4 side gates. It is the right way. Do you want to grab it? He. Chengpeng laughed, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. The 4 big gates. In another month, you 100 Refinements sect will be removed from the 4 big gates. Do you think I have any worries? The words didn't fall. Chengpeng's eyes were great rises. He directly stretched out his big hand, and the stars in the palm of his hand turned out to be magical. Hiss. Nangongling 3 people expression changed. They didn't expect. Chengpeng was so strong, there was no scruples, and he dared to grab it in Fenian City. Moreover, under the sky stars, their 3 people feel that the magic power inside the body is confined and it is difficult to mobilize the slightest. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 911. Chapter 911. Asphyxia. Strong suffocation makes Nangongling 3 people change color. Although they are in the natural phenomenon list, there is a huge gap between the battle strength of Nangongling and Chengpeng. Under the repression of the starry sky, Nangongling kept urging divine consciousness to run chi and blood magic power. The neck was already exposed, but it was still difficult to fight back. The tables and chairs next to him have long been turned into powder. Nangongling is still like this. Liu Hanyan and people like Xuan Liang are even more miserable. The bodies of the 2 women were trembling slightly, and a crackle came from within the body, and the bones seemed to fall apart. Feeling all this, Nangongling is screaming in the sky. The whole person is going crazy. His eyes are bloodshot. His eyebrows are blinking, and his hands are condensed. Crimson Flame Heart Sutra keeps running. Finally, Nangongling's hands condensed 2 flames of scarlet-eared, flickering. Chengpeng's eyes are deep, such as boundless starry sky, sneaked, saying, "Light of Firefly, dare to compete with Heoyu, a cornered beast will still fight, kill me." The breath of Chengpeng skyrocketed, and the heavens and stars that evolved from the palm of his hand became denser and heavier, with coercion, as if to crush a Nangongling 3 into flesh. Hey! The flame of Nangongling's hands has just risen, and under the suppression of the stars, it is instantly extinguished and invisible. Nangongling's eyes darkened. He didn't expect, really fighting together. The gap between the two was so big. He even didn't expect that in the sight of Fenian City, Heavenly Gang religion cultivator still dared to shoot at them, murdering to seize the treasures. If Chengpeng's attitude towards 100 Refinements sect is just a small epitome, then the crisis of 100 Refinements sect may be bigger than they thought. That being said, it is really irrational for them to leave sect during this trip. Around this Yingxian restaurant, I don't know how many eyes are staring at them. Chengpeng may just be the first to do it. Recalling the words of Master Keixing Dao Monarch repeatedly telling them to keep them 1,000 million before the Crane Tea Party, 10 million do not leave sect. Nangongling sighed, and there was a flash of azure clothes in his mind. It would be nice to listen to the little Uncle Master. If you don't be jealous of the little Uncle Master, and you won't be involved in the distress with smoke, I really damn it. Nangongling's eyes were dimmed, and a remorse filled her heart. At this moment, a sound sounded in his ear, not light, calm, and with a hint of teasing. "Dare you call Heoyu by your means?" "It's little Uncle Master." Nangongling heart startled. Under this pressure, can the little Uncle Master still speak? Nangongling glanced out of his eyes and looked subconsciously. I saw that Suzaimo was originally looking down at the book, but at this time slowly raised his head. His eyes calmed, 2 fingers closed together and became sword fingers, and moved slightly in the direction of Chengpeng. This action looks so free-handed, so elegant, and casual, but the effect is really shocking. Hey! A sword chi burst out, white and vast, extremely flourishing. Under the gaze of Nangongling, the original heavy suppression of the sky, which was originally suppressed on their heads, was chopped in half by this sword chi. This scene is extremely shocking. The huge vast river of stars was chopped into 2.5 by a blank sword chi, and instantly solidified. Bang! 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 The heavens and stars fell, and this Tao Law technique was broken by a sword chi, and cut into nothingness. Tanfa killing intent. Moving stars and changing constellations. Just a killing intent can confuse the real star. This word chi came out, and it was easy to smash the star spell condensed by Chengpeng. Chengpeng's pupils contracted violently. Nangongling, everyone is out of the way and can't feel the formidable power of this word chi. He is directly facing this word chi and feels clearer. The killing intent emanating from this sword chi made his scalp explode, his hands and feet cold, and his heart was trembling. Between heaven and earth, how could there be such a scary sword chi? This is simply to exterminate all vitality. The real horror is still behind. Sword chi cut the star river into 2 pieces, but it did not dissipate, but continued to move towards Chengpeng. Hiss! Chengpeng sucks in a breath of cold air. Expression changes. There was an illusion in his heart. Under this sword chi, there is no spell, no means, any weapon can resist. This sword chi is the best to kill. After all, Chengpeng is a natural phenomenon on the list. After the stars disappeared, he immediately responded, took his palms, and patted them on the storage bag. Bang! A huge shield stood in front of him. The shield is engraved with the vast sky and the stars, sun, moon. After the magic power is injected, 5 dazzling lines are lit. Perfect grade, defensive true monarch magic tool. In the true cultivation world, attack type magic tools are more common, and defensive type magic tools are scarce, let alone perfect grade. This shows that Chengpeng's position in Heavenly Gang religion disciple. Almost at the moment when this shield took out, the sword chi had already arrived. Glang! The sword chi collided with the shield and issued a sound of Jinj fighting. Sword chi disappeared, it seemed to be blocked by this perfect grade shield magic tool. This is the first reaction of everyone. But then, everyone's gaze was fixed, and complexion greatly changed. The rays of light on Cheng Peng's shield actually faded quickly, and the breath dissipated. It seemed that this magic tool had suffered a devastating blow, and it had been abandoned. Suddenly, the mutation paused. Cheng Peng, who was hiding behind the shield, suddenly made a scream. Deng 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 kept backing, blood and gushing, and a broken arm was raised high. Hong Long. Immediately afterwards, the shield fell to the ground and has become two pieces. The cut is neat, like what divine weapon? Cut diagonally into half. Looking at the ground, his face was pale and expression of horror. Cheng Peng, everyone gradually reacted. That was your clothes. Man with a single finger pointed at the sword and released the sword chi, which cut the perfect grade true monarch magic tool in half. Sword chi was not scattered, and Cheng Peng's arm was cut off. Although Cheng Peng did not die, he was lucky enough to save his life. But everyone could see it. This sword not only cut off Cheng Peng's arm, but also cut his Tao foundation. That sword chi, which poured into Cheng Peng's within the body along the wound, has cut his meridian into pieces. Cheng Peng is dead. Group prepare shake. The natural phenomenon of heaven chosen in listing 5 was actually abolished by one move. Everyone looked at Su Zaimo's eyes and gradually changed. Even the Nangongling 3 people were stunned, and for a while they were on the spot. Although they have seen Su Zaimo's shot, but the feeling brought to them that time is far from this shock. Natural phenomenon heaven chosen in listing 5. It was such a sword chi that was abolished so easily by the little uncle master. Not to mention others, even Su Zaimo, who shot, was very shocked. Although, with this shot, he was ready to stand up in front of everyone and deter some hidden cultivators. But he also didn't expect heaven murdering sword art has such formidable power. You know, what he realizes now is just a little fur. It is a little fur of this sword technique that shows its sharp edge, and a heaven chosen is completely abolished. There was an error in the last chapter. Cheng Peng is a natural phenomenon. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 912. Chapter 912 Assassination. After a brief silence, it caused an uproar. Deng deng deng. The Heavenly Gang religion disciple who originally followed Cheng Peng rushed over to help Cheng Peng. Each and every one glared at Su Zaimo, but expressed dread and did not dare to step forward. Cheng Peng came to such an end under this sword chi, which one can resist if they come forward. Go. Cheng Peng didn't have a little blood on his face, and if he was angry, he gasped, "Return to sect." Obituary. Several Heavenly Gang religion disciple did not hesitate, and helped Cheng Peng to leave Yingxian restaurant, attracting a cloud, and moved towards the distance. Who is this person? Looking at his Taoism, it seems not 100 refinements sect cultivator. It must be sword sect cultivator. Yes, those who can cultivate such horrible sword chi. I am afraid that only sword sect will be passed down. It's just that this person is very fast to face. I haven't seen it before. Is it the recent rise of heaven chosen? The group is discussed spiritedly, pointing. Nangongling obviously felt that some strong breath that was originally moved towards here had stopped her body, and seemed to be deterred by the scene of just before. Go, leave this. Su Zaimo put away heaven murdering sword art, put it in her arms, rose up, jumped, and came to the long street. Nangongling 3 people followed quickly. The many cultivators watching around the restaurant spread out, looking at Su Zaimo's eyes, full of curiosity, awe, and hostility. Su Zaimo expression as usual, move forward quickly. Having gone a long way, Nangongling 3 talents are slowly recovering. Rongzhuan ran a few quick steps, excited, and said, "Little Uncle Master, your sword is so handsome. What's your name? Can you pass it to me?" Even Nangongling couldn't help curiosity, and sound transmission asked, "Little Uncle Master, have you ever worked at sword sect cultivation?" Su Zaimo didn't answer, just moved quickly. This time, Nangongling was not angry. After this change, he looked at Su Zaimo with a little more awe. A sword chi will abolish heaven chosen, which is listed in number 5 of the natural phenomenon. This is not something anyone can do. Little Uncle Master, don't go so fast. Rexuan's expression was excited, there was no fear in his eyes, and he jumped behind Suzaimo. Sound transmission said, Little Uncle Master, do you know this kind of sword art? What are we afraid of? In this city, we are not walking sideways. HMPH. Little Uncle Master, please rest assured, we are 100 Refinements sect cultivator after all. Taoist of Void Return is definitely not good enough to bully the little ones, and hit us. If you have nascent soul true monarch without opening your eyes, and you want to grab lava spar, you move your finger and chop it with a sword. Chi. Shwish wish wa. Rexuan said, more and more excited, and his hands were still better. Suzaimo suddenly said, this sword chi is extremely exhausting. In a short time, I can only release this time. This is not Suzaimo's false frightening Rexuan. Heaven-murdering sword art is one of the ancient 3 great sword techniques. Even though Suzaimo only realized the fur, he used nascent soul realms cultivation base to release the sword chi, which is already overloaded. If it weren't for his primordial spirit condensing far beyond his peers, this sword chi wouldn't be released before he would be hurt by himself. Hearing Suzaimo's answer, Rexuan stumbled for a moment and did not dare to speak out. Of course, what Suzaimo was worried about wasn't the people who sought the lava spa, but the existence hidden in the darkness. Suzaimo had a hunch that they had been targeted by more terrifying enemies. Must leave this as soon as possible. Well, this is getting at treasure. Do you want to escape? Hee. I heard that you got lava spar, which is unfortunate. I need this stone too. There was a sudden eccentric voice in the crowd, erratic. Who is hiding his head? Nangongling gazed as if a torch, loudly shouted, look around. All around. The crowd receded. But Nangongling looked around, but he couldn't find anyone who spoke provocatively. It seems that everyone is like, and it seems that everyone is not. Hee. It's worthy of being a natural phenomenon. 83. It's really awesome. What's so powerful is that it's not a waste. You have to protect others. Hey, that is your clothes sword repair. What do you have to do with these 300 refinements sect cultivator? I advise you, it is best not to be related to them. 100 refinements sect is about to be removed from the 4 big gates. I estimate that it won't be long before it is destroyed. Hee. The sound of this joke sounded again, and the position was still changing, and it was impossible to determine the position of the person. Nangongling 3 people heard the anger in their hearts, to get really angry, but they can only be anxious. Suzaimo was on his way, his footsteps suddenly flashed, his body flickered, and he jumped directly into the crowd. Get me out. Suzaimo's gaze is like electricity, extending the hand palm, spreading 5 fingers, as if to cover the sun, and grabbing a cultivator in the middle of the crowd. This person is of ordinary shape and appearance, and there is nothing strange about his body. It is the kind of existence that he can forget at a glance. But it was such an ordinary cultivator. After seeing Suzaimo's shot, cold light in his eyes, suddenly looked up, and groaned. Fellow Taoist, good means, I can actually find my trace. This person did not stubbornly attack Suzaimo at all, turned over and retreated, and was agile and fast. Unfortunately, it is already late. This person said something meaningful. At the same time, on the other side of the crowd, a humble silhouette was moving towards Nangongling. 3 people approached quickly. This cultivator, expressionless, calm eyes, did not even reveal a little murderous aura. Suzaimo narrowed his eyes. Within a while of the body skeleton ringing, his outstretched arm skyrocketed by 3 feet, and immediately landed on top of the head of the cultivator who escaped, fiercely caught it. Pukai. This person's top of the head, under Suzaimo's palm, was like a tofu block, was directly scraped. The primordial spirit was gone, and the corpse was on the spot. Nangongling 3 people saw this scene, feeling agitated, and suddenly felt an unprecedented killing intent. The next moment, in the eyes of 3 people, saw a touch of sword light. Too fast. I don't know when, A humble cultivator appeared beside them. This person did not know where to find a slender soft sword and shot. No doubt this is a desperate assassination. This person's battle strength may not be better than Nangongling. But after the sword was shot, Nangongling could only wait to die. Watching the sword openly, wiping his throat, he seemed to be able to see that his throat had been cut, and crimson blood spewed across the street. 7 Demon Sect, Hidden Killer Gate. There is no weak spot that can assassinate to such a point, and even makes people feel desperate. The only amazing thing is Hidden Killer Gate Cultivator. I have to say that this assassination was carefully prepared. It was first a person who led Suzaima away. Another lurks past, launching a fatal blow, murdering to seize the treasures. The whole process is almost impeccable. Unfortunately, they really underestimated someone. Just when this sword light was about to cut through Nangongling's throat, it suddenly dissipated. The long sword is exposed. It is only a short distance from Nangongling's throat, the sharp edge of the sword body, and even the hair on Nangongling's neck is cut off. At this time, this sword was still in the air, motionless. One end is in the hands of Hidden Killer Gate Cultivator. At the other end, caught by 2 long, white fingers, completely motionless. Thanks ye, my name is Hanquan, and I don't give a reward. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 913. Chapter 913. Are you worthy? Hidden Killer Gate Cultivator. In front of him stood a man in azure clothes, expressionless, looking like a knife. Killing intent surging, looking at him coldly. The long sword in his hand was actually caught by the 2 fingers of this azure clothes man. Little Uncle Master. Nangongling avoided a catastrophe, almost exclaimed. Suzaimo's decisive decision was made to kill a Hidden Killer Gate Cultivator in the crowd, but he quickly turned back and blocked another Hidden Killer Gate assassin's killing blow. Too fast, not a level at all. Not many people can see Suzaimo's body style clearly. Everyone just thinks saw a flash. Suzaimo has turned back and clamped the long sword of Hidden Killer Gate Cultivator between 2 fingers. Hidden Killer Gate is good at hiding and assassination. Hidden Killer Gate Cultivator pays attention to one strike certain kill. If it doesn't hit, it's 1,000 miles away. They are not good at confronting people, and Suzaimo's current fleshly body is much better than the perfect grade true monarch magic tool. The strength of his fleshly body can be countered by any Hidden Killer Gate Cultivator, not to mention that standing in front of Suzaimo is a relatively ordinary Hidden Killer Gate Cultivator. Even if Hidden Killer Gate Demon Child comes, he will be suppressed and killed on the spot. Suzaimo has decided to lead, and naturally will not stay. Cold light flashed in his eyes. Finger power. Glang. This cold light long sword was pinched by his 2 fingers. The sword tip flew up, and fell directly into the eyebrow of Hidden Killer Gate Cultivator. Pukai. The bloodlight flashed, and the primordial spirit of the Hidden Killer Gate Cultivator was also stabbed by the half of the sword tip, and disappeared instantly. All of a sudden, 2 nascent soul true monarchs are on the street. The eyes of many cultivators looking at Suzaimo gradually changed. Suzaimo stood still, exuding a trembling breath. This is bloody chi. Suppress and kill countless heaven chosen, step on countless demon corpses, and then accumulate the bloody chi deposited. Originally, Suzaimo didn't want to be noticeable and restrained. But now, he must use thunderous method to smash all obstacles in front of him, get out of the city as soon as possible, and bring the Nangongling 3 people back to sect intact. Suzaimo's gaze swept away, and some people who had misbehaved had stepped back and did not dare to look at them. This is coercion. The coercion from the top of the natural phenomenon. Suzaimo strode meteor, moved towards. The crowd dispersed and gave way. Nangongling 3 people followed along quickly. Along the way, due to the natural phenomenon on the 10th list, Chengpeng was abolished, and the nascent soul true monarch of Hidden Killer Gate 5 was killed, which really deterred many people. Some cultivators who also want to grab the lava spar have to weigh it. Can they compare to the process Peng? Not far away, many cultivators are surrounded by a nascent soul true monarch. This person is elegant and handsome, staring brightly, looking at this side with a smile. Flying Feather Sect Wu Tani U. This natural phenomenon. List 11. Senior brother, should we do it? Asked Flying Feather Sect cultivator. Wu Taniu glanced slightly at him, and asked, can you stop that as your clothes cultivator? No, senior brother can do it. The cultivator snorted. Wu Taniu shook his head, lightly saying, this person is unfathomable, and I'm not sure. Central Territory is really a hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and Chengpeng is not wronged. Tone barely fell. Wu Taniu's eyes moved and he looked at a group of cultivators at the gate of the city gate, his mouth slightly tilted, and softly muttered, it's interesting. Watched by many cultivators, Suzaima walked all the way and soon reached the city gate. A dozen cultivators stood ahead. Each cultivator is an expression of grimness, carrying a long sword, and standing in front of a long street, obviously not giving way. Nan Gongling saw the person headed, the expression changed greatly, and lowly cried, Jian Wuzong. Sword Sect Jian Wuzong, natural phenomenon number 3. Rexuan spit out his tongue, and secretly sounded transmission, broken. Jian Wuzong seems to be shooting. The word chi of the little uncle master has just been released and can't be shot again. Even if the little uncle master can release that sword art. Don't forget, Jian Wuzong has cultivated the natural phenomenon of myriad sword returning to origin, 10,000 sword allegiance. Nan Gongling expression anxious, said, all Jiangxu, in front of Jian Wuzong, the battle strength will decrease sharply. Little uncle master can't avoid it. Liu Hanyan muttered, I hope Jian Wuzong does not target us. If, after a pause, Liu Hanyan hesitated a little, and immediately made a decision, saying, if he wants to fight for lava spar, I'll give it to him. Nan Gongling and Rexuan did not speak. In front of the third place in the natural phenomenon, their hearts felt a sense of powerlessness, and they could only yield. This is an absolute battle strength. Moreover, most of Jiangxu are killing bloody people. If it was because of the lava spar that involved the little uncle master and their bloodshed here, everyone would regret it. At this point, Suzaima had already ushered in and said 2 words, let's go. Nan Gongling 3 people were shocked. Nascent Soul Realms cultivator, how many people dare to talk to Jian Wuzong like this? Jian Wuzong raised an eyebrow, and a killing intent appeared in his eyes, exuding more a dreary and cold aura, with no intention of covering up. Nan Gongling quickly hurried forward and pulled off the sleeve of Suzaimo. Sound transmission said, little uncle master, 10 million don't be impulsive, you are a sword repair, you can't beat him. After experiencing a change in talent, Nan Gongling's attitude towards Suzaimo has quietly changed. Liu Hanyan expression was worried, and sound transmission said, Uncle Master, at worst this stone is for them, we don't have to fight with them. Fighting with Jiangxiu is extremely dangerous. The Sword Repair Institute is murder Dao. Whenever a sword is issued, blood must be returned. Suzaimo remained indifferent, still staring at Jian Wuzong, without losing momentum. Jian Wuzong grinned and said, you are not Sword Sect. Originally, the cultivator in Fenian City thought that Suzaimo was the heir to Sword Sect. Until then, the people reacted. Since it's not a descendant of Sword Sect, why don't you see me? Jian Wuzong turned around. Why should I worship? Suzaimo asked faintly. Ha ha. Jian Wuzong laughed and said proudly, Sword Sect is the pilgrimage site of the under the heavens. I am the most outstanding successor of Sword Sect. If you don't worship me, you are disrespectful to Sword Sect. You disrespect Sword Sect, that is courting death. After hearing this, many cultivators shook their heads secretly. This person is over and has provoked Jian Wuzong. It is really about one's own destruction. It was his own edge that was too strong. He saw Sword Sect and refused to worship, and saw Jian Wuzong didn't know how to converge. He deserved it. Nan Gongling 3 people expressed anxiety, but did not know how to persuade. At this moment, Jian Wuzong again said, however, I miss you. Cultivation is not easy, and can give you a chance. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will spare you my life. This is a great opportunity. Really didn't expect This can be considered every cloud has a silver lining. Being able to follow Jian Wuzong means having the opportunity to worship Sword Sect. This person is really fatal. Everyone was feeling 100001000. At this moment, the crowd heard only a sneer, full of mockery. It's just you who deserves me to follow. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 914. Chapter 914, You can't pull the sword. As soon as the voice fell, the audience was uproar, despise, extreme contempt. Many cultivators looked at Suzaimo's eyes as if looking at a dead person. In Jian Wuzong's eyes, there was an outburst of anger first. But then, he suddenly laughed and looked at Suzaimo again and again nodded, and said, "Very well, this is the sharp edge that Jiangsu should have. The more you do, the more I appreciate it." At this point, Jian Wuzong still didn't realize who he was talking to. In other words, the cultivator in Fenian City does not know the true identity of the Azure Clothes Man. In Thousand Monsters Valley, Suzaima can fight head-to-head with Monster Demon. Intermediate Monster Demon is equivalent to Taoist of Void Return in true cultivation. And Jian Wuzong, although it is the third in the natural phenomenon list, is still nascent soul true monarch. Moreover, this time the natural phenomenon list has just ended, his cultivation realm is nothing but nascent soul early stage. Not to mention, today Suzaimo has cultivated to nascent soul late stage peak. Even 100 years ago, when Suzaimo first stepped into nascent soul realm, the suppression of Jian Wuzong was no problem. Jian Wuzong slowly said, "Let us go. Let us have a match. If you can take my 3 swords, I will let you out of here." After a short pause, Jian Wuzong continued, "If you can't catch it, follow me honestly and don't disobey my will in the future. Dare to gamble. 3 swords, that's enough." Yes, with Jian Wuzong's battle strength, if he shoots with all his strength, the 4th in the natural phenomenon list may not be able to take his 3 swords. This Azure Clothes cultivator will definitely lose. Everyone thought that the onlookers were clear and discussed spiritedly. Flying Feather Sect cultivator. The man looked to the side and whispered, "Senior brother, what do you think of this bet?" Jian Wuzong's sword is fast, 3 swords. Wu Taniu shook his head slightly and said, "Among the nascent soul realm, there are no more than 10 people who can catch his 3 swords." Wu Taniu and Jian Wuzong are members of the same natural phenomenon list and understand each other. His evaluation of Jian Wuzong is extremely high. The Flying Feather Sect cultivator said, "So, the Azure Clothes cultivator must have lost. The 10 people mentioned by Senior Brother are definitely the most peak expert of nascent soul realm, who is obviously not among them." "Okay." Wu Taniu pondered then said, "It's hard to say. I always feel that this Azure Clothes cultivator is unfathomable and not easy." Flying Feather Sect cultivator dismissed it and said, "Senior brother, don't forget, this person is a sword repairer. Once he fights, he will be suppressed by Jian Wuzong. He won't win this gamble." On the long street, Nangongling, Liu Hanyan, and Ruxuan expressed their concerns and were all transmitting to Suzaimo sound. 3 do not take this bet. Once they lose, their little uncle master becomes someone else's follower, and neither they nor 100 Refinements Sect can bear. Even more how? Nangongling 3 people really can't see Suzaimo have any hope of winning. "How dare you gamble?" Jian Wuzong expression asked with a smile. Confident. "Ha ha ha ha." Suzaimo laughed and said, "You can bet. However, there is no need for 3 swords in front of me. If you can pull out the sword, even if I lose." The words fell. Kunxi sounded. Near the long street, absolute silence. These words were arrogant, but everyone heard in their ears. But they felt an arrogant, shocking spirit. Who dares to say such things in front of Jian Wuzong? At the top of this natural phenomenon, is Yitan Xing Dare. Natural phenomenon number 2 on the list, Yan Yan Dare. Nascent soul true monarch at heavenly desolate continent. Who has each one? Who dares? Someone dare? You. Jian Wuzong narrowed his eyes, and cold light surged. This time, he was really angry. I silly said, "You, so brave." Kill. Jian Wuzong didn't finish talking, but was interrupted by Suzaimo shouting loudly, "Range secret technique, thunder kill." After practicing purple lightning secret art, Lin kills the formidable power better than ever. The surrounding cultivator felt a shock. The ground was shaking, and sand and stones were flying. I can imagine what kind of impact Jian Wuzong was facing. This loud drinking, like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, exploded in Jian Wuzong's ears, shaking his ears and making his scalp tingle. But how easy is Jian Wuzong to kill number 3 in the natural phenomenon list? He has rich experience in fighting and killing, and immediately realized that this is Suzaimo's burst secret technique. Zheng. Jian Wuzong runs qi and blood, and within the body comes a burst of word qi ming sound. The super sects on the heavenly desolate continent have some famous body refining sects, such as Immortal Sect Colored Glaze Palace, Demon Sect Overlord Hall, Buddha Sect Vajra Temple. In fact, Sword Sect's body refining technique is also extremely domineering. With sword qi tempering fleshly body, in the process of continuous tear repair, the tear repair makes the fleshly body qi and blood extremely powerful, showing off one's ability. Sword Sect cultivator's fleshly body, cultivated to the limit, qi and blood will be mixed with sword qi's sharp edge. Fingers are like swords. You can sever the divine weapon by waving your fingers. Jian Wuzong is running qi and blood. Just after eliminating the negative effects of Lin Shaw, he feels that in front of him, an azure silhouette has been crushed. Courting death. Jian Wuzong sneered, "The long sword on the backhand is going to be pulled." He was too familiar with the action of drawing a sword. It can be said that after worshipping Sword Sect, the first practice of sword art is how to draw a sword. Even in his sleep, even if he was confined to 6 consciousness, Jian Wuzong was able to immediately pull out the long sword. This has become his instinct. However, his long sword has just been pulled out half, and was actually pressed back by a pair of big hands. The sound of Jianming just came to an abrupt halt. Long sword is back. He is fast. Suzaimo is faster. The blue shadow flickered, and Suzaimo was already bullying himself, and he was not far from him. Boom. 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 In desperation, Jian Wuzong had no choice but to fight against Suzaimo. But then, Jian Wuzong's complexion greatly changed, and almost couldn't bear it. Suzaimo's fleshly body is too strong. Jian Wuzong's fists and palms struck as if they were hitting cold, hard rocks. 3-2 after the move, his hands are already purple. At this distance, Jian Wuzong didn't even have the chance to consolidate the decision. Suzaimo's offensive, as dense as rain, is suffocating. Jian Wuzong gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. Regardless of the palm that Suzaimo fought, he pulled back the long sword on his shoulder and prepared to have both sides suffer. But Suzaimo's palm stroked his chest, then stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Kang Lang. The long sword just came out of the sheath and was shot back by Suzaimo's palm again. Jian Wuzong trembled with anger, but was helpless. He kept backing, trying to pull out the space and pull out the long sword, but Suzaimo was pressing harder and harder, like the bones of the cheekbones, giving him no chance at all. In a blink of an eye, the two sides have fought dozens of tricks. During this period, Jian Wuzong tried several times to pull out the long sword, but all were blocked by Suzaimo and his own hands, arms, and the collision with Suzaimo was already red and swollen, almost to break. Despair. In Jian Wuzong's heart, there is only a piece of despair. There is no chance of counterattack at all. When he fights again, his long sword is not pulled out, and his whole body will be broken. There has never been a fight. He has fallen to this situation and lost so thoroughly, pressing, rolling all the way, until you can't pull the sword. Thanks for the words. The fruit of the midsummer, the front. The heart is like a stop, and where you fall, you are rewarded. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 915. Chapter 915 Practice for 500 years. Strong. Shocked. Jian Wuzong, the natural phenomenon number 3, is the most outstanding successor of sword sect, but in the fight against each other, he cannot pull out the sword. If this thing spreads, it will cause an uproar. Nan Gongling was a little confused. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would be unimaginable, and Jian Wuzong would have been defeated so thoroughly. Normally, Jian Wuzong cultivated the natural phenomenon of myriad sword returning to origin and was recognized by Sword Dao. Any sword repair before him must be suppressed. But this battle seems to be just the opposite. Jian Wuzong is like a child in front of the little uncle master. His face is covered with a split head, and he cannot pull out the sword. Really strong fleshly body, really strong melee. Wu Tanyu looked at the two people fighting on the long street and softly muttered. On the long street, Jian Wuzong keeps retreating. His face has lost the original pride and calmness, and is replaced by lose one's head out of fear. Nothing to fight back. Jian Wuzong was defeated. Numerous cultivators watch this scene incredibly, although it is said that the natural phenomenon ranking is a ranking of the strength of gold core Taoist. After entering nascent soul realm, it is not surprising that it can be ranked on the list of cultivator, and the battle strength will never be too weak. Everyone didn't expect, and Jian Wuzong, who ranked third in the natural phenomenon list, was defeated to an unknown azure clothes cultivator. Moreover, as a sword repair, from the beginning to the end, no sword has been issued. This is really a shame for Jiangsu. The thief is arrogant. Save senior brother. Dozens of sword sect cultivators standing by and watching the battle, seeing Jian Wuzong at this point, can no longer care a lot, and shot. Hum, hum, hum. A path of sword light dazzling world, sword chi vertical and horizontal, showing off one's ability, forming an airtight sword net, moved towards Suzaima, enveloped the past. What are you doing? To have no shame, to deceive more. Rexuan couldn't bear it and was immediately sold. Nan Gongling and Liu Hanyan, two people and two said nothing, immediately took out the magic tool. They were determined and prepared to help Suzaimo. Kang Lang. At this moment, the sound of sharp swords ringing through heaven and earth. A stunning word of light, appearing on the long street, white and dazzling, running through the void. The long sword behind Jian Wuzong was pulled out. This long sword is slender and sharp, and the cold is intimidating. The sword has 6 Tao law patterns on it, which is extremely dazzling. It is an innate true monarch magic tool. Natural phenomenon number 3 on the list, and is the successor of sword sect. It is normal to have the innate true monarch magic tool. This magic sword is not small, it is called Jinghong magic sword. It is Jian Wuzong's life source magic tool, and it is also the third prize of his natural phenomenon list. Kungxi moving capacity. Didn't expect, at the last minute, this sword still came out. Everyone knows that Jiangxu is holding a long sword with his bare hands, which is exactly a toe-level cultivator. If Jian Wuzong has a sword in his hand, that azure clothes man is dangerous. Well, Jian Wuzong's sword art is sharp, get sword sect true inheritance, if... no. The man stared at his eyes and suddenly couldn't go on. Many cultivators have also found anomalies. Nan Gongling looked intently, and couldn't help but be shocked, and an incredible color appeared in his eyes. Jinghong's magic sword is not in Jian Wuzong's hands at all, and in the hands of the little uncle master. It is not Jian Wuzong who pulls the Jinghong sword, but Suzaimo. Not only will you hit your sword, but you will also take your sword. At this moment, the sword chi big net released by the dozen sword repairs of sword sect has descended. The bitter cold, as if cutting the void into pieces. Suzaimo holds Jinghong's long sword in his hand, and Qingxiao slams his backhand. Hong long long. This sword cut out the roar of the tide. Suzaimo uses the long sword to cut out the astounding mood in Ding high volume. The magic power in the air is turbulent, and the sword light is sloppy, as if it were turned into a stormy sea, colliding with sword net. In a short time, an illusion occurred in the hearts of a dozen Jiangxiu. More than just them. Even the cultivator on the sidelines seemed to feel like they were in the waves, shaking and turning. In the deep and turbulent ocean, Each cultivator felt very small. This is the true strength of heaven and earth. Wu Taniu closed her eyes quickly, kept calming her mind, and condensed the primordial spirit, and this feeling gradually dissipated. Really Strong's sword intent. The flying feather sect cultivator next to me was startled and looked pale. Wu Taniu opened his eyes slowly, slightly frowned, strange expression, and softly muttered, "Sword intent." For some reason, he always felt that this sword intent was a bit weird, and it seemed to lack some of the sharpness of sword Dao. Instead it was more heavy. Ding ding dong dong. On the battlefield, a series of Jinj fighting sounded. Sword net shattered. All the sword light collapsed in an instant, and heaven and earth returned to peace. Nan Gongling and Liu Hanyan stopped and quietly dispersed their fingertips, because it is no longer needed. It's just a sword. More than a dozen sword repairs fell not far away, their faces looked bleak, and the long swords in their hands broke as much as possible, and the sword tips scattered all over the place. In some sword repairs, the tiger's mouth was shattered, and blood flowed across it. The grades of these long swords are not low, either the high-grade True Monarch magic tool or the top-grade True Monarch magic tool. But now, they are all scrapped and turned into a pile of broken copper. The whole process seems simple, just a sword. But it is Suzaimo's powerful fleshly body, combined with Innate's shocking sword, and with the powerful outbreak of the sword, this effect is achieved. On the long street, there is only the tall silhouette standing tall, with black hair fluttering, azure clothes falling down, holding a long sword, expression indifferent. Suzaimo raised his long sword and flicked his finger. The sword trembled, and the buzzing sound of the sword hummed, louder and clearer. Good sword. Suzaimo sighed and said without a doubt, "It's my turn." With that said, he has already put the Jinghong sword into the storage bag and moved towards the outside of the city. Nan Gongling. Three people chatted a little and quickly followed. At this time, no one dared to stop Suzaimo in Fenian City. Jian Wuzong expression unwilling, looking at the back of Suzaimo, biting his teeth. "Don't you dare to return the Jinghong sword to me, we will fight again. As long as I have a sword in my hand, Jian Wuzong's words weren't finished. The clothes on his body suddenly exploded, turning into pieces of rags and scattered on the ground. Hiss. The next moment, Kunxu was in an uproar, and there was a restlessness. What? Jian Wuzong looked all around and found that all the cultivators were staring at him with complex eyes, shocked, compassionate, mocking. "What are you looking at?" Jian Wuzong is again loudly roared. His eyes are red, and his expression is a little bit sloppy. "Senior brother, your chest." A sword sect cultivator's voice was trembling and he pointed at Jian Wuzong's chest, expressing inexplicable terror. Jian Wuzong looked down. I don't know when his chest was scratched by something, drenched with blood, which says 5 words of blood practice for another 500 years. Jian Wuzong just felt cold all over his body. His hands and feet cold. These 5 words must be in the fight between 2 people. The azure clothes man wrote on his chest. This means that if a man in azure clothes wants to kill him, he will die many times. But these 5 words are even worse than killing him. Words and hearts. In full view, Jian Wuzong was hit by such blows, angered, opened his mouth to spit a mouthful of blood, and passed out on the spot. On Valentine's Day today, it is estimated that a lot of fellow Taoists have gone on holiday. Don't cry for the remaining singles. The old sword will accompany you, and it will be our single year. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 916. Chapter 916. Crisis is coming. 100 Refinements Sect. Kaixing Dao Monarch was in a hurry and came to the Sect 100 Refinements Great Hall, where he bumped into a 3-bearded middle-aged cultivator and paced. This popularity is steady, with a touch of majesty between the eyebrows. I have seen Sect Master. 2 cultivators in front of the Great Hall bowed saluted to this person. This person is 100 Refinements Sect Master, Baiyan Dao Monarch. Baiyan senior brother Kixing Dao Monarch saw the person and hurried forward to say hello. Baiyan Dao Monarch saw his expression anxious. What seemed to be a major event, solemnly asked, "What's wrong?" Kixing Dao Monarch closed his brows and hated, "My 3 incompetent disciples sneaked out, have been out for a day and haven't returned yet." Baiyan Dao Monarch expression slightly changed. This period is extremely sensitive. 100 Refinements sect is wind and rain swinging. To be fair, if Jihuo Dao Monarch is back in time, they will not know how to get through this level. Among the 3 disciples of Kixing Dao Monarch, Liu Hanyan will participate in the controversy at the 3 Crane Tea Party 1 month later, and there must be no mistakes. Hurrying at this time, Liu Hanyan 3 people left the sect, which is really dangerous. Do you know where to go? Baiyan Dao Monarch expression is calm, solemnly asked. It seems to be going to Fenian City. Kixing Dao Monarch was so angry to get really angry, gritted his teeth. These 3 little cubs are really worrying. Let them stay in sect. Just don't listen. If something goes wrong. Kixing Dao Monarch couldn't keep talking, and was anxious. Don't panic. Baiyan Dao Monarch said in a deep voice, "In the City of Storms, the cultivators of the Central Territory's major sect forces are all righteous people, and no one should be against them." Even more how? Fenian City is not too far away from sect. There is no danger. Kixing Dao Monarch shook his head. "I don't worry about people in the right path. I worry about the Nether Fire Temple." Hearing the Nether Fire Temple, with Baiyan Dao Monarch's temperament, could not help crying low. His face sank instantly. Kixing Dao Monarch, you know, Whole Master of the Nether Fire always wants to get Crimson Flame Heart Sutra, and the 3 people who are Nangongling are their easiest targets. Even more how? Last time the Nether Fire Temple carried a big heal. How could it be good? Just then, a voice sounded in the minds of the 2 of them. Apart from them 3, who else followed? Hearing this voice, Kixing Dao Monarch too was shocked. This is Jihuo Dao Monarch asking them with a divine consciousness sound transmission. Kixing Dao Monarch quickly said, "And Mo Ling," and a sect cultivator saw it, and he followed. Well, that's fine. Maybe there is still a chance. Jihuo Dao Monarch groaned. Kixing Dao Monarch twitched his lips, disagreeing in his mind. Although Mo Ling's seniority is high, but also a nascent soul true monarch in his 100s, where can the battle strength be? One more him, one less him, has no effect at all. The Nether Fire Palace has failed once, and really wants to start with 3 people in Nangongling. It is likely to send Taoist of Void Return. What was the use of Mo Ling at that time? Does it scare opponents with generations? In fact, Kixing Dao Monarch still underestimates the determination of the Nether Fire Temple. Jihuo Dao Monarch said, "Now you quickly send sect experts, find them in Fenian City, and take them back to sect." "Okay, I ordered my disciples of those Void Return realm." Baiyan Dao Monarch decided by hand, preparing to summon his several disciples. "Do not." Jihuo Dao Monarch immediately denied, and said, "Kixing, let go of your hands first and go for a trip. You are a law manifestation realm. You have a fast pace, and if you encounter a change, you can suppress it." Hearing here, Kixing Dao Monarch heart shivered with cold. He faintly realized that things could be worse than he thought. "Okay, let me go." Kixing Dao Monarch did not hesitate, and moved towards Fenian City, and disappeared in 100 Refinements sect soon. "I hope nothing will happen." Baiyan Dao Monarch looked into the distance, softly muttered. At the same time, Suzaimo 4 people have left Fenian City, and use Spirit Boat Magic Tool, moved towards 100 Refinements sect galloping. At this time, Suzaimo is at the helm, fully pushing magic power, pushing the speed of the spirit boat to the limit, chasing the stars and catching the moon. Nangongling 3 people are still unaware and still excited, talking about the Battle of Fenian City. And Suzaimo knew clearly that the sense of crisis surrounding him not only disappeared, but heavier and heavier. "Little Uncle Master, although you didn't have any fame before, Just fighting this one is enough to make you famous. Rexuan said joyfully, "Little Uncle Master, you can rest assured that after returning to sect, I will help you spread the matter and let you be magnificent." Liu Hanyan laughed and said nothing. Nangongling's look at Suzaimo's eyes has also changed. Without the original hostility, some curiosity, some worship, and some admiration were replaced. "Little Uncle Master, you are Jianxiu, but you played against Jian Wuzong and it didn't seem to be suppressed. What's going on?" Nangongling stepped forward and asked with an open mind. Suzaimo expression grave, spreading away the divine consciousness, staring at the thick night in front, silent. It wasn't that he intentionally avoided it. However, his mind was all focused on exploring the surroundings, preparing to deal with the danger that might come at any time. He really didn't hear what Nangongling asked. If it was before the change, Nangongling was already angry, immediately frigid irony and scorching satire. But this time, Nangongling just smiled, scratched his head, and asked, "Little Uncle Master, who is your master? And is it a sword repair?" "We also have such a powerful sword in the Senior of 100 Refinements sect." "Repair it?" Suzaimo once used a sword chi and abolished Chengpeng. Once at the city gate, the sword evolved into a powerful artistic conception, cutting off the long sword in the hands of a dozen sword repairers, defeating Jian Wuzong. Therefore, not only Nangongling, but also the cultivator in Fenian City, also mistakenly thought that Suzaimo was a sword repair. Suzaimo still didn't answer, but frowned tightly, and looked darker in the dark night. "Little Uncle Master, what are you doing?" Rexuan also came up, curiously asked. "Let's all leave Fenian City, there is no danger. Why are you so anxious to rush back?" "Little Uncle Master, come here and talk to us." Rexuan shook Suzaimo's arm lightly, saying coquettishly. Liu Hanyan, who was silent, finally found some abnormalities and whispered, "Uncle Master, but what is the danger?" At this moment, Suzaimo finally said, "If something goes wrong for a while, you immediately escape and leave me alone." "What?" Nangongling, three people lightly startled, expression confused. On the way, although they were chatting, they also exuded divine consciousness, and they searched the surrounding environment and found no danger at all. Ggg. Just then, in the sky there was a ghastly laughter, sent cold shivers down one's spine. "Little baby, you are so keen that you can find me. But three of them can't escape. You can't escape. P.S. Fellow Taoist is still asking about Calgary. Let us talk about it. It's the year after the year, it may be the 5th or the 6th year. You talk about you. How sad you are, people stop and rest during the Chinese New Year! Exclamation mark. Many thanks at the beginning of Chiking. How far will it always be? A reward from a few silly cat buddies. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 917. Chapter 917 Devil. This voice sounded. The expression of three people in Nangongling changed greatly. Nangongling clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. The people in Fenian City are really stubborn and chased all the way. Liu Hanyan found a black stone from the storage bag and yelled, "We don't want this lava spa. If you want it, just take it." Nangongling, three people still don't realize who they are facing. Suzaimo stood up and said lightly, "They don't want stones, put away." Ggg. Little doll, you are still smart. The eerie voice sounded again. Originally, I planned to suppress and kill you and arrest them 3 times. Now it seems that you also have many secrets. Hee hee. The old man was a bit reluctant. Nangongling, three people stared at each other, consciously realized something, expression flustered. "Who are you?" Nangongling breathes deeply, asked again. Tone barely fell, and in the surrounding night, 7 silhouettes gradually emerged, standing exactly in 7 directions, surrounding their spirit boat. These 7 cultivator expressions are cold, looking at Suzaimo. 4 people, some eyes are playful, some cheeky, some murderers looking. The 7 cultivator costumes are all the same, with a faint flame on the cuffs. Nether Fire Temple. Nangongling III's face became extremely ugly. The hatred between the Nether Fire Temple and 100 Refinements sect is almost irreconcilable. They know very well that if they fall into the hands of the Temple of Nether Fire, they have nothing to end. When the divine consciousness of 3 people passed over the cultivator of 7 Nether Fire Halls, the hearts of 3 people sank completely. Their hands and feet were cold. Taoist of Void Return. The 7 Nether Fire Temple cultivators are all Void Return realm experts. The 2 sides differ by a great realm. Don't say that there are 7 Taoist of Void Return, even if one, it is enough to kill them. Cultivate to Void Return realm. The primordial spirit has no fear of howling the wind and the sun, and can travel around the world. What's more terrifying is that Taoist of Void Return's primordial spirit is powerful, and it can already launch a divine consciousness attack. Under the attack of divine consciousness, nascent soul true monarch can't bear it. This is a crush on a great realm. Rexuan was angry and angry. His face was a little pale, but still courageous. Loudly shouted, Your Nether Fire Hall sent 7 Taoist of Void Return to deal with our 4 nascent soul true monarch, but also, to have no shame, say no morals. Having said this, Rexuan's voice is getting smaller and smaller, and he has no momentum. The Nether Fire Temple is a group of unscrupulous cultivators, and there is no moral to them. Taoist of Void Return, a 7 Nether Fire Hall, stood around, sneering with his arms in his arms, with mockery in his eyes. From beginning to end, Suzaimo didn't talk. He didn't do it either. If it was only 7 Taoist of Void Return, he had all his cards out, and 80% were sure he could suppress and kill 7 people here. The real reason why Suzaimo didn't do it was because there was another person in the Nether Fire Hall who didn't show up. This person is the real backhand of the Nether Fire Temple. Suzaimo stared at the dark night ahead, pursed her lips tightly, and said nothing. Before long, a silhouette came out slowly during the night. The comer carried his body and crutches, was grayed out, and staggered, as if he would return to the west at any time. Suzaimo's eyes slightly narrowed, the killing heart just raised, and then suppressed again. Law Manifestation Tao Monarch. Although the comers are about to die, the breath emanating from him is definitely the unique breath of Law Manifestation Realm Expert. Although Suzaimo has cultivated 2 major primordial spirits shaking the old and illuminating the new, he has the ability to cross the border to kill. But the difference between 2 great realms is like a huge gap. He can't cross it at all. The power of Law Manifestation Realm is too scary, he can't bear it. At the beginning, in the Thousand Monsters Valley, Suzaimo played all the cards. Inspired the dragon transformation form, first with the divine phoenix bone, and accidentally recreated the overhanging peak of the Overlord. It was almost killed by his palm. It can be seen that the horror of Law Manifestation Tao Monarch. Later, if Jihuo Tao Monarch did not appear, he would have been suppressed and killed by the Overlord Summit. Even though this old man seems to be old-fashioned and full of twilight, Suzaimo is afraid to act blindly without thinking. If he were, he had many options. The most secure thing is to be unexpected, and use blood-escaping Great Law to break out of the siege and travel 1,000 miles. He released the blood-escaping Great Law with all his strength, and with the strength of the overwhelming peak, he could just keep up and not be thrown away. In front of this Law Manifestation Realm old man, it looks like it is the old age of the candlestick. Chi and blood are declining, and they can never catch up with him. But now, he has Nangongling 3 people beside him. He could not abandon 3 people and escape alone. Or, Suzaimo can choose Divide Phoenix Bone and try to fight head-to-head with this Law Manifestation Realm old man. But there is also a huge danger in this. With Suzaimo's power, Divine Phoenix Bone cannot be actively activated. Must rely on opponents. Even if you can successfully activate the Claw of Divine Phoenix, you may not be able to suppress and kill the old man in front of you. The uncertainty inside is too great. Without one strike certain kill, he and Nangongling 3 will be dead. Suddenly, Suzaimo's eyes flickered and he calmed down. converging killing intent, and waited for the opportunity. The more this happens, the more calm. Compared to Suzaimo, the Nangongling 3 is a little older, but they are all confused and at a loss. Nangongling 3 people can detect the cultivation realm of the 7 Taoist of void return around, but they can't detect the cultivation base of this old man. What does this mean? The call is law manifestation Tao monarch. While Suzaimo was thinking about the countermeasures, Nangongling 3's mind was already in a mess. If you say, the 7 Taoist of void return has made 3 people feel lifeless, the appearance of law manifestation Tao monarch left the hearts of 3 people in despair. Nascent soul true monarch, in front of law manifestation Tao monarch, is like a mortal in front of gold core Taoist. There is no chance at all. Liu Hanyan laughed at himself, saying, didn't expect. Our 3 juniors are actually worth the shot from a law manifestation Tao monarch in the Nether Fire Hall. You 3, of course, it's not worth it. The old man grinned, and the wrinkles on his face were already stacked, saying, but Crimson Flame Heart Sutra on yours is worth it. Nangongling 3 people feel cold. The old man again said, after catching you, 1 month later, the 100 Refinements sect lost the battle for the refiner at the 1000 Crane Tea Party. After squeezing your stuff dry, you might be able to use your 3 little cubs to lead your master. Such a stone 3-bird strategy. Are you worth it? GGG. Hearing here, Nangongling 3 is ashamed. Nangongling 3 people have only single thought head. Since then, at this moment, a huge coercion came down, and the 3 people in Nangongling felt that they could not move, and they could not even do anything with the primordial spirit. Just listen to the old man saying quietly, fall in my hands, I will let you die, you can die. Otherwise, you have no chance to kill yourself, devil. You are the devil. Rexuan broke down completely, crying loudly. Nangongling and Liu Hanyan were also scared and pale, their bodies trembling slightly. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 918. Chapter 918 Waiting for an Opportunity. On the spirit boat. The only thing that can stay calm is Suzaimo. Suzaimo went all the way to the battle. He was invincible at the same level. He had not lost to defeat. He had accumulated an invincible momentum, and it was difficult to shake it. Even more how? When he was competing for heaven murdering sword art in Thousand Monsters Valley. He also played against many overlords. The 3P Claw manifestation Tao monarch. Although that short battle was Jihuo Tao monarch's use of his body. But with this experience, he wouldn't be scared into chaos when facing law manifestation Tao monarch. Nangongling 3 people lived in there 2 years without this experience. Facing law manifestation Tao monarch, his heart was desperate, and he was deterred by the old man 3 words and 2 words in the Nether Fire Hall. 3 people lose one's head out of fear and have completely collapsed. The Nether Fire Hall old man squinted, fell on Suzaimo on the spirit boat, and chuckled up. Little baby, you've only lived for more than 100 years, and you have such a temperament, which is really rare. The old man in the Nether Fire gave a strange laugh, and then the words turned around and said, you can still be so calm. Are you waiting for the 100 Refinements sect expert to rescue you? Suzaimo is silent. He believes that 100 Refinements sect will be alert if they have not returned in 4 days. Maybe, at this time, a sect expert has come to the rescue. The old man in the Nether Fire grinned and said, well, let me tell you, even if 100 Refinements sect reacts, it's too late. Nangongling 3 people expressed despair. It seems that everything is under the control of the old man in the Nether Fire Hall. They have no chance to escape. Liu Hanyan and people like Xuan Liang couldn't move, but just wept silently, and their bodies were shaking. Old fogey, I think you look like this. It's also life essence. Suzaimo looked at the old man in the Nether Fire Hall, suddenly sneered. Hee, even if we fall, how long can you live? 30 years, 100 years. Hearing Suzaimo's sneer and sarcasm, Nangongling glanced slightly, secretly said in one's heart, little Uncle Master really fearing nothing in heaven or earth. At this situation, he can still laugh. I'm not as good as this deadly spirit. Thinking about it, Nan Gongling gritted his teeth. His blood surged up, and he secretly exclaimed, "Anyway, it's death. It's better to scold yourself before death." At this point, Nan Gongling also broke out and yelled, "You have an old dog, and you have a fart to practice at law manifestation realm. It's not all about to die. Ha 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 ha, I'm waiting for you below, you old fart." The old man in the nether fire shivered with anger. Suzaimo and Nan Gongling said these two sentences. They can be regarded as his pain. No matter how high his realm is, he can't resist years of erosion. The old man in the nether fire palace was gloomy and gloomy. Icily said, "Even if I only have 80 years of life essence, I will live longer than your little ones." Hearing here, Suzaimo's heart moved slightly, nodding his killing intent in his eyes. The old man in the nether fire gritted his teeth and said, "Be assured, before I die, you must kill your little ones." Tone barely fell, and the old man in the nether fire temple flickered a brow, releasing a terrifying divine consciousness, which came suddenly and hit the sea of consciousness of Suzaimo. 4 people, Nan Gongling 3 people were shocked, and the primordial spirit was hit by this divine consciousness. It was much darker and fainted on the spot. Suzaimo fell down softly. "Go." The nether fire palace old man waved the robe, rolled Suzaimo 4 people onto a huge dark cloud, and took 7 Taoist of void return, and soon disappeared in place. The spirit boat that originally carried the Suzaimo 4 people lost the support of magic power and suspended for a moment before falling. In the night, the peace was restored again. The dark clouds carried Suzaimo's crowds all the way, very fast. "This time we have done a great job. Grasping these 3 people is equivalent to holding the lifeline of 100 refinements sect Keixing Dao Monarch." "Yeah, thanks to you, senior." "That's right, let's take you senior too." The 7 Taoist of void return was another flattery. Nether fire temple old man with hands on his hands, expressionless, lightly saying, "To deal with 4 nascent soul realm cubs, if I can still miss, then my 10,000 years are alive." Listening to the sounds around him, Suzaimo fell aside. Although conscious, he remained motionless and tried to control his emotions. Even the heartbeats and the blood flows, maintaining a constant state. If he is only facing Taoist of void return, he need not be so cautious. But the old man in nether fire is law manifestation Dao Monarch. Although it is already late, Suzaimo dares not care. He did not faint, and was able to stay awake, not because the old man in the nether fire had failed. In his sea of consciousness, the dark-haired primordial spirit has indeed been stunned. Even with the protection of good fortune as your lotus, the black primordial spirit could not withstand the shock of the divine consciousness of the old man in the nether fire hall. But there is another primordial spirit in Suzaimo's sea of consciousness. Practice the great desolate monster king's secret scripture with the red-haired yin divinity. At this time, the red-haired yin divinity was hiding in the corner of the sea of consciousness, expression calm, waiting for the opportunity. Waiting patiently for the opportunity. As long as this opportunity is grasped, it is not impossible to suppress and kill the old fire hall of the nether fire. Of course, all this must be done before returning to the nether fire temple. If he enters the site of the nether fire temple, even if he can suppress and kill the nether fire temple old man and the other 7 Taoist of void return, he will definitely alarm the nether fire temple expert and will still be arrested. They have been galloping for more than an hour. Suzaimo probably knows the location of the nether fire hall. If law manifestation Dao Monarch controls the magic tool and goes all out, he will arrive in about 2 hours. Time is running out. Once in the nether fire hall, even if he has the means to reach the sky, he can only stand still. Suzaimo was already anxious. He even wondered if he would get up and fight now. But soon, he gave up the idea. This dark cloud is very large. Suzaimo 4 people are still in the middle of the dark cloud. The 7 Taoist of void return are very close to them. But the old man in the nether fire hall stands at the front of the dark cloud. 2 people are far away from each other by 10 jang. Suzaimo changed a little, and before he got close to the old man in the nether fire hall, the latter must have noticed it first. This plan will fail with Egnin. Suzaimo keeps calming his heart and keep waiting. The longer time has passed, the less chances he has. But now he can only wait. Facing law manifestation Damonok, he has no chance of making a second shot. If he fails, he will die, not himself, and 3 people from Nangongling. At this moment, the old man in the front of the nether fire hall suddenly turned around and moved towards Suzaimo. "You senior." 7 Taoist of Void Return quickly saluted. Nether fire hall old man nodded, condescending, looking at Suzaimo. 4 people, his eyes were dim. "I don't know what I was thinking, senior. But what's wrong?" A Taoist of Void Return asked quietly. "It's a pity such a good fleshly body. It's a pity that my life essence will be exhausted." The nether fire shrine old man shook his head, sighed, squatted down, stretched out his thin palms, pinched Suzaimo's body arms, licked his lips and said, "If it had happened to me earlier, I would rather give up my fleshly body, to take away his house." "Is it?" The old man in the nether fire palace was his own sigh of emotion, didn't expect. But suddenly heard a response in his ear. Cold and biting, killing intent exclamation mark. "Today is New Year's Eve, 2 chapters are released together, and I wish everyone a happy new year. I wish you all a good year, good health, good health, good health!" Exclamation mark. Patients with lumbar disc herniation found that Shimu is not as important as physical health. Many thanks little, Xinuoxian, Midsummer Fruit, Kang Celestial Quartz Reward. That's right, this year is the year of the dog, and also the birth year of our bachelor Wang. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 919 Chapter 919 Slaughter Damonok. Nether Fire Temple. Old man heart startled. This sound did not come from the 7 Taoist of Void Return around him, but from his feet. This little cub of nascent soul realm was not shocked by his divine consciousness. How can this be? Nether Fire Temple. Old man frowned. Suddenly, he smelled a breath of death. Although, over the years, with the passage of time, this breath has been getting closer. But he had never felt such a strong breath of death. It's like, next moment, he will fall here. How could a nascent soul true monarch threaten him? Too late to think. The old man in the nether fire palace immediately wanted to get up, retreat, and leave this dangerous place under his feet. Suddenly, on the withered wrist of the old man in the nether fire hall, there were 2 white and powerful palms, and he held him tightly, like an iron clamp. He made a subconscious effort, but did not break free. The old man's expression of nether fire changed greatly, and his eyes were swept away. I saw a pair of blue tendons appearing on the palms of his pair of children who were holding his wrists. Skeleton mutation, sharp claws at the fingertips, scarlet-eared scales growing on the back of the hand. Weird. Nether fire. The old man looked subconsciously. His pupils contracted sharply. I saw that the azure clothes man who should have passed out had sat up. His black hair disappeared, and replaced with full head of red hair, scarlet as blood. In the eyes of a pair of azure clothes, the twinkling lights of the demon are twinkling, and the whole body exudes a heartbreaking breath. "You are a demon." The nether fire hall old man had just spoken, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by another voice. Only 2 words, but it made him feel a thrill. "Baron." The voice didn't fall. In the sky suddenly a wave of extremely strange magic power suddenly appeared. Centered on the azure clothes man, a path of grey ripples emerged from the feet of the old man in the nether fire hall, like a rippling water, covering him in. The nether fire hall old man could have been out of the envelope of the grey ripples, but his wrist was stunned by the azure clothes man. Just a short pause. His entire body has already fallen into grey ripples. This feeling is very strange. It seemed to be sinking into a swamp, and his body became a bit heavy. Immediately afterwards, the old man in nether fire seemed to feel something. His eyes were wide, his eyes were full of horror, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. "Xiu-yuan." Nether fire. The old man opened his mouth. His expression trembled, his voice trembling. as if he was experiencing great fear. He was approaching his old age. Within the body, chi and blood was extremely debilitated and his body was thin. But now, the little flesh left on him is drying up at the speed visible by naked eye, and in a flash, the whole person is already skinny. My Shu. The nether fire temple seems to want the roar hysterical, but the sound is more hoarse and low, until it is silent. His staring eyes had become dull and his eyes were withered. The old man in the nether fire hall flickered, and a wave of divine consciousness appeared, which seemed to be the primordial spirit in the sea of consciousness. I wanted to finally struggle, but soon, nothing happened. The life aura on the old man has disappeared so much without a trace. The 7 Taoist of void return in the nether fire hall stared at the old man in the nether fire hall. In one breath, the oil was exhausted, only one bone was left, without the vitality. 7 people, each and every one, were stunned, with incredible colors in their eyes. The whole process happened too fast. The 7 Taoist of void return took a moment to hold back, but it couldn't slow down. The grey ripples had rippled to their side. 7 Taoist of void return were among them, and it didn't feel much at first. But soon, 7 people complexion greatly changed. Their life essence is decaying. Although the speed is not fast, this attenuation is irreversible. At this moment, the azure clothes man who was originally sitting on the ground stood up, tall. His whole shirt was broken, and a path of scarlet-eared scales grew on his body. Dancing with red hair, monster chi is turbulent, murderous-looking, as if an ancient demon, wanting to swallowing the world, slaughtering all beings. You, who are you? A Taoist of void return was scared by this sudden change, and asked with a shudder. This red-haired monster race is not someone else, it is Suzaimo. The process of killing the old man in the nether fire hall, the law manifestation Tao monarch, seems simple, but in fact, he has been planning for a long time. Since the appearance of the old man in the nether fire hall, Suzaimo has been thinking about how to take 3 people out of Nangongling. Thinking about it, there is no one-size-fits-all strategy. Later, he noticed one thing. The body of the old man in the nether fire hall exudes a strong twilight atmosphere, and it seems that his life will soon die. Therefore, Suzaimo deliberately used words to stimulate the old man in the nether fire temple, saying things like, "You don't have much life essence and can't live long." Nangongling thought that Suzaimo had already regarded death as if he had died, and had been addicted before death, and followed a scolding. As everyone knows, Suzaimo is exploring the bottom of the old man in the nether fire hall. The nether fire palace old man was deceived, revealing that he still had 80 years of life essence. It's no wonder the old man in nether fire, although he has lived for 10,000 years, he has never heard of nascent soul true monarch being able to control a power that affects law manifestation Tao monarch. Moreover, this is an irreversible force that can make life essence exhaustion. It's not just him. At heavenly desolate continent, I'm afraid no one can believe it. A nascent soul realm cultivator has already mastered this power. This is exactly the horror of the great desolate monster king's secret scripture. Of course, Suzaimo is difficult to understand because there are many weird and mysterious characters in the monster lore. In addition, the realm is limited, and he is not yet able to use the Baron real formidable power. Moreover, the grey ripples that diffuse from the Baron, the closer to the center, the faster the life essence decays. Therefore, Suzaimo never dared to act blindly without thinking. He can only wait for one occasion. Let 2 people be close enough to not give the old man in nether fire the chance to get away in the least. In fact, just as Suzaimo expected, the first reaction of the old man in the nether fire hall was to retreat after the desert was released. But Suzaimo had already clenched his arms, making it difficult for him to break free. Of course, even from the center of the grey ripples, it is only reducing the life essence at a rate of 100 years. For a normal law manifestation Tao monarch, there is enough reaction between one breath to respond, even to fight back. Law manifestation Tao monarch's divine thought is enough to suppress and kill Suzaimo. But the nether fire hall is different. In one breath time, his 80 years of life essence is left, and it has been consumed. Although the whole process is short, the previous temptation, the middle weight, including the final shot, any link error, will be completely different. Two results. Desolation. This monster law can't show its true formidable power. It can only be regarded as a trick. Like today, within the scope of grey ripples, a law manifestation Tao monarch falls on the spot. But the influence of 7 Taoist of void return is not great. As a result, the 7 Taoist of void return distances are slightly longer, and the decay rate of life essence is relatively slow, dying for 80 years and dying for 50 years. In 2 years, 7 talents are in their 2000s and 3000s. Compared with 5,000 years of life essence, they are regarded as the peak period of the current year. 1 or 2 breath-reducing life essences have too little effect on them. Of course, as long as you kill the old man in the Nether Fire Hall, the remaining 7 people are not afraid of Suzaimo. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 920. Chapter 920, The Fire Will Burn. What is this monster law? On the dark cloud, a Taoist of void return expression panicked and exclaimed, "Killing monster law." Suzaimo drank, took a breath, and wailed. Ang! The loud dragon's roar sounded, wearing golden cracks, vibration of heaven and earth. There are no outsiders here. Nangongling. 3 people fainted. Suzaimo no longer needs to cover up, transforming into Dragon Clan form, erupting dragon's roar. Dragon Clan, in immemorial era, is the honor of the 10,000 family. Any race, including human race, hears the sound of dragon's roar, the deep memory and the imprint in bloodline, they will cause them to fear uncontrollably. And dragon's roar, originally a big slaughter technique of Dragon Clan. Suzaimo cultivates the great desolate monster king's secret scripture, within the body and into the dragon blood. This bloodline is stronger than the real Dragon Clan. Today, this dragon's roar has erupted, and the impact on the 7-bit Taoist of void return is too great. Among them, the closest one, Taoist of void return, was caught off guard. The whole person was in situ. His eyes were instantly congested, and his expression was rigid. The next moment, the 7 trick of this Taoist of void return slowly drained a path of scarlet blood. This person is just a void return realm early stage. His fleshly body is weak and can't resist the penetration of dragon's raw sound. He was shocked to death on the spot. The primordial spirit failed to escape, and was shocked by 40%. 5 cracked. At the beginning of the 10,000 Demon Conference, Suzaima could suppress the Major Lords without transforming the dragon body. You know, the Major Lords are the most expert in 1000 Monsters Valley mid-level monster demon. The 7 Taoist of void return in front of them are just the cultivator of the Nether Fire Hall. How can it be compared with the killing all the way, sitting on their main lords of the subduing a region? Even more how? Suzaimo is now transforming into a dragon shape and bursting out with all his strength. After all, these 7 Taoist of void return are not opponents at all. Taoist of void return, which stood a little farther, was not shaken by the sound of dragon's roar, but it was also a big shock. His mind was chaotic and his ears hummed. Suzaimo's body flickered, and in a moment he came to one of them, reached out his finger, and poked at his brows. This person's eyebrows appear a blood hole. The Taoist of void return hasn't responded yet, and the primordial spirit is poked to death. Even the mid-level monster demon in 1000 Monsters Valley can't stop Suzaimo's fleshly body. These Taoist of void return fleshly bodies are cowardly. In front of Suzaimo of dragon transformation, it looks like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Suzaimo's body flashed again, and monster chi was turbulent. He stretched his stout fingers and pierced the brows of the other 2 Taoist of void return. Taoist of void return under his dragon claw. There is no resistance at all. In a blink of an eye, there are already 4 Taoist of void return. Finally, the remaining 3 Taoist of void return awakened from the voice of dragon's roar and saw the bloody scene around them, which was already face pale. Call. Bad winds hit. A tall silhouette of a scarlet-eared came to the 3 people, and found out the terrible covering hand, and moved towards 3 people caught over. Kill. Among them, Two Taoists of void return clenched their teeth, and immediately broke out a divine consciousness attack, while pinching magic arts, condensing two huge nether fires. The rest of Taoists of void return, not even think, run away. Two divine consciousness attacks, instantly. But at Suzaimo's left wrist, a dazzling golden light bloomed, quickly forming a golden mask. A path of mysterious runes emerged from it. Wisdom King's prayer beads is a primordial spirit's magic tool. Two divine consciousness attacks, hitting the golden mask, could not break into Suzaimo's sea of consciousness at all, and immediately collapsed. Two nether fires fused together to form a dim and cold fireball, moved towards Suzaimo's face door, and fiercely hit it. Suzaimo coldly snorted, stretched out his right hand and grabbed the nether fireball directly. Under the gaze of two Taoists of void return, this nether fireball was caught by Suzaimo with his bare hands, and Suzaimo's palm is intact. Two Taoists of void return opened their mouths, their eyes horrified inexplicably, as if they saw a ghost. This is the palm with a divine phoenix bone. Nether fire cannot erode at all. Two successive attacks failed, and Suzaimo had killed two of them. Below this distance, the two Taoists of void return have no chance to escape. Suzaimo extended the hand, patted on the heads of two people. Puh. Puh. The skulls of two people were smashed on the spot, and the primordial spirit is dead. Suzaimo looked up, staring at the last Taoist of void return who had fled the battlefield and was about to fall into the night. He seemed motionless and had given up on hunting. However, a strange change took place in his right eye, as if giving birth to a scorching sun, bursting out a dazzling beam of light, immersed in the sky, and instantly penetrated the head of the Taoist of void return. Thump. The last Taoist of void return, die here. The light beams dispersed. Night came again, between heaven and earth, and peace was restored. In the dark clouds, there is only a tall silhouette, full of scarlet-haired armor, red hair, dancing, gaze as if a torch, like a peerless demon god. At this point, not many people in the entire true cultivation world know that the 10,000 ancient monsters that trembled countless heaven-chosen and dreaded by countless sects have arrived in the central territory. The autumn wind is bleak, and the war will burn. In an instant, the night passed. As soon as dawn broke, Dongfeng turned white. Keixing Dao monarch has endured the hardships of a long journey, gloomy face, and an eyebrow can hardly hide his worries, descending in front of the 100 Refinements Great Hall. When Baiyan Dao monarch saw Keixing Dao monarch returning alone, he realized that the situation was not good, but he greeted him and asked, "How?" Keixing Dao monarch shook his head. He searched outside all night, with almost no rest, exhausted physically and mentally. "Don't worry, maybe they are just playing, and with their cultivation base, there may not be any danger." Baiyan Dao monarch comforted. Keixing Dao monarch sighed, "It's too late." "What?" Baiyan Dao monarch asked. Keixing Dao monarch said, "I immediately rushed to Fenian city and inquired that the four of them did make a lot of noise in the city, but they rushed out unharmed. Later, I chased Fenian city again, searching all the way, and finally found this." Keixing Dao monarch took out a spirit boat, and glanced at it with sadness. This is Rongxuan's spirit boat. When he stepped into nascent soul realm, I gave her a gift. This Baiyan Dao monarch knew in his heart that the four people of Nangongling were probably bodil rather than well. But he reassured, the loss of the spirit boat doesn't necessarily prove anything. Perhaps four of them escaped. Keixing Dao monarch shook his head. On the spirit boat, the atmosphere of law manifestation Dao monarch remains, and it is from the Nether Fire Temple. "What?" Baiyan Dao monarch expression changed. Keixing Dao monarch bit his sorrow and gritted his teeth. "They have been captured by the Nether Fire Hall in Nangong. This aura is also intentionally left by the Nether Fire Hall." "Nether Fire, you are declaring war, you are playing with fire." Jihuo Dao monarch's voice came from the Great Hall. "Murderers looking." Keixing Dao monarch sorrowfully said, "Poor children, They have fallen into the nether fire hall. I do not know what kind of torture they will endure. Baiyan Dao Monarch knows that the Nangongling three people are the direct disciple of Kaixing Dao Monarch. Now that three disciples are in trouble, Kaixing Dao Monarch's heart is so painful that others can't understand it, and he doesn't know how to comfort him. At this moment, a sect disciple came galloping, expressing joy, loudly said, reporting to sect master, "Teach, senior brother Nangong, they are back." 2 more bursts. Many thanks, wind season, sunshine, heart-watering reward. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 921. Chapter 921, Peerless Master. At this point, Kaixing Dao Monarch was immersed in grief and didn't hear anything. Instead, Baiyan Dao Monarch frowned, looking at the person, solemnly asked, "Which senior brother Nangong?" The sect disciple said, "It's Nangongling senior brother, Liu Hanyan, such as senior sister Xuan Liang." What? This time, Kaixing Dao Monarch can hear it clearly. Kaixing Dao Monarch turned around suddenly, came to this person in an instant, grabbed the sect disciple's shoulders, stared at his eyes, and asked loudly, "You mean, Nangongling they are still alive and already back?" Well, listening to the disciplinary patrolling near sect said that senior brother Nangong is heading for sect side. The cultivator said, startled by the appearance of Kaixing Dao Monarch. The news of Nangongling's arrest was still secret and was not disclosed. Baiyan Dao Monarch and Kaixing Dao Monarch are worried that the matter will cause people's hearts. 2 people just told sect's disciples to pay attention to the news and whereabouts of 4 people in Nangongling. So, this cultivator doesn't know why 2 Dao Monarch are so excited. Kaixing Dao Monarch not even think, "We have to leave to meet." It was Baiyan Dao Monarch who calmed down and grabbed him, reminding him, "Wait first, be careful." What? Kaixing Dao Monarch hesitated for a moment, and responded quickly, "It's too weird." Nangongling 4 nascent soul true monarchs were captured by Law Manifestation Dao Monarch in the Nether Fire Hall. Why did they suddenly return? Baiyan Dao Monarch expression calmly, turned his head and asked, "Apart from the 4 of them, can anyone else follow?" This is not clear. It should not be. The sect disciple said, "If there is an outsider, the senior brother of the messenger will definitely mention it." Kaixing Dao Monarch was anxious, and asked quickly, "The 3 of them are injured. How are they? Have they been coerced?" The sect disciple was sweating and said, "The news just said that the senior brother Nangong 4 were safe and sound, but whether they were being coerced? Disciple really don't know." Okay. At this moment, Jihuo Dao Monarch's voice rang in Kaixing Dao Monarch's mind, "Go and pick them up." This calamity should be resolved. Although, Jihuo Dao Monarch is also unclear, how Suzaimo took Nangongling 4 people and escaped from a Law Manifestation Dao Monarch. But he speculates that only Suzaimo can make this possible. In fact, Jihuo Dao Monarch already speculated. However, he still didn't expect that Suzaimo did not escape from a Law Manifestation Dao Monarch, but killed Law Manifestation Dao Monarch directly. "Okay, I will go." Kaixing Dao Monarch couldn't wait, his body flickered, and moved towards sect. On the brand new spirit boat, Nangongling 3 people have woke up. After more than 2 hours of rushing, the spirit boat will arrive at 100 Refinements sect. "Little Uncle Master, what's going on?" "Little Uncle Master, what happened? Didn't we fall into the hands of the Nether Fire Temple?" "Little Uncle Master, what about the old fart?" Along the way, since the 3 people of Nangongling woke up, they came to Suzaimo, and chirp Twitter asked him, and wished to pry his brain away. Even Liu Hanyan couldn't sit still, with a quiet red face, pulling Suzaimo's sleeve, and whispering, "Uncle Master, what happened last night?" Suzaimo has already transformed the shape of dark-haired azure clothes, just sitting in front of the spirit boat, said with a bitter smile, "I don't know, I wake up, we are already on this spirit boat." "Little Uncle Master, you lie, I don't believe it." Rexuan pursed his mouth, doubting his face. Liu Hanyan also tilted his head slightly, and beautiful eyes looked at Suzaimo without blinking. as if he wanted to see something secret. Can't tell why, Liu Hanyan and Rexuan just feel that this matter must have something to do with Suzaimo. Not as simple as he said. I have to say that women's intuition is really accurate. It also makes no sense. There was a murmur in Suzaimo's heart, and he almost thought he was showing some weak spot. But he couldn't explain it and couldn't say it. Could it be that I killed the law manifestation Tao monarch with the cultivation base of nascent soul realm and exhibited the divine might, and then transformed into a half-human form, and killed 7 Taoist of void return? This may sound even more magical. Even more how? He didn't want to reveal his identity. At this point, Suzaimo can only brace oneself and say, I'm the cultivation realm, a little taller, awake earlier than you guys. Liu Hanyan and others like Xuan Liang are still skeptical and refuse to believe it. Compared to 2 people, Nan Gongling is really much more. Nan Gongling helped Suzaimo make a siege and said, Junior sister, don't worry about the little uncle master. This should be the shot of a peerless master, so we can save ourselves. Who is that peerless master? Why don't you show up? Rexuan twitched his lips. He asked. This Nan Gongling expression, alas, momentarily speechless. How could he know who the peerless master is? Rexuan turned his head, staring at Suzaimo, and said, HMPH, little uncle master, you don't want to hide. This matter must have something to do with you. I know. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Rexuan's head, exclaiming. A few people were taken aback at the scene. Rexuan came to Suzaimo mysteriously, and said firmly, little uncle master, don't hide it. That peerless master must have been found by you. Right. Suzaimo, after a while, seeing that people like Xuan Liang are still entangled in themselves, Suzaimo's heart moved, expression suddenly became found mystery, and said, well, now that you have discovered my secret, I will not hide it. Suzaimo lightly coughed, lightly saying, actually, it was I who killed the law manifestation Tao monarch in the Nether Fire Hall. By the way, I suppressed and killed 7 Taoist of void return by the way. Cut. Hearing Suzaimo's words, Rexuan didn't believe it. Liu Hanyan frowned slightly, pondering, and seemed to think about every word he said to Suzaimo. 100 Refinements sect is just ahead. Suddenly, the clothing splitting the air sounded, and a silhouette fast as lightning came, and in an instant, it had already landed on this spirit boat. Master Nan Gongling, 3 people escaped from the dead, and now when they see Kaixing Tao monarch, they are naturally full of joy, and they stand up and meet. But then, the 3 people seemed to think of something, and gradually came back. Each and every one was guilty, and he dared not speak. Kaixing Tao monarch was originally worried, but seeing 3 people in Nan Gongling jumping around without any injuries, I can't help but complexion sank to get really angry. You 3 little bastard, don't worry too much. After a brief silence, Kaixing Tao monarch roared, spitting the stars, and sprayed 3 people's faces directly. Suzaimo looked at the 3 people in Nan Gongling, shrugged, with a self-seeking expression of blessing, and he hurried away, for fear of being affected. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 922 Chapter 922 Witches Junior. From outside the gate to 100 Refinements Great Hall, Nan Gongling, 3 people were sprayed all the way by Kaixing Tao monarch and reprimanded. They were sprayed out of their skin, their faces were drooling, and they dared not wipe them. Without Nan Gongling, 3 people entangled, Suzaimo watched lively and happy. Kaixing Tao monarch naturally asked about the whole thing. Suzaimo is still feigning ignorance. He fools over and says he wakes up and is already on the spirit boat. Kaixing Tao monarch, who took Suzaimo with 4 people, has been at the door of the 100 Refinements Great Hall, before stopping the reprimand and taking a breath. Master, you're tired too. We know something wrong. Drink some saliva. Rexuan most pleases Kaixing Tao monarch, hurrying to get over. I do not know where to get a steaming cup of tea, and passed it. Kaixing Tao monarch snorted, took the tea, drank it, and said angrily, wait for this period of time. and see how I can teach you. Nangongling. 3 people looked at each other and knew that this was a thing of the past. 3 people were relieved, and by accident, pulled up their sleeves and wiped the saliva on their faces. It's okay. 1 month later, it will be 1000 crane tea parties. When the time comes, you have the opportunity to commit crimes and make achievements. Baiyan Dao Monarch said with a smile. Hee. Kixing Dao Monarch thought about it, turned around, looked at Suzaima with a frown, and said in a deep voice, Junior brother, although you are young, after all, they are their 3 elders. They made trouble with 3 juniors, and you followed it, didn't know to stop it. Suzaima has just come up with heaven-murdering sword art and is ready to continue. Comprehend. Didn't expect. Kixing Dao Monarch turned around and began to teach him. I've known all day that I can read a broken book there. What kind of name can I see? After Kixing Dao Monarch trained 3 people in Nangongling, he was obviously still out of breath. He continued, you, as their 3 uncle masters, need to study hard and be a role model. You can't just go idle all day and watch some mess 7-8 bad miscellaneous books. Suzaima is all choked. He was also the first to hear that someone called heaven-murdering sword art a miscellaneous book. Suzaima knew that Kixing Dao Monarch was concerned about the Nangongling 3 people, and then turned his head to teach him. But it was not intentional. Suzaima didn't take it seriously, he smiled and didn't justify it. The Nangongling 3 people nearby couldn't hear it anymore. Liu Hanyan quickly stepped forward and said, Master, I don't blame this on Uncle Master. I want to go to a meeting. Senior brother Nangong and Ruxuan junior sister accompanied me. He tried to stop him, but I was too much stubborn. Not to blame junior sister. Nangongling also said, after a month, junior sister will participate in the battle for refiners. She is too stressed, so she wants to go out and relax. And, in this matter, the little uncle master did his best to stop us. I have been making troubles. The little uncle master was worried that we were in danger and just followed. After experiencing the situation in Fenian City, Nangongling watched Suzaima wipe out Chengpeng, a natural phenomenon on the list. He also suppressed Jian Wuzong, who ranked 3rd in the natural phenomenon list, and couldn't even pull out his sword. His impression of Suzaima has changed greatly. At this point, he also stood up and helped Suzaima speak. Kixing Dao Monarch slightly frowned. His disciples have always been the master of revered master, and have never rebelled against him. Even if he was reprimanded so harshly, these disciples never said a word. Didn't expect. He just said this mulling lightly, these few disciplines can't stand it. Kixing Dao Monarch took a deep look at Suzaima, and secretly exclaimed, it seems that my junior brother has some ability. He knows the 3 disciple around him best. Each and every one is a proud and arrogant generation, and suddenly appeared a younger than them, and the uncle master with a similar realm. They must not be convinced. I didn't expect. It was only 2 months. His 3 disciples even started to speak to this uncle master. Ruxuan also jumped out, even more directly, and said arrogantly, Master, you are not allowed to say the little uncle master. Did you know that in Fenian City, we would have been bullied to death for 3 years without the little uncle master? It's up. Speaking of which, Ruxuan's eyes were lightly red, and he almost cried. Kixing Dao Monarch has been to Fenian City. But I only know about it, I don't know the details. Before he asked, Ruxuan was already crying, narrating several battles in Fenian City. Continuously defeated the 2 phenomena heaven chosen on the natural phenomenon list, sacked 2 hidden killer gate assassins, and scored more than a dozen sword sect cultivator teamed together. This record is shocking enough. Coupled with Ruxuan's rendering, his voice is full of emotions. Even Kixing Dao Monarch and Baiyan Dao Monarch too are listening to heartbeat and passion. Kixing Dao Monarch's brow gradually stretched, looking at Suzaima's eyes, also softened a lot. Liu Hanyan took a dark stone out of the storage bag and handed it over, saying, Master, This is the stone. Keixing Dao Monarch took over. The divine consciousness of law manifestation realm was detected, and it was detected. Sure enough, it is lava spa. Keixing Dao Monarch and Beiyan Dao Monarch look at each other, nodded. Rexuan added, although I don't know, Master, why are you suddenly rushing to collect these top spiritual materials? But if there was no young uncle Master, this stone would have been snatched away. Well, Moling is doing a good job. Keixing Dao Monarch held his own identity, and it was impossible to apologize to Suzaimo, so he gave a ha-ha and said, oh, it's my junior brother. It really gives sect a long face. Nangongling. Three people finally smiled. Who knows what Keixing Dao Monarch thought, suddenly turned his head and stared at the Rexuan. Three people, counting off. Uncle Master is Uncle Master. What little Uncle Master? How old is it? Look at you three, there are no rules. Change it in the future and hear nothing. Understood. Nangongling. Three people didn't dare to speak back, and promised weakly. Keixing Dao Monarch, holding the lava spa, turned and walked into the great hall, intending to give this stone to Jihuo Dao Monarch first. Deep in the great hall, in a spirit bond of immortal chi, sits a red light flashing primordial spirit. As soon as Keixing Dao Monarch set the lava spa beside him, he heard Jihuo Dao Monarch lightly saying, just now, you're pretty powerful. What? Keixing Dao Monarch listened to Jihuo Dao Monarch's tone was not right, forced a smile, and said, Ancestor Master, you laughed. I am the lesson for the tiger. Which is junior? Jihuo Dao Monarch asked again. All. Keixing Dao Monarch was a little hairy, his eyes fluttered, and he was out of breath. Jihuo Dao Monarch's primordial spirit slowly came out of spirit pond, coldly said, Moling, it's my disciplinary with you Master Tanks in a generation. Do you dare call him junior brother? What? Keixing Dao Monarch was startled. In this way, he had to respectfully call Moling an Uncle Master. You have the courage to dare to teach you Moling Uncle Master. This is to deceive the perpetrators. Deceiving masters extinguishing ancestors. Jihuo Dao Monarch scolded again. Keixing Dao Monarch plopped, scared to his knees, crying without tears. This is good. I came in and sent a stone. I didn't get a compliment. I was scolded and covered with a scold. And an Uncle Master. Thanks for the big stone. How far will it always be? Summer fruit, T8Y. Speechless. After dusk, go away and give a reward. Eternal Sacred King. Chapter 923. Chapter 923, Taking Advantage. 100 Refinements. Great Hall. Keixing Dao Monarch had just gone in a short time, and covered in dirt came out, looking up at Suzaimo, with a grieving expression. Suzaimo didn't know what was happening in the Great Hall, and looked at it by Keixing Dao Monarch, a little hairy. Keixing Dao Monarch sighed, thinking of the scolding of Ancestor Master. He could only come to Suzaimo honestly. Under the watchful eyes of the three disciples of Nangongling, he bowed slightly, performed junior ceremony, took a deep breath, and said, Keixing, meet the little Uncle Master. Having said this, Keixing Dao Monarch only felt his cheeks hot, and wished to find a place to dig into it. Although I didn't look up, Keixing Dao Monarch could guess what the Nangongling three people look like today. How smart Suzaimo is. After a while, he guessed that Keixing Dao Monarch must have been taught by Jihuo Dao Monarch in the Great Hall. Suzaimo doesn't take seniority seriously. Even more how? He is young, and his cultivation realm is low. Now he has such a big advantage, and he also has some sorry. Suzaimo hurried forward, holding up Keixing Dao Monarch, and said, it doesn't have to be this way. If senior doesn't, just call my name. This can't be done. Keixing Dao Monarch shook his head. Although he was unhappy and unconvinced, he and sect both regarded the number of courtesy as important and could not mess with the rules. Nangongling three people watched in a fog and listened for a moment. How did this happen in a flash? Their master had to saluted Moling and called Uncle Master? If they come by generations, wouldn't they have to call Moling an ancestral Uncle Master? Master. Rexuan rushed together and couldn't help but ask, what's going on? isn't Mo Ling your junior brother? Why suddenly became your uncle master? Kixing Dao monarch suffocated in his heart. Tu stared, scolded, which that many questions, go along. Afterwards, he called 3 Rigzuan people and said in a deep voice, listen, you have to change the name later. This is your ancestral uncle master. Our life has dropped again. The Nangongling 3 people looked at each other, and they didn't hesitate. They bowed to Suzaimo, saluted, and shouted, meet the ancestral uncle master. Uncle master, ancestral uncle master is just a name for them. It doesn't matter. Because, in the hearts of their 3 people, Suzaimo has been accepted. It was Kixing Dao monarch who was on the sidelines, with a heart in his heart. Kixing Dao monarch glanced around and saw that Baiyan Dao monarch next to him had the opportunity to slip away, and hurried forward, dragging it over. Don't run either, we 2 generations. You have to call uncle master. Kixing Dao monarch found a little friend and felt better, a look of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Baiyan Dao monarch is the sect master of 100 Refinements sect, with a distinguished status. This uncle master is harder to call than the exit. Little uncle master. Forced by the situation, he could only brace oneself. What? At this moment, Rigzuan was afraid that the unders of heaven would come together indiscriminately, so he asked inexplicably, Uncle Master is Uncle Master. What is a small Uncle Master? Who is young? Kixing Dao monarch flushed told. This is what he just rebuked the Rigzuan 3 people, didn't expect times change, but Rigzuan dropped them and run on them. Young, stunned. Kixing Dao monarch stubbed his neck and blushed, arguing, people are only in their 100s and they are very young. We call a little Uncle Master, and it is fine. In his mind, it seemed that this small character was the final dignity he could fight for. Suzaimo smiled and said, 2 seniors don't have to do this. If there is someone else, the 2 seniors can just call their names. This is a big step for the Kixing Dao monarch 2 people. Otherwise, in front of many disciples, as a sect master, you have to give a nascent soul true monarch saluted to more than 100 years old, which is really inexplicable. Many thanks that, little uncle master. Kixing Dao monarch sneered, and agreed. It's okay, I'll go back first. Suzaimo said goodbye and turned to leave. He stayed here only to increase embarrassment. Nangongling 3 people also saluted to leave. Kixing Dao monarch and Baiyan Dao monarch stood at the gate of the great hall, looking at each other in blank dismay. What happened this morning was really magical. Somehow, there was an uncle master for 2 people. Let you recognize this uncle master, presumably, you are not convinced. Just then, Jihuo Dao monarch's voice sounded in the minds of 2 people. Don't dare. Kixing Dao monarch shook his head quickly, for fear of being taught again by Jihuo Dao monarch. Baiyan Dao monarch also said, it's nothing. Since it is your disciple, in terms of seniority, he is our uncle master. Jihuo Dao monarch laughed and said, you are not afraid, that is to say, you really are not convinced. Kixing Dao monarch is silent, it is the default. Jihuo Dao monarch did not reprimand him, but just asked back, you thought that this time Nangongling and the 3 of them could return without any problems. It was really good luck. When they met some peerless masters to rescue them, they left without leaving their names anymore. That is how the matter. Kixing Dao monarch froze and grinned. Ancestor master, you wouldn't want to say, it's Mo Ling. The little uncle master did it. He is nascent soul true monarch. Even if the battle strength is strong and can suppress heaven chosen on the natural phenomenon list, can he fight law manifestation Dao monarch? Baiyan Dao monarch was also nodded, apparently not convinced that it would be Suzaimo. This is simply heaven and earth. Jihuo Dao monarch lightly saying, although I don't know the specific situation, this matter must be related to Mo Ling. If there is anyone on heavenly desolate continent who knows Suzaimo's best, Jihuo Dao monarch is definitely one of them. Kixing Dao monarch 2 looked at each other, although there was no rebuttal in their mouths, but they did not agree. Jihuo Dao monarch also said, perhaps, you too will know his true identity and your impression will change. Maybe you will believe what I say. 2 Dao Monarch moved. Kixing Dao Monarch asked, Ancestor Master, who is Mo Ling's true identity? Can't say yet. Jihuo Dao Monarch pondered then said, however, I guess, with his nature, it won't be long before his identity is hidden. Listening to Jihuo Dao Monarch saying that Kixing Dao Monarch too is even more curious. What is the identity of a nascent soul true monarch, which makes Jihuo Dao Monarch so important? Jihuo Dao Monarch faintly sighed, said meaningfully, someday, you will realize that today you let him recognize him as the Uncle Master. You have a big advantage. What? Kixing Dao Monarch too is even more puzzled. This is getting more and more outrageous. Jihuo Dao Monarch said, go ahead and prepare for the 1000 crane tea party 1 month later. The spirits of forging bones are almost ready. After the tea party, we are ready to reshape the fleshly body. Kixing Dao Monarch too retired. It's not too far away. Jihuo Dao Monarch's voice sounded again, saying, yes, the book that Mo Ling read is not a messy 7-8 bad book, but heaven murdering, one of the 3 great sword techniques of the ancient times. Sword art. Xiao Huzi, you have a big breath and don't be afraid to flash your tongue. Heaven murdering sword art. Kixing Dao Monarch shivered, messing in the wind alone. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 924. Chapter 924. Immortal Sect. Netherfire Temple. In the gloomy and dry Great Hall, a dreary and gloomy face was reflected under the flickering candlelight. Not long after, a Netherfire Hall cultivator quickly walked into the Great Hall. Anekni kneels, cup one fist in the other hand and said, reporting to Master, Yuboan senior brother of 7 Void Return Realm, all already found. It's all dead. Netherfire Hall Master said quietly, it seems no surprise. Now, it is already noon, and this time Yubo and the others have not returned. It means that the interception has failed. But he was 100 puzzled. According to the news from 100 Refinements Sect Siliner, the Nangongling 4 people went to Fenian City, and there was no law manifestation realm expert to follow. How did Yubo fail this time? In the mind of Hallmaster at Netherfire, a name emerged, Mo Ling. He is frowned. This is impossible. According to reliable information, Mo Ling is just nascent soul realm, and it is impossible to threaten everyone in Boyu. The corpse is up. Netherfire Hallmaster calmed his mind and said, the digital Netherfire Hall cultivator carried 8 corpses and walked into the Great Hall, cautiously placed on the ground before slowly retreating. Hallmaster of the Netherfire stepped down from the high platform and came to the side of the 8 dead bodies. His eyes fixed. Life essence is exhausted. Netherfire Hallmaster frowned. What happened that actually caused Yubo's life essence to run out and die? This method of death is too weird. It is impossible for Yubo to release any means to actively exhaust his life essence. Hallmaster of the Netherfire looked away and looked towards the other 7 corpses, and the pupils contracted slightly. The wounds on the corpses are very simple. Either the eyebrow is pierced or the head is smashed and there is no extra wound on the body. Die cleanly. Netherfire Hallmaster sniffed, expression slightly changed. Seems to find something. Master, what's wrong? The cultivator standing ahead is the first refiner genius of the Netherfire Hall, and it is also the chill that will compete with 100 Refinements Sect for refinery. A monster chi remains. The Hallmaster in the Netherfire groaned and said, good monster chi. Ming Han frowned and asked, did Yubo and the others have been accidentally attacked by high-level monster demon? Possible. But soon, Hallmaster of the Netherfire shook the head and said, no. If the high-level monster demon is attacked, the 4 juniors will not be able to survive. Why are their bodies gone? At this moment, a disciple from the Netherfire Hall outside the door galloped and fell to his knees, respectfully saying, reporting to Hallmaster, the message from 100 Refinements Sect Siliner, 4 people from Nangongling have returned to 100 Refinements safely sect. Hallmaster complexion sank in the Netherfire Hall, 2 Netherfire flames in the eyes, killing intent looming. This nether fire temple disciple bowed its head, his body trembling, and he dared not speak. After a long time, the flame in Hall Master's eyes of the nether fire hall gradually converged and waved. Go on. Nether fire temple as if received amnesty, quickly retreat. Master, you don't have to worry. Ming Han proudly said, in another month, it will be 1,000 crane tea parties. When the time comes, the discipline will defeat Liu Hanyan, and correct the name of my nether fire hall. Ah! Hall Master nodded in the nether fire hall, saying, as long as you win this refiner battle, there will be a super sect for you. When the time comes, many forces have contributed to the flames. In full view, 100 refinements sect's reputation has fallen, and it will definitely be removed from the 4 big doors. Master is assured. Ming Han said confidently, Liu Hanyan, she can't win. Hello Master in the nether fire smiled and squinted. Icily said, 100 refinements sect, I'd like to see, what do you win in this game? Having had this experience, the 3 people at Nangongling were completely quiet. One more month is the 1,000 crane tea party. At the urging of Keixing Dao monarch, the 3 retreat. Suzaimo is also innocent. In addition to comprehend heaven-murdering sword art every day, he tries to condense the immortal sect and practice the fire element spell that Jihuo Dao monarch imparted to him. Today, he has cultivated a Buddha sect. Although the Buddha sect road fire condensed from Crimson Flame Heart Sutra has good formidable power, it will still be defeated against the peak spell. If there can still be a fire, 3 secrets Dao fire even if there are 2 kinds, the formidable power has increased greatly. Today, he returns to the real cultivation world, and the methods of monster race are not easily revealed. Therefore, mastering some fire element spells as much as possible is also very important to improve his battle strength. For a month, he suddenly passed away. On this day, Suzaimo was sitting cross-legged in his cave mansion, his eyes closed, and a cluster of golden flames floating around him, slowly spinning around him. His hands, naturally resting on his knees, palm to the sky, constantly condensing magic arts. Failure. Reunited. Fail again. Condensed again. I don't know how many failures I have experienced. Suddenly, accompanied by a finger, a cluster of scarlet-eared flames appeared on Suzaimo's fingertips. At first it was flickering. It seemed that a gust of wind would blow out. Soon, the little flames stabilized. Immortal sect fire. It's done. Looking at the red flames, Suzaimo rejoiced, smiled lightly, and flicked with his fingertips. This cluster of scarlet-eared flames floated and came to him, one after the other with the golden flame, constantly spinning around his body. This style can also be regarded as a fire element spell called Red Flame Spinning Light. Surrounded by these 2 groups of flames, they can be attacked and defended. Any enemy who wants to try to approach will be burned by the flames. Little Ancestral Uncle Master, Little Ancestral Uncle Master, open the door. At this moment, there was a sound of knock on the door. Suzaimo thought, the 2 flames had dissipated in the sky, and then the cave mansion door seemed to be pulled by a pair of invisible hands and slowly opened. Rexuan jumped in, followed by Nangongling and Liu Hanyan. I haven't seen it for a month, and 3 people haven't changed much. However, Liu Hanyan looked more calm and seemed ready. Little Ancestral Uncle Master, go, as long as you can stay in the cave mansion honestly. The cultivator outside can't wait. Rexuan said, the 1,000 crane tea party will be held soon. Let us start 100 refinements sect today. Hearing here, there was a ripple in Suzaimo's heart. Finally waited for this day. After 100 years, I can finally see those old people again. At this 1,000 crane tea party, no accident, he could see at least Chi Chengshan and Lengru, 2 people. The 3 of them had worshipped Misty Peak together and had experienced too many things. And Xining and Yiling, I don't know how they are now 100 years later. Of course, there is one more person. Suzaimo's eyes flashed cold light and quickly disappeared. Di Yin, at the 1,000 crane tea party, Nascent Soul Realm Heaven chosen of Central Territory gathered. Suzaimo believes that Diyin will never miss this event. If you meet Diyin at the 1000 Crane Tea Party, he will definitely find a chance to shoot and suppress and kill him on the spot. Of course, 100 years have passed. He grew up fast, and his battle strength increased rapidly. Diyin will never stand still. Suzaimo was looking forward faintly, saying silently, Diyin, I believe you will not let me down. Thanks for the black dress, it was skinny when I was a kid. How far will it always be, drunk and romantic? And the interpretation of rewards. The climax is about to come, and Canada is about to start. We will meet at the beginning of the year 5 _ Eternal Sacred King Chapter 925 Chapter 925100 Crane Gate 100 Refinements Sect. The sect cultivators who participated in the 1000 Crane Tea Party have gathered in front of the 100 Refinements Great Hall. There are about 1000 people. Almost all of them nascent soul true monarch. Suzaimo is among them. This is the essence of super sect. 100 Refinements Sect is just refiner sect. There are more than 1000 nascent soul true monarchs casually. And that's not all. It is conceivable that the Immortal Sect 9 sects and Demon Sect 7 ancestors of these ancient inheritance and battle cultivation based super sects will have what kind of underlying strength? You know? Nascent Soul True Monarch at Misty Peak, all counted, there are just over 100 people. Suzaimo looked all around and looked towards the Nangongling 3 people next to him, and whispered, this time, it seems that there is a person. Taoist of Void Return took us to 1000 Yaman. Following Suzaimo's eyes, I saw a Taoist of Void Return standing in front of Baiyan Dao Monarch and Kaixing Dao Monarch, bowing slightly and performing a ceremony of discipline. This person listened to the advice of Tu Dao Monarch, and occasionally nodded, expression respectful. Rugzuan hearing this, he voluntarily explained it to Suzaimo. The 1000 Crane Tea Party is a true cultivation event held in 1000 Haman. Once in 1000, opportunities are rare. As the name suggests, the theme of the 1000 Crane Tea Party is drinking tea. This tea is not an ordinary tea in the earthly world, but a tea of Tongxuan. Nascent Soul True Monarch will drink it, which will greatly benefit the primordial spirit. Therefore, the vast majority of those who came to the 1000 Crane Tea Party were Nascent Soul True Monarch. Of course, the major sect forces may send 1 or 2 Taoist of Void Return to the Tea Party. But no matter what, the major heaven chosen of Nascent Soul Realm is definitely the protagonist of this Tea Party. Rugzuan said, so, it's useless to go to that many Taoist of Void Return. It is said that every Tea Party is held in person by 1000 Haman Sect Master, Law Manifestation Realm Expert. Nothing can be wrong. Suzaimo nodded, I understand. Rugzuan pointed to the Taoist of Void Return not far away and said, that is Yuding Taoist, the chief eldest disciple of Sect Master, Void Return Realm Great Perfection. The level of the refiner and the battle strength are very good. Nangongling also said, Yuding's senior brother is calm, and it seems he should lead the team this time. Speaking of which, Baiyan and Kaixing, 2 Dao Monarch, seem to have been told. Yuding Taoist turned around and moved towards Suzaimo. Yuding Taoist is more than 3000 years old, is in the peak period, and has a calm temperament. When he comes to Suzaimo, he bows a little and says, I have seen Ancestral Uncle Master. I'm young and the Taoist brother doesn't have to be polite. Suzaimo lifted Yuding Taoist gently and nodded and smiled. Although Yuding Taoist was reserved, but thoughtful and courteous, sound transmission said, in nominal terms, I will lead the team at any time during this trip. But the master and the teacher have told me that if something really happens, let Ancestral Uncle Master be the master. I'm not a Central Territory person, and I haven't been to 1000 Haman. I don't know a lot of things. The Taoist brother can lead the team. This is not Suzaimo's politeness, but that he really doesn't know anything about the 1000 Crane Tea Party. Hearing Suzaimo's words, Yuding Taoist didn't look down on him. bowed, saluted again, and then turned to the group. Uding Taoist pressed his hands in a virtual press without saying a word, and the noisy nascent soul true monarchs soon calmed down. This trip to 1000 Herman, I hope that you will take care of each other and follow the rules, do not lose the face of sect. In addition, we have a battle with the Nether Fire Temple. When the time comes, everyone same sect will cheer for junior sister Liu. As you bid. The crowd answered suddenly. Set off. With a big wave, Uding Taoist took out a huge spirit boat from the storage bag, suspended in front of the Great Hall, and jumped up first. Numerous nascent soul true monarchs are also close behind. Suzaimo 4 people also followed along. The spirit boat broke, and soon disappeared above the 100 Refinements sect, turning into a black spot, and gradually disappearing. Baiyan Dao Monarch and Keixing Dao Monarch stood with their hands on their shoulders, looking at the spirit boat that was drifting away, and both of them were deeply worried. Keixing Dao Monarch softly muttered, I always feel that there will be a major event at this 1000 Crane Tea Party, and I hope she can win this game with smoke. Well, I've been a little bit upset recently. Baiyan Dao Monarch shook his head slightly. This tea party attracted 10,000 people's attention. If we lose the smoke, our 100 Refinements sect's fame will be inevitable. Baiyan Dao Monarch said anxiously, I just worry that if we lose the battle for refiners, some people will contribute to the flames. At this tea party, we will be removed from the 4 big gates. When the time comes, even if Jihuo Ancestor Master Forging Bones is cast, and he is out of the mountain again, I am afraid it is too late. Just then, Jihuo Dao Monarch's voice came from the Great Hall. Come and calm. You two coming. 2 Dao Monarch quickly entered the Great Hall. There are a few letters here, you personally delivered them, must not be missed. Keixing Dao Monarch 2 people received these letters, glanced, and saw the Dao names above. They were shocked. Let's go. Jihuo Dao Monarch lightly saying, it's time to tell some old friend, Jihuo, come back. Starting early in the morning, almost half a day. 100 Refinements sect everyone driving the spirit boat. They have entered the area of 1000 Herman. Before actually reaching 1000 Herman, you can see an immortal crane hovering in the air, whispering softly, and warmly welcome guests from afar. Seeing these immortal cranes, Suzaima couldn't help thinking of the old immortal cranes and kinking of Misty Peak. Liu Hanyan noticed this, smiled lightly, and said, Ancestral Uncle Master, these immortal cranes are not really monster beasts. Oh? Suzaima was surprised. I saw Liu Hanyan beckoning softly, and an immortal crane whispered, and landed slowly beside her, stretched out her long beak, and gently rubbed Liu Hanyan's arm. Liu Hanyan was clapped on the head of this immortal crane. The immortal crane disappeared, turned into a talisman, and slowly fell down. Later, Liu Hanyan threw this talisman in the sky, and talisman changed and transformed into an immortal crane and flew away. This talisman change, when true God is strange. Suzaima couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed 1000 Herman. After another gallop, everyone could already see the 1000 gates of Herman. Who is ahead? Please show the sect token. 2 Herman disciples stepped forward, bowed slightly, and stopped the spirit boat of 100 Refinements sect. These matters were naturally negotiated by Uding Taoist. Between 100 Refinements sect and 1000 Herman, they belong to the 4 side gates and are very familiar. This kind of thing is just a simple pass. Suzaimo noticed that the 2 Herman disciples who welcomed the guests were all women. Rugzuan laughed and he said, Ancestral Uncle Master, 1000 cultivator of Herman, most of them are beautiful women. You have to grasp it. I heard that Lengru fairy at 1000 Herman is a peerless beauty, as cold as ice and frost, who doesn't have any earthly spirit, like a fairy falling in the moon palace. Nangong Ling said, I don't know if you will be blessed to come here. You can see Fang Rong. Although Liu Hanyan has a calm temperament and is indisputable in the world, It is also snorted to listen to these words. Nangongling was completely shivered. Suzaimo was in a good mood when he thought he would meet his deceased. He reached out and patted his shoulder, and said half-jokingly, "Please ask for more." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 926. The 926th chapter is fighting. As Yuding Daoist entered 1000 Herman, looking up, he could see the mountains, lush and green, surrounded by green water, and abundant vegetation. Several 1,000-foot waterfalls are falling down, with splashes of water splashing and blasting, a faint mist rising and rising, just like Immortal Realm. The sect of 100 Refinements sect gives an ancient and vast metallic feel. And 1000 Herman is more like Immortal Palace, a pure land on earth. Suzaimo's eyes turned, and in the distant and huge courtyard, there was an old tree standing upright, vigorous and straight, with lush foliage and a lush canopy, exuding a sober aroma. Even if it is far from 100 Jang, you can still smell the faint aroma. This fragrance is refreshing and refreshing. Everyone at 100 Refinements sect is shocked. Like a moment, the primordial spirit has been condensed a bit. Not surprisingly, this should be the legendary Tongxuan tea tree born in a memorial era. It's better to meet than to be famous. It's amazing. Suzaimo slightly nodded. Just smelling the aroma of this tea tree from afar, this effect is achieved. If you really drink a cup of Tongxuan tea, the benefits will be even more obvious. After absorbing the huge life essence origin of the 1,000-year blood sea, Suzaimo's cultivation realm has reached the nascent soul late stage peak. After several more battles, 3 months of cultivation settled, and the breakthrough to the nascent soul great perfection was just an opportunity. If he could drink a cup of Tongxuan tea, he would have 8 Nian to break through. At this moment, Rexuan said, "Tea is just that many. Tongxuan tea is limited. Not every nascent soul realm heaven chosen has a chance to drink a cup. And, little ancestral uncle master, you see." Following Rexuan's finger, Suzaimo stared. Rexuan said, "The tea of Tongxuan tea tree is not of the same quality. The tip of the tea is the youngest and the best, and the effect of condensing the primordial spirit is amazing. It is also called top-grade Tongxuan tea. As predicted, on the top of this Tongxuan tea tree, there are 5 leaves at the top, lush green, crystal clear and near-transparent, just like the most beautiful gem in the world." Rexuan continued, "It's just that there are only a few cups of top-grade Tongxuan tea and the output is very small. The nascent soul true monarch that is eligible for this tea is a genius amongst geniuses. This is not only a great opportunity, but also the glory of supreme. A cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea is no less than the top 10 in the natural phenomenon list." Liu Hanyan laughed, "We can drink a cup of Tongxuan tea, which is already a great opportunity. Top-grade Tongxuan tea can only be thought of in a dream." Nangongling whispered next, "Little ancestral uncle master, don't worry, this 1,000 crane tea party, with your strength, will definitely have the opportunity to ask for a cup of Tongxuan tea. If not, I'll give it to you." "Oh?" Suzaimo was slightly surprised. Nangongling explained, "This is the default rule of the tea party. The cultivator of the last natural phenomenon list is eligible for a cup of Tongxuan tea." Since the Battle of Fenian City, Nangongling's attitude towards Suzaimo has undergone a major reversal. Nowadays, all connected teas are offered. Suzaimo laughed dumbfounded, waved his hands, and said jokingly, "It doesn't have to be. You can give it to you including junior sister Yan." Hey! Hearing this sentence, Nangongling's face flushed, and Suzaimo seemed to have broken his mind, and sorry rubbed his hands. "Ancestral uncle master." Liu Hanyan also cheered slightly red on the cheek. "Look, it's the Snow Valley." Just then, a cultivator exclaimed, "TSK TSK, all beautiful women, a feast for the eyes." With cultivator, saliva is almost flowing. "I heard that Pinksu Valley Lingbai True Monarch is coming. I heard that it is the 20th natural phenomenon list, and one of the few male practitioners in Piexu Valley. That's the blessing surrounded by a group of women in Piexu Valley." "What's the for men? I heard Liuoxu Fairy led by Piaoxgu this time, but we are the famous beauties of Central Territory. Hearing 4 words of Liu Oxiu Fairy, Suzaimo's heart moved. The ancient battlefield of 100 years ago, nascent soul true monarch led by Snow Valley, is exactly Liu Oxiu Fairy. She was also one of the 3 nascent soul true monarchs to survive. Suzaimo looked around. I saw Oxiu Valley driving a huge frosty spirit boat, slowly coming. The cold was pressing. For the first person, white clothes lightly, blue silk floating, stepping on the bow, clear as ice and clean as jade, graceful and graceful. It is Liu Oxiu Fairy 100 years ago. In Myriad Shapes City, Liu Oxiu Fairy helped Suzaimo. Moreover, facing the slaughter of Rakshasa clan and God clan, she did not choose to escape, but stayed to fight the 2 foreign clan. Suzaimo and Liu Oxiu Fairy are not too familiar, but they impress her very well. Over 100 years later, Liu Oxiu Fairy has practiced Void Return Realm. In the Battle of Myriad Shapes City, although she was seriously injured, she took the opportunity to break through Void Return Realm and became the youngest Taoist of Void Return of Sect. There were a lot of cultivators around, and when they saw the face of Liu Oxiu Fairy, they all amazed. A line of sight gathered in the past, and Suzaimo was caught in the 100 Refinements Sect group repair. It was inconspicuous and naturally did not attract the attention of Liu Oxiu Fairy. In addition to Snowy Valley, 100 Refinements Sect. In this moment of work, many sect forces reached 1,000 human. Just for high sects in the real cultivation world, Suzaimo saw several. There are 108 high sects on Heavenly Desolate Continent, only 10 in the northern region, and dozens of high sects in the Central Territory, the most prosperous. Not surprisingly, these high sects will send true monarch to the 1,000 Crane Tea Party. Have you heard that this 1,000 Crane Tea Party attracted 10,000 people's attention? It was called the largest true cultivation event in 1,000 years, and several major events took place. The biggest thing is not the refiner battle between 100 Refinements Sect and Netherfire. What else? Hee, your news is too blocked. Only one cultivator said mysteriously. I heard that a month ago, several battles occurred in Fenian City. Heavenly Gang religion Chengpeng was abolished, and Jian Wuzong was beaten so hard that he did not pull out the sword. The sword was lost, and the shame was lost to home. Also, these 2 Heaven Chosen are defeated by one person. Ah, which Heaven Chosen is so strong? Is it Yi Tanqing's shot? It's a nascent soul true monarch from 100 Refinements Sect. True or false? Isn't it possible? When did 100 Refinements Sect come out like this fierce man? Why haven't you heard of it before? Many cultivators are also discussing this matter, and moved towards 100 Refinements Sect. Suzaimo expression calmly, look steadily forward. I heard that Heavenly Gang religion and Sword Sect were very angry when they heard this. Each time they sent nascent soul realm Heaven Chosen to come back to find their face. At this tea party, there will be a dragon fight. Jian Wuzong is defeated. Who else is Sword Sect nascent soul realm? You don't understood this. Have you heard of the natural phenomenon list 100 years ago? I've heard of some. What rumors have happened in the battle over the natural phenomenon list? Heaven Chosen on the natural phenomenon list is more than half injured. Well, the top 10 sword sect on the natural phenomenon list came out from the mountain. This person is named Han Qiu. After that catastrophe, the cultivation base is advanced and is said to be stronger than Jian Wuzong. Hearing this name, Suzaimo felt a little moved. Another old man. P.S. Early in the morning! Exclamation mark. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 927. Chapter 927 Conspiracy First. In the ancient battlefield, Han Qiu was defeated by Suzaimo. On the natural phenomenon list 100 years ago, Han Qiu lost to Duge Jian, ranking 8th, and the gap with Suzaimo is even greater. But Heaven Chosen, who survived the catastrophe, will undergo unimaginable transformation. Han Qiu is the same. Jian Wuzong was so miserably suppressed by Suzaimo, Sword Sect dare to send Han Qiu out of the mountain. Just have enough confidence in him. But neither Sword Sect nor Han Qiu realized who they were going to challenge. And the true monarch of Heavenly Gang religion, He is out. Banglan? It sounds familiar. 400 years ago, he was the number one in the natural phenomenon list. It is said that half of his feet have stepped into the void return realm, and no one knows his current strength. This nascent soul true monarch at 100 Refinements sect is miserable. Normally, 100 Refinements sect has to be removed from the 4 big gates. And who cares about them? Nangongling 3 people kept secretly looking at Suzaimo, worried. The each and every one characters discussed by the surrounding cultivator are all fierce and well-known experts. Even the natural phenomenon of 400 years ago made the capital a mountain, and all 3 sweated for Suzaimo. To the surprise of the 3 people, after hearing these arguments, Suzaimo's expression has not changed from beginning to end. No hankyuing, no natural phenomenon top 400 years ago, seems to be able to stir the waves in his mind. Nangongling secretly murmured, "Little Uncle Master is too young, and I have not heard of these experts, alas, newborn calves." Rexuan blinked his eyes and murmured in his heart, "Is the Little Uncle Master a little nervous? So nothing happens." The major sect's cultivator, as well as the 100 Refinements sect, headed to the resting place under the leadership of 1,000 human female cultivator. Along the way, many cultivators are still excitedly discussing. "That's not the biggest thing you said." At this moment, a cultivator pretended to be profound. "So what are you talking about?" someone asked quickly. The cultivator had sold enough, lightly coughed, and slowly said, "I heard that this time Primordial Sect and 1,000 human are going to marry." "Ah, who and who?" "Of course it is Yi Tanqing and Lengru Fairy. I heard that Yi Tanqing will propose in public." There was a sigh of sigh and a sigh of sighing. Suzaimo frowned, turned his head and asked, "Who is this Yi Tanqing, and how does it sound familiar?" Nangongling 3 looks like a monster and looks at Suzaimo. Rexuan said, "Little ancestral Uncle Master, what is your memory?" He is at the top of this natural phenomenon, creating an unprecedented gold core phenomenon. How can you not remember? "Oh, right," Suzaimo said without thinking. "No wonder, it sounds familiar." Nangongling 3 people are speechless. You know, this natural phenomenon has a huge impact. Not to mention the top of the natural phenomenon, the name of any cultivator on the natural phenomenon list. The cultivator present can be said at will, such as several treasures. There are many cultivators, and even the names of the last 10 natural phenomenon lists. Remember Melon. Not to mention, Yi Tanqing is at the top of the just-launched gold core phenomenon list. But where do the 3 people know? What natural phenomenon list? What nascent soul realm heaven chosen, cannot reach Suzaimo's eyes? He is too lazy to remember. The only thing that interests him is Diyin alone. Seeing that Nangongling 3 was still staring at him, his eyes were strange. Suzaimo smiled and said, "Heaven chosen that many, it is normal to not remember. But Yi Tanqing is different." Rexuan said, "He is really strong." He climbed 10,000 elephant peaks all the way, suppressing the same level, and creating an unprecedented gold core phenomenon. "Little ancestral Uncle Master, you have not seen his shot. I'm afraid he can't feel his power." Nangongling is also nodded, saying, "Although the second place in the natural phenomenon is only one difference from him, I feel that the battle strength of the 2 people is definitely a big step." Liu Hanyan said, "I'm afraid only Yi Tanqing is worthy of Lengru Fairy." Suzaimo is silent. If Lengru can find her favorite Tao companion, Suzaimo will be really happy for her. However, for some reason, Suzaimo always felt something strange in the mind. The top of the natural phenomenon, Lengru Fairy, these 2 can be called a match made in heaven. Golden boys and jade maidens. A cultivator sighed next to it. At first the man was sneaked and said, "I don't think so." A group of people rushed up and asked, "Why, what's the inside story?" The man glanced at 4 times, lowering his voice, and whispering, "I heard the gossip that Lengru Fairy simply did not agree with this marriage. It was 1,000 Herman sect master, that is, her master agreed to the master without permission. Suzaimo frowned. "So what is it? The years of cultivation are boring and long. and it is not impossible that the two of them are suffering from their ears. Someone twitched his lips. Cut, the cultivator said with a sneer. What do you know? I heard a saying. I heard that Yi Tanqing came to Liao Rong Fairy to form a Dao companion with a big conspiracy. What a conspiracy? Everyone asked. Don't forget, Yi Tanqing is the junior brother of Yi Yin. The two people are known as Mixed Yuan Shuang Jiao. And Yi Yin and the natural phenomenon 2 years ago are the top enemy of life and death, the cultivator continued, and the one named Zimo should have died. But some of his survivors are still alive. They are also friends with Lengru Fairy. This cultivator did not continue to talk. But many cultivators have revealed their thoughts. Su Zimo's expression gradually cooled down. I understood. Nan Gongling suddenly said, Di Yin once threatened to suppress and kill those people, but he missed. Later, the Tomb sect descendant, Puppet sect descendant hid in the sect and refused to show up. This time, Yi Tanqing and Lengru Fairy's marriage is to force these people to show up. Liu Hanyin also nodded, saying, it is estimated that after these people appeared, Yi Tanqing was going to help his senior brother and solve them. That being said, Lengru Fairy is too pathetic. Rongzhuan sighed, and said indignantly, I blame that Zimo, or what natural phenomenon is at the top of the list. 10,000 ancient evils. I see, through the ages, so many sessions of the gold core phenomenon list. He is the weakest on this list. Rongzhuan said more and more angry, turned his head and dragged Su Zimo's arm, said angrily, I see, what Zimo is better than the young ancestral uncle master. Liu Hanyan said, can't say that, we are just speculating now. Maybe Yi Tanqing and Lengru Fairy are two lovers. At this moment, a cultivator next to him asked, you said, why did 1000 Human sect master promise this marriage? It is estimated that I want to establish a relationship with primordial sect. The 4 big gates are very general in battle strength. Without immortal sect, they can be easily eliminated. Like 100 refinements sect, isn't it going to be removed from the 4 big gates? Eternal Sacred King Chapter 928. Chapter 928. Reunion with the Old One. Second. Rongzhuan listened really loudly and could not bear it, loudly shouted, hey! What tongue roots do you chew? We at 100 refinements sect are still one of the 4 big gates. When will they be removed? The cultivator discussed. There is from the Central Territory high sects. A nascent soul true monarch hearing this from Bawang Mountain said eccentrically, oh, 100 refinements sect is really prestigious. Even to say it. Immortal sect 9 sects, isn't it so aggressive? Rongzhuan was furious with his hands and his teeth, grinding his teeth, and said, it's you who make rumors first. Yu Ding Daoist leapt forward and came between the 2 big sects, expression calm, looking at the Overlord Mountain Repair, slowly said, now, 100 refinements sect is still the 2 big gates. No one is allowed to slander. Also, even if my 100 refinements sect is removed from the 4 big gates, it is more powerful than your Bawang Mountain. The leader of Bawang Mountain, cultivator, is also a Taoist of void return. This person seems to be quite frightened of Yu Ding Taoist, turned around, shook the head, and signaled the cultivator under the door to stop talking. Yu Ding Taoist turned and left. A nascent soul true monarch from Bawangshan sneered and whispered, I'm going to see, how long can you 100 refinements sect? Just then, Su Zimo's gaze moved, and he landed in front of a courtyard not far away. There were many people gathered around it, and there were 2 1000 human female cultivators standing in front of the door, as if guarding the courtyard. The doorway is a person white-robed man, bowing his head, expressing sincerity, and telling 2 1000 human female cultivators. Seeing the white-robed man, the coldness in Su Zimo's eyes gradually dissipated, softened, and a long-lost smile appeared. I'll go over there and see if you can go back with everyone. Su Zimo pointed at the courtyard and said to Nan Gongling 3 people. I am going to. Rongzhuan saw that there was a lot of fun there, so he planned to go and take a look at it. By the way, Yu Ding Taoist turned around and saw Su Zimo's claim. But he didn't stop, just nodded and said, "Be careful." Suzaimo nodded and smiled, then jumped down into the spirit boat, and moved towards the courtyard. Several nascent soul true monarchs in Bawang Mountain looked at each other, and quietly left the sect team, followed in secretly. That white-robed man is not a bystander, it is Jit Shengshan who paid homage at Pil Sun Gate, which was originally a Misty Peak disciple. "Two fellow Taoist, please bother you to go in and give me some information, thank you very much." Before he even arrived, Suzaimo heard Jit Shengshan's voice. A 1,000 human female cultivator guarding in front of the courtyard shook his head and said, "Let's go. Lengru Senior's sister will not see you." Suzaimo's heart moved, so to speak. Lengru lives in this courtyard. Jit Shengshan refused to give up, and bowed his head, saying sincerely, "Two fellow Taoist, you said that Pil Sun Gate." Jit Shengshan asked for an offer, and Lengru Fairy would promise to accept it. Another 1,000 human female cultivator lightly saying, "I urge you to give up, before the 1,000 tea party. Lengru Senior's sister will not see anyone." Lengru Fairy, peerless grace and elegance, is that what you want to see? Every day there are countless heaven-chosen come to see Lengru Fairy. Who is your Jit Shengshan? How fresh. Yesterday's natural phenomenon list, Wind Thunder Temple's popular true monarch came, and I was not summoned by Lengru Fairy. What is your Jit Shengshan? Many people watched the lively cultivator around, holding their arms and sneer again and again. Jit Shengshan's face was a bit ugly. His gaze turned, looking at those cultivators, and he said, "I Jit Shengshan is not a famous heaven chosen under the heavens!" "Oh, I'm so energetic." A cultivator taught by 5 elements sarcastically said, "What awesome, you are a dying man." "If you come to the 1,000 crane tea party this time, do you still have to go back?" 5 elements teaches and is one of the Central Territory high sects. Another said, "I urge you, roll back to Pil Sun Gate now. Maybe it's too late. Then hide for a lifetime like a tortoise. 10 million don't come out. Otherwise, you can't keep your head." Ha ha ha. Numerous cultivators laughed loudly. Jit Shengshan gritted his teeth and said nothing. His fists clenched and shivered slightly. Decades ago, he was severely wounded by Diyin, and died alive. He then stayed in sect and never came out. This matter is being teased now, and he has nothing to say. But he heard that Lengru and Yi Danqing were married, and he couldn't ignore it. He wanted to ask Lengru's intentions. If this is Lengru's willingness, then he is a sincere blessing. If Lengru was forced, he would have to stand up. Even if you risk mortal danger. A bunch of crazy dogs are just barking. Fellow Taoist need not bother. Not far away, an azure clothes man came over, followed by a man and a woman. Azure clothes, the man has a rough face, but his eyes are clear. He looks at Jit Shengshan, slightly cup one fist in the other hand, and smiles. For some reason, Jit Shengshan always felt that this person's eyes and smile were very warm. Jit Shengshan also cup one fist in the other hand, and smiled. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist, for comfort." "Who are you? Who are you calling a crazy dog?" It was the cultivator of 100 Refinements sect. A nascent soul true monarch from 5 elements said with a sneer, "You 100 Refinements sect are all going to be removed from the 4 big gates, and are you nosy?" Rexuan couldn't help but wait for Suzaimo to talk. "We scolded a crazy dog." Whoever answered, whoever was, "This little sister, were you arrogant just now?" Just then, a mocking laugh was heard behind Suzaimo. 4 people. Several Bawangshan cultivators came over, headed by a dragon walk, tiger steps, strong build, have been trained to nascent soul great perfection. Showing fierce looks, staring at Suzaimo. 4 people. You, here is 1,000 Herman, what do you want to do?" Nangong Ling flickered, standing in front of Rexuan, guarding himself. Yu Wang Bawangshan is also a nascent soul realm heaven chosen. He was on the natural phenomenon list 200 years ago. Although the ranking is not high, the practice years are longer, and the cultivation realm is higher than Nangongling. The battle strength cannot be underestimated. Ui squeezed his fists, twisted his neck, and issued a crunchy crackle, said with a malicious smile, just before, "Don't worry about you Ding Taoist of 100 Refinements sect, I'll let you go. Now, since you run out by yourself, don't blame me for giving you a lesson." The two sides did not agree, and there was a tendency to fight. The 1,000 human female cultivator in front of the courtyard gate did not mean to stop it. Heaven Chosen got together, conflict broke out, and it was inevitable. As long as the two sides don't make too much noise and kill each other, they basically stand idly by. Suzaimo, expressionless, said, "100 Refinements sect has reached this point. What clown do you want to step on?" Ha 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 ha. Ui grinned and said, "Just know it. You 100 Refinements sect are over. I just want to bully you." Well, Suzaimo nodded, turned and moved towards Ui, lightly saying, "Since this is the case, it's no wonder I am." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 929. Chapter 929 makes you mine. Third. In all fairness, Nangongling III did not dare to take the initiative on this occasion. Facing Ui, the well-known nascent soul true monarch, their hearts were even more daunting. But who is Suzaimo? The former natural phenomenon topped the list, making many Heaven Chosen tremble. The 10,000 ancient evils that every major super sect was afraid of. Decades ago, Di Yin pursued his best friend. Today, Di Yin's same sect junior brother has rushed to 1,000 human to get married. All this made Suzaimo really angry. Although he did not pay homage to 100 Refinements sect, as a disciple of Jihuo Dao monarch, he would never watch someone step on 100 Refinements sect's head. Ui saw Suzaimo come over. The two sides were getting closer and closer, and in his eyes, he could not help showing a trace of cruelty. Ba Huangshan as the Central Territory High Sects, the best thing is body refining. Ba Huangshan's inheritance cultivation technique Heaven and Earth. Bawangju is the foundation of establishing the sect. Although it is better than the glazed heart of colored glaze palace, the diamond body of Vajra temple is also the peak cultivation technique on heavenly desolate continent. It is amazing in body and fleshly body is powerful. In Ui's opinion, Suzaimo approached him and pulled closer, that is, courting death. Ui chuckled, and icily said, "You are not allowed to kill or die at this 1,000 crane tea party, but I can just waste you." Tone barely fell. Ui's eyes widened, within the body chi and blood erupted, his eyebrows flickered, and magic power surged. "Overlord!" Ui was loudly shouted, raised his arm, and extended his index finger. With chi and blood surging, magic power condensed, this finger became stout under the gaze of countless lines of sight, like a steel essence stick. Call. Fingers burst through, piercing Suzaimo's face door. Terrifying. Overlord means, Heaven and Earth Overlord's peak spell. Formidable power is amazing. This lieutenant is more scary than 50 years ago. Ui's really a hard-hearted generation. Once I shot it, there was no sense of temptation. Chi and blood magic power broke out at the same time. The formidable power of this Daolor technique has reached its limit. Suzaimo expression stays the same, without even stopping. Seeing that the finger had stabbed in front of him, he raised his palm. No chi and blood burst, no magic power, casually, just hold this finger in your palm. Ui expression changed. His hegemonic finger can no longer pierce. Not only is it impossible to stab, Ui wants to withdraw the Overlord's finger. It is too late. Give me off. Suzaimo expression is cold, screams hard, palms are strong. Fold down. Kaka. The harsh sound of a fracture sounded. In the eyes, Yu's finger was broken by Suzaimo. The broken bones are bare, sticking to the flesh. Horrible to see. Ah! Ui stared at his eyes and paused for a moment before making a hysterical scream. The blood on his face faded, and in a blink of an eye, cold sweat ran down. What Heaven and Earth hegemony tactics? What hegemony means, in the presence of Suzaimo, are unable to withstand a single blow. Suzaimo stepped forward, pressing his palm lightly on Yui's chest. I saw Yui's chest collapsed instantly. His clothes shattered, a huge palm print appeared on his chest, and his flesh burst. Yui spurt a mouthful of blood, his eyes were dim. He fell on his back, and fell heavily to the ground, arousing a mass of dust. Even when he fell to the ground, his body was still twitching, and within the body came the intermittent sound of bone fracture. Group repair is shocked. Didn't expect. Nascent soul realm expert Ui, just played for a round. It was abolished. Although the primordial spirit is not dead, it survived. However, this body is well cultivated, and I am afraid that there will be an injury and it will be difficult to heal. Don't look at Suzaimo's palm, just press it on Ui's chest. But in this palm, there are multiple tidal strength, powerful power, one after another, poured into Ui's body, shattered most of his fleshly body skeleton. As Ui said, 1,000 lives and deaths are not allowed in Herman, but as soon as Suzaimo hits, Ui is crippled. Everyone murmured secretly. They just sighed. Ui shot very ruthless, didn't expect to meet a harder one. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of the 100 Refinements sect's reputation, and hesitated. Ba Huangshan left the few cultivators, watching Suzaimo's expressions all full of fear, cowering, and dare not come forward. You wait. Finally, a nascent soul true monarch of Bawang Mountain stood up and said weakly, the green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow for a long time. Let's see. Having said that, all the people in Bawangshan raised the screaming Ui and fled away. Which other would like to step on the head of 100 Refinements sect? Suzaimo looked around all around. His eyes were like a knife, and his eyes were cold. When I looked at the cultivator in the presence, I felt that I was weak, and I bowed my head subconsciously, avoiding Suzaimo's eyes. At least has hundreds of nascent soul true monarch present, but at this time, no one dared to stand up. The ridicule and sarcasm of the genius had disappeared. Rexuan worshipped with a look on his face, with little stars in his eyes, expression drunk, and almost flew up. Hey! Liu Hanyan couldn't stand it anymore, and touched Rexuan lightly. Sound transmission said, be careful, the saliva is flowing. Rexuan's cheeks were blushing, and the divine consciousness sound transmission said, the little ancestral uncle master is just a bit more normal and rough. If he is more handsome, it will be perfect. Little lass, this kind of words can be said, and they are not ashamed. Liu Hanyan gave a light sigh. Rexuan's expression was nervous, and he quickly said, senior sister, you already have senior brother Nangong. Don't rob me. Okay, don't grab you, it's all yours. Liu Hanyan looked helpless. Rexuan's thoughts fluttered, and he dreamed alone, muttered, senior sister, if I and the young ancestral uncle master become a Tao companion, this generation will be messed up. Does the master see me? Saluted. Wow, Kaka. Think of it is a bit exciting. Rexuan laughed as he thought, this child is crazy. Liu Hanyan shook his head. On the other side, the Five Elements teacher only laughed at the group of Jichengshan, and felt a little unbearable. Finally, someone was sneaked and said, hee hee, you 100 Refinements sect, you can't jump for a long time. When the time comes, of course, without us, someone will deal with you. Suzaimo turned slightly, staring blankly, looking at the speaker. The Five Elements instructed the cultivator to be stared at by Suzaimo, with a little hair in his heart. This person resigned and said boldly, you don't have to look at me, wait for the 1000 crane tea party to start, and I will see how your 100 Refinements sect is stepped into the soil. Let's go. After that, the person would turn around and leave. A breeze blew through. Suzaimo is gone. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the Five Elements teaching cultivator. Who made you go? Suzaimo lightly saying, without waiting for the person's response, straight out the palm of the hand, grabbed the person's throat, and the wrist shook. Crackle. Skeleton on this person, all misplaced. Suzaimo suddenly extended the hand, and fiercely hit the person's cheek. Pa. A crackling sound, The person's cheeks instantly became red and swollen. Pa! Another sound. In front of everyone's eyes. It was a great insult to cultivator to be blown by the fan. Good fight. Make your mouth cheap. Rugzuan moved towards this person, spit, fiercely scolded. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 930. Chapter 930 Teradiyin 4th. Pa. 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 Suzaimo held the 5 elements teaching cultivator and fanned him several mouths in a row. He didn't stop until the person's face was turned into a pig's head. Jit Shengshan looked beside, feeling relieved in his heart. Just now, the group of cultivators was next to him. Frigian iron and scorching satire, he could only endure. Didn't expect. The passers-by passing by strangers coming together by chance helped him fiercely breath out. Suzaimo threw it away. The man was paralyzed on the ground, his mouth was covered with blood, and all his teeth were broken. He couldn't say a word and could only whistle. The 5 elements instructed the cultivator to spit fire with his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, if you have the courage, leave your name. Today's shame, 5 elements teaches you to keep it in your heart, and you should return it in no time." Suzaimo's expression was indifferent, and before he could talk, a cultivator suddenly exclaimed in the crowd, "It's him! I've met him!" Who? A month ago, in Fenian City, he abolished Chengpeng, defeated Jian Wuzong, and took nascent soul true monarch, who took the frightful sword. I will never read it wrong. Ah! Kungsu uproar. The battle a month ago was spread in 1000 Herman, which is the focus of many recent cultivator discussions. Everyone knows that Heavenly Gang religion and Heaven Chosen of Sword sect will definitely get their face back at the 1000 Crane Tea Party. When the time comes, there will be a battle. I heard that this person was not just defeating Jian Wuzong at that time. Under his repression, Jian Wuzong had no chance to even shoot a sword. Who is this person and why haven't you heard it before? It seems to be called Mo Ling. The name Mo Ling was never hidden by Suzaimo. For a month, it was not difficult to get the message. Most cultivators' response to this name is a little dazed. Only Jit Shengshan moved. When he was at Misty Peak, his junior brother, also a close friend, Suzaimo, once changed his name to Mo Ling, became an artifact refining master, and lived in the Big Zuking city. Everyone had to call him Mr. Mo. Later on the sect great competition, Mo Ling amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, and became famous throughout the Zhou dynasty. Of course, the undercultivator called Mo Ling's cultivator is unknown. Even more how, between Mo Ling and Suzaimo, except for this attack of azure clothes, there is no similarity at all. Jit Shengshan never connected Mo Ling with Suzaimo. It's just that, now he heard the name Mo Ling again, reminding him of a little past. Let's go. He won't be long. Yes, wait for Sword Sect Hankyu and Heavenly Gang Religion's Panglan Taru monarch to arrive, and he will look good. 5 elements taught everyone to swear a few harsh words before turning and leaving. The cultivator who was watching the place didn't seem to be lively, but gradually dispersed. Jit Shengshan came to Suzaimo, bowed slightly, and smiled. Pil Sun Gate Jit Shengshan, many thanks fellow Taoist. Under Mo Ling. Suzaimo also held a cup, one fist in the other hand, and looked at Jit Shengshan with a faint smile. For some reason, Jit Shengshan always felt that the Mo Ling was looking at him with a strange look, and he didn't seem to be very talented. Hello. My name is Rugzuan. Rugzuan also came forward, and moved towards Jit Shengshan, waved his hand and said, "This is my little ancestral uncle master, isn't it great?" Yes. Jit Shengshan heartily nodded, saying, "This fellow Taoist is strong and admired." After a pause, Jit Shengshan said, "However, I heard that the battle strength of Hankyu and Panglan Taru Monarch II is not to be underestimated. Fellow Taoists should still be careful and don't underestimate the enemy." Hearing these 2 expert names, the Nangongling 2 people were worried again. "You 3 go back first." Suzaimo turned his head and warned repeatedly to the 3 people in Nangongling, "Settle down at the place, don't run around." At this time, I don't know how many people are staring at the 100 Refinements sect. It is not safe here. Little ancestral uncle master, What about you? Rongzhuan asked. I have something else. You go back first. Suzaimo's tone was calm but unquestionable. Nangongling. Three people stared at each other, bowed and retreated, and moved towards the residence, galloping away. Since fellow Taoist still has something to do, I won't bother. Jit Shengshan, cup one fist in the other hand, said, if there is any need for fellow Taoist in the future, despite going to Pilsun Gate to find me, I must do my best. Suzaimo laughed. It just so happened that I have something to look for you now. Oh, Jit Shengshan quickly said, please fellow Taoist. Suzaimo 4 glanced down. Jit Shengshan glanced and saw that there were still a lot of cultivators hanging around, peeping at them, and he immediately understood, saying, if fellow Taoist doesn't hate, please come to my place to talk in detail. It is good. Suzaimo without the slightest hesitation. The residence of Pilsun Gate is not too far from here, and the two of them galloped all the way, and within a moment, they had arrived. Jit Shengshan poured a cup of hot tea for Suzaimo before he said, fellow Taoist, there is no one here, please tell me something. Brother Jit, I trust you have been well since we last met. Suzaimo's face twitched, skeleton changed, and in the blink of an eye, she recovered her delicate and pretty appearance, and smiled slightly at Jit Shengshan. Jit Shengshan stared at the scene, looking at this scene first, then in his eyes, then ecstatic. Ah! Jit Shengshan exclaimed, stepped forward, grabbed Suzaimo's wrist, and his expression was excited. Suzaimo shook his head slightly and hissed. Jit Shengshan quickly took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and lowered his voice, Zaimo, it's okay to see you. Although Jit Shengshan's voice was down, it was still difficult to conceal the joy. The voice was shaking with a tremor. Suzaimo patted Jit Shengshan on the shoulder and said, I am fine. I worry everyone, although we know that there should be no danger in terms of your ability. However, for 100 years, you have heard nothing, and we are still a little worried. Jit Shengshan hammered Suzaimo's chest and laughed. Now, seeing you're all right, this mind is also put down. I heard about you. Suzaimo's eyes flashed a killing intent, saying, Brother Jit, rest assured, Di Yin's life, I want to make a decision. After Suzaimo mentioned the incident, Jit Shengshan seemed to think back to the hunt and still had a lingering fear. His face turned pale, and shook his head. 80 years ago, when Di Yin returned to the mountain, when he found us, he was already nascent-souled. Great Gration. Di Yin is too strong. Without fighting him, he would never imagine his strength. In front of him, I have no power to fight back. At the time, it was fortunate that I had Pilsun Gate expert in the vicinity, which saved me back, and I managed to recuperate for more than 10 years before I really recovered. After a little groaning, Jit Shengshan said, you can rest assured that little fatty is okay. He was badly hit by Di Yin and stumbled into a large tomb. Blessed by misfortune. Suzaimo suddenly frowned, softly muttered, 80 years ago, Di Yin was a nascent soul great perfection when he was out of the mountain. This means that he spent only 20 years stepping into the nascent soul realm and practicing to nascent soul great perfection. Jit Shengshan's mouth is bitter and nodded. This popularity is terrible. The innate talent is amazing, and it has human sovereign inheritance, like a tiger that has grown wings. It is indeed a demon that will not be born in Diana 10000 years. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 931. Chapter 931. The Tea Party begins. Part 5. In just 20 years, Di Yin has cultivated from nascent soul early stage to great Gration. This cultivation speed is almost unimaginable. No one else knows what chance he got. Even Suzaimo didn't expect that after Di Yin was suppressed by him once, he could rise against the trend and be brave and advanced to reach such a point. Suzaimo suddenly thought of one thing, frowns, saying, 80 years ago, Di Yin has cultivated to the nascent soul great perfection. What is his cultivation base now? Void Return Realm. Jit Shengshan said, I heard that 50 years ago, he had broken through to Void Return Realm, and it is unclear to what level he practiced Void Return Realm. Okay, you did not let me down. Suzaimo heard that Yin was so powerful that he wasn't half afraid, but fighting intent was rolling, his eyes were superb, and he was so imposing. Void Return Realm Expert, he is not killed. Looking at his old friend in front of him, Jit Shengshan felt 100001000 in his heart. 100 years have passed. That same level of invincibility, the 10,000 ancient evils that suppressed foreign clan, has not changed. Just as strong, same domineering, same arrogant. Only Suzaimo dare to say such a thing. However, I estimate that the Yin will not show up at this 1000 crane tea party. Jit Shengshan analyzed. In the future, the 1000 crane tea party is a grand gathering of nascent soul realm heaven chosen. He is already the Taoist of Void Return and cannot reach his eyes. 2. At this tea party, primordial sect has Yi Tanqing's presence, which is enough to settle everything. This is a demon who is not weaker than Di Yin. 3. Di Yin, he doesn't know the news of your return. Suzaimo's eyes were deep and he said quietly, it's okay, he will show up. Jit Shengshan heart shivered with cold, listening to the killing intent in Suzaimo's tone, asked in a low voice, are you not planning to hide your identity? Let it go. Suzaimo said, Law Manifestation Dao Monarch hosted the 1000 crane tea party, and all the major forces got together. Even if I wanted to hide, I'm afraid I can't hide it. Safely return Jihuo Dao Monarch to 100 Refinements Sect. It is not important whether Suzaimo's identity is hidden or not. And he's prepared for the worst. Is the identity exposed? Suzaimo groaned a little and asked, have you heard of rumors about the marriage between Lengru and Yi Danqing? Jit Shengshan nodded, said, originally, I'm not sure whether this marriage Lengru was forced. But just now, I am almost sure that Lengru is now involuntarily. Only then did he go to see him. The two warden cultivators did not enter the notice. Apparently they had received some kind of instructions. Otherwise, with Lengru's friendship, he would not even refuse to meet him. Jit Shengshan thought about it and said, Zaimo, you don't have to worry too much. At the 1000 crane tea party, there is a competition of talisman technique. When the time comes, Lengru will definitely show up. Since Yin came up with this method of action, and forced me to show up, I did what he wanted. Suzaimo's body is permeated with a killing intent. Slowly said, I haven't seen it for 100 years. I'd like to see, heaven chosen on heavenly desolate continent, what has grown. A little later, Suzaimo conquered the killing intent, and then asked, yes, Xining. She has been fine these years. Has she come to the 1000 crane tea party this time? When it comes to Xining, Jit Shengshan's expression is a bit weird. He shook the head, saying, since Xining and Yiling went to the northern region 100 years ago, they have not returned to sect. However, every once in a while, Xining will send a message to sect to report safety. Suzaimo slightly frowned. I haven't seen it for 100 years. He misses the most, and the most reassuring is Xining. I didn't expect. Xining hadn't returned for 100 years. Fortunately, with Yiling's company, she should not be in danger. However, I missed this opportunity and the two met again without knowing what year and month to wait. The two haven't seen each other for 2 years, and have talked a lot, and talked all night long. It wasn't until dawn that Suzaimo transformed into a rough face and returned to the home of 100 Refinements Sect. For the next 3 days, Suzaimo did not leave the residence. The major sect forces, the Central Territory High Sects and the aristocratic family, have almost arrived. Heavenly Gang Religion, Snow Valley, Primordial Sect, Wind Thunder Temple, Sword Sect, Flying Feather Sect, 6 immortal sects located in the Central Territory have been counted. When Panglantaru Monarch and Hankyu arrived, they also caused a lot of fluctuations. Many cultivators went forward to see the style. When Primordial Sect Yi Danqing arrived, it caused a huge sensation. Not only the 1000 Herman, but also the major sects cultivators, almost all of which passed through cultivation rumors. Although Yi Tanqing has just stepped into nascent soul realm, it is now only nascent soul early stage, but its battle strength is strong, can be number one true monarch. This name is too big. Nascent soul early stage is called number one true monarch, which is called shaking the old and illuminating the new. Of course, when this title was just spread, naturally there were many nascent soul realm heaven chosen dissatisfied, challenged by high sects, all beheaded by Yi Tanqing one after another. Since then, the opposition has faded. On the day of Yi Tanqing's arrival, even Nan Gongling III could not bear it and ran out to take a look. Only Suzaimo is still staying in his residence, keeping his eyes closed, and seems to have no interest in these so-called heaven-chosen experts. Among the Buddha sects, the floating Buddhist temple, Faceless temple, and Prajna temple are located in the Central Territory. They have also reached Threehaman. The Dipankara temple that Ming Zen paid a visit to was in the southern region. As for the Central Territory high sects, there are dozens of them, almost all of them are here. Peach Blossom Peak, Bawang Mountain, Five Elements Church, Danhai God Church, Sun Moon House, Meteor Sect, Tanlo, returns to one pavilion, Xuan Shuang Gate, Washuang Sword Sect, Daig's Palace, Incognita View, Xuan Yang Sai, Baiyun Temple, Seven Temple Hall. On this day, the 1000 Crane Tea Party officially started. Many sects and cultivators set off, led by 1000 Haman cultivator, to Tongxuan Garden, which is the courtyard where the tea tree of Tongxuan is located. On the road, Yuding Daoist explained, I heard that there are 527 cups of Tongxuan tea this time, and only 5 cups of top-grade Tongxuan tea. Close enough. You can clearly see that at the top of the Tongxuan tea tree, there are 5 green tea leaves. Each slice of tea can only be brewed into a cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea. This 1000 Crane Tea Party is mainly divided into 2 parts. Yuding Daoist continued. The first part is the contest between the 4 side gates. They are the Formation Duel, the Talisman Duel, the Alchemy Battle and the Refiner Battle. 100 Refinements Sect. Many cultivator heart shivered with cold. Sect honor and shame, in this first part of the controversy. Yuding Daoist said, unsurprisingly, this battle of refiners should be ranked at the bottom of the 4 contests. Junior sister Liu, you tried to relax and play hard. I will do my best. Liu Hanyan nodded. Yuding Daoist also said, the first part is to take care of our 4 big gates. The final winner of each course can drink a cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea. It's earned now. Rexuan clapped his hands and said, Han Yan, if you win, you can still drink a cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea. Liu Hanyan just smiled and didn't speak. She knew in her mind that the probability of her winning the battle for the refiner was less than 30%. The best case is a tie between the 2 sides. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 932. Chapter 932 Yi Tanqing Part 6. Yuding Daoist said, 1 cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea is left, which is the second section. Heaven Chosen is fighting. The last cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea is very heavy. Only Central Territory number 1 true monarch is eligible for her. Nan Gongling said with a sigh, I don't know if it is Yi Tanqing or Panglan true monarch. I feel that only these 2 natural phenomena top the list to qualify for this 5th cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea. I bet Yi Tanqing. Rexuan said something, then turned his head and asked, Little Ancestral Uncle Master, what do you say? Suzaimo lightly saying, I bet they can't drink both. Ah, why? Rexuan asked curiously. Suzaimo smiled and said casually, because, I won't let it. Little Ancestral Uncle Master, you brag again. Hearing this sentence, Rexuan followed laughed and didn't even mind. At this moment, everyone in the 100 Refinements sect had entered the courtyard with 1000 Haman cultivator. Just stepping into the Tongxuan courtyard, everyone at 100 Refinements sect felt the original hustle and bustle of the courtyard and there was a moment of quiet. In the courtyard, most of the sect forces are already in place. Nascent Soul Realm Heaven Chosen got together and looked away. Densely packed, extremely spectacular. This is a rare true cultivation event following the natural phenomenon list. At this time, after 100 refinements sect entered the Tongxuan courtyard, shwa shwa shwa, a line of sight stabbed, hot. 100 refinements sect is here. I heard that 100 refinements sect came out with a ruthless roll, losing several heaven chosen in a row, and has already provoked a lot of sect forces. What's the use of a hard roll, heaven chosen present, which is not a hard roll? Hee hee, 100 refinements sect is already a Japanese western mountain, and will soon be removed from the 4 big gates. 100 refinements sect's situation is already wind and rain, just appeared, just on the cusp of the wind. 1000 crane tea party, once every 1000 years. Most of the 100 refinements sect cultivator have not experienced this kind of scene. With the worrying situation of sect, many cultivators are somewhat agitated. Even Nangongling III was a little nervous. Today, the only thing that can calm down is Suzaimo. At this moment, he has felt that he has a lot of sharp eyes, constantly hovering over him, killing intent. Suzaimo expression indifferent, disinclined to pay attention to. 100 refinements sect fellow Taoists, please hear. 1000 human cultivator pointed at an area not far away, said Shensheng. 100 refinements sect everyone looked around, cannot help but complexion sank. There are 4 side gates, but at this time, in addition to the ancient formation gate, Pill Sun Gate, and 1000 crane gates, there is actually a team of cultivators standing there. These cultivators' robes are dark, and their cuffs are lined with a ball of Netherworld's fire. Nether Fire Temple. The tea party has not really started, but the position occupied by the 100 refinements sect and the Nether Fire Hall is the tit for tat. The fire has a full medical smell. This is the area where the 4 big gates stop, but now there are 5 sects. The meaning is self-evident. The losing party will lose the qualification to stop in this area. Yuding Taoist calmed his face and said nothing. Since the Nether Fire Hall can stand here, it is obvious that it has obtained the consent of 1000 human. Even if they protest, there will be no results. Nether Fire Temple has become a climate. The first Taoist of Void Return is named 1000 Maple True Monarch, and behind him is Ming Han, the one who confronted Senior Sister Liu this time. Rexuan whispered. Suzaimo glanced over and noticed the coldness at a glance. This cultivator is young, exuding a cold air, slightly lifting his chin, and being proud of himself. Soon, the 100 refinements sect was in place. That should be Panglan True Monarch. Nangongling looked in the direction of Heavenly Gang Religion, and saw a nascent soul True Monarch standing in the first place, with long hair flying and narrow eyes. At this time, he was looking at Suzaimo, smiling slightly. That is Hankyu. Nangongling looked towards the other side. Suzaimo looked around, but he hasn't seen it for 100 years. Hankyu has changed a lot. He has cultivated to nascent soul realm late stage peak. Although he has a sharp edge, he is condensed and restrained. This Sword Dao realm is obviously superior to Jian Wuzong. Wind Thunder Temple, Snow Valley, Immortal Sect, Buddha Sect's Heaven Chosen, Nangongling and people like Xuan Liang are introducing Suzaimo. Suzaimo was absent-minded, only occasionally nodded, and counted as a response. There was a sudden agitation in the crowd, many cultivators shouted, 2 eyes glowed. I saw in the sky not far away, Primordial Sect cultivator about 1000 people, a mighty, galloping gallop. The most eye-catching is the front 9 murderess. 9 fierce hordes go hand in hand, soar into the clouds and mount the mists. The momentum is roaring, and together they are pulling a huge throne, slowly walking. The ferocious beast is pure blood ominous beast. Ordinary cultivator, one of them, is already a great opportunity. But now, these 9 murderous scourges are only driven by one person. Look, Yi Tanqing is here. It's really spectacular. It is indeed number 1 true monarch. At the top of the throne sits a cultivator, very handsome, young, eyes closed, seems to be taking a nap. Around the throne, there were also 9 extremely beautiful and alluring women, some playing the flute, some scattering flowers, and some holding the feather fan, gently fanning. Terrifying is that these 9 followers are also nascent soul realm. Even there is a person-woman, nascent soul great perfection. Having cultivated this realm, I am still willing to be the attendant of the cultivator on the throne, as shown in this person's terrifying, primordial sect, top of natural phenomenon, Yi Danqing. As soon as he appeared, he attracted countless lights. No one can match such a pomp. Nan Gongling couldn't help but sigh with emotion and said sincerely, "It is truly number one true monarch. This is such a magnificent style, who can reach it?" Yi Tanxing appeared and was repaired in the field, including Taoist of Void Return. Even at the top of the natural phenomenon list 400 years ago, the legendary Harfoot stepped into the Void Return realm's Panglan True Monarch, and the expression condenses. Only Suzaimo, from start to finish. His eyelids didn't blink. This scene, in the eyes of Liu Hanyan and women like Xuan Liang, is even more surprised. They are really unimaginable, and cultivator can remain calm and calm in Yi Tanxing's aura. It is indeed the prime heaven sect to heaven chosen, and the rise of primordial sect has become inevitable. No wonder 1000 Herman sect master worked hard to promote this marriage. Yi Tanxing has unlimited potential. It is very possible to confer the sovereign title in the future. In a blink of an eye, everyone in the primordial sect was in the courtyard. The 9 fierce heads had fierce eyes, looked around all around, and snarled in their mouths and noses. And many cultivator expressions dreaded and stepped back. Pipe down. Yi Tanxing slowly opened his eyes and opened his eyes. 9 fierce crickets heard this voice, and immediately became silent, lying on the ground, like a pair of 9 snakes. It's been a few days. Brother Yi looks better than ever. At this moment, a nether fire hall, cultivator moved towards Yi Tanxing, walked to the front, and cupped one fist in the other hand laughed. Nan Gongling frowned, said, "It's Ming Han." How did he know Yi Tanxing? Also, it seems that the relationship between the two is not bad. Rugzhuan softly muttered, also expressing anxiety. If you say, Ming Han makes good friends with Yi Tanxing, does this mean that at this 1000 crane tea party, primordial sect will be on the side of the Nether Fire Hall, and will come forward for the Nether Fire Temple? Eternal Sacred King Chapter 933. Chapter 933, Very Ruthless Chapter 7. Brother Han, I trust you have been well since we last met. Yi Tanxing stood on the throne and did not stand up. In other words, no one in the cultivator in the Tongxuan courtyard deserves to stand up and welcome him. Yi Tanxing waved his hand slightly, blocking the 9 fierce sorrows in front of him, letting a passage open, and Ping Han walked in. Yi Tanxing sits on the throne, aloof and remote. Frigid stands below. But in this way, many cultivators have envy. It is a great glory to many cultivators to have some friendship with Yi Tanxing, and to be able to talk to him so close. The atmosphere on 100 Refinements sect was a bit depressing and dull. The closer Han Ming and Yi Tanxing are, the worse the situation of 100 Refinements sect. After a while, Yu Ding Taoist turned around and comforted Liu Hanyan and said, "Junior sister Liu, you don't have to worry. As long as you win the conqueror battle, make a name for sect, save your face, and know Yi Tanxing again, how can it be?" Ah! Liu Hanyan nodded, pouting. Suzaimo sighed. Although Yu Ding Taoist's original intention is comfort, this sentence obviously puts more pressure on Liu Hanyan. At this moment, the gate of the inner courtyard of the Tongxuan courtyard opened, and a group of bright and charming female cultivators came out, each of which was thin and thin, each with 1000 autumns. The woman in front is wearing a white dress, her clothes are fluttering, her appearance is beautiful. Her expression is indifferent, she doesn't have any fireworks, she is just like a fairy who is ridiculous. However, the woman's gaze was cold, and the whole person looked like an iceberg, which made many cultivator discouraged. What Lengru fairy is here? It's really peerless grace and elegance, devastatingly beautiful. There was a thunder in the crowd. There is not much pomp, but the sensation caused by the appearance of Lengru is no less than that of Yi Tanxing. Suzaimo lifts the head, looking at the woman who walked slowly, with a gentle gaze and a smile from her heart. Not seen for 100 years, Lengru came out more and more cold and glamorous. Seeing that the deceased was unharmed, Suzaimo was heartily happy. Although Lengru is facing some difficulties now, naturally he will not let his old friends suffer a little bit now. Suzaimo looked at Lengru with a little thought. His thoughts were 10001000. Rugzhuan next to him, but a little unhappy. HMPH. Rugzhuan pursed his mouth, stared at Suzaimo, and said angrily, I thought you could calm down. Seeing beautiful women, it's not the same. Hey, be careful. Drool comes out later. Liu Hanyan frowned lightly, feeling quite surprised. In her impressions, Suzaimo was not that kind of romantic person. She herself is a beauty. At the time, when the two first met, Suzaimo never showed such a look and smile. Moreover, even Yi Tanxing cannot impress Suzaimo. This Lengru fairy has such great magic. Liu Hanyan didn't understand. Moreover, she noticed that Suzaimo's gaze at Lengru fairy was not obsessed with, adored with, or sullen. Suzaimo looked at Lengru fairy's eyes very clear and gentle. Liu Hanyan glanced slightly, looked towards Yi Tanxing not far away. At this time, Yi Tanxing was also watching Lengru. But Yi Tanxing's eyes are a kind of condescending eyes, full of possession, looking down, making Liu Hanyan's heart very uncomfortable. Lengru, here I am. Yi Tanxing got up slowly, looked at Lengru, and said with a smile. He expressed arrogance and seemed to be waiting for a response from Lengru. Unfortunately, Lengru didn't even look at him. The scene is awkward. The noise of the surrounding noise also dropped. Cold light flashed in Yi Tanxing's eyes, and then he laughed softly, expression free and easy, seemed to disregard, and sat back again. Hee, I don't know where it is. Some cultivator couldn't bear it and laughed out loud. Yi Tanxing's expression was cold. A maid of nascent soul realm standing on his side moved into the crowd, flew into the crowd instantly, stabbed a short sword, cold light. The cultivator expression is flustered, somewhat completely unprepared. Where did he think that in the presence of 1000 Taoist of void return in Herman, someone would dare to hurt someone? Moreover, this nascent soul realm woman looks fragile, but she is very decisive, very ruthless. She pierces the man's eyebrow with no sword. The cultivator who can come to the tea party, also not an ordinary person. Zheng. The palm of this person was shot on the storage bag, and a long knife was directly taken out, and moved towards the stabbed fiercely chopped past. When the swords intersect, the person was shocked. This nascent soul realm woman is thin and thin, but the power that bursts out is extremely amazing. His long knife can't hold it. Suddenly, I saw cold light flashed in the eyes of a nascent soul realm woman, and she changed very quickly. Turn your wrist, wipe the sword edge down the long knife, and instantly cut off the forefingers of this cultivator. Ah! The man screamed, drenched with blood on his palm, and kept back. Unexpectedly, the nascent soul realm woman had no intention of keeping her hand. Her expression was cold, she bullied herself, and threw a dagger in her hand. The short sword circled around this person's neck, and then returned to her hand. A big skull fell down. Shocked by this nascent soul cultivator, the primordial spirit emerged. But this primordial spirit did not escape far, was blown by the cold wind. The primordial spirit trembled and twitched. The rays of light quickly dimmed, and quickly dissipated in the sky, falling on the spot. Nascent soul realm's primordial spirit is too cowardly. If you leave the fleshly body, it won't be long before it will die. The huge Tongxuan courtyard, absolute silence. You can hear the needle. Everyone didn't expect, and this nascent soul true monarch was suppressed and killed on the spot because of a laugh. Moreover, it is not Yi Tanxing himself, but by a maid next to him. 2 swords cut off his head. Normally, among 1000 Herman, cultivator is forbidden to compete between life and death. Even if heaven chosen is fighting at the tea party, it is still advisable to stop the show and prohibit the slaughter. Who would have thought that Yi Tanqing is so powerful and overbearing? 1000 The Crane Tea Party has been flashed with blood color before it has started. In the courtyard, the spirit of killing is pervasive, and the repairs are like chills. Yi Tanqing finally spoke, and lazily said, Yi 7 just wanted to teach him a lesson, and he has kept his hand. It is his own courting death that he chose the primordial spirit to get out of the way. No wonder Yi 7. Leaf 7 is the name of the maid of nascent soul realm. To be precise, these 9 maids have no names, only numbers, from Yi to Yi 9. 1000 Many Taoists of void return in Human heard this explanation. All frowned, did not speak. It is regarded as the default. Kungsu's heart was cold. Yi Tanqing's remarks are totally arguing that Leaf 7 cut off the head of a nascent soul true monarch, and the fleshly body of this nascent soul true monarch is ruined. The skull is chopped down, and it won't be long before chi and blood will wither and dry. Even if this person's primordial spirit is unremarkable, the primordial spirit lives in the withered skull, and it will not last long, or he will die. Yi 7's sword is no different from killing this person directly. Everyone understands this truth, but many Taoists of void return in 1000 Human have defaulted. This incident also shows the attitude of 1000 Human towards Yi Tanqing. TSK. The top of the natural phenomenon is really majestic. Just then, there was another smirk in the courtyard, full of teasing and ridicule. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 934. Chapter 934, Reunion 5th. Group prepare turn pale with fright. Just now, just because someone laughed, she was suppressed and killed by Yi Tanqing's maid. Even 1000 Human did not show up, choose the default, didn't expect. At this time, there are still people who dare to speak. And this time, it almost refers to the ridicule of Yi Tanqing, provoking his majesty. Many cultivators realized that someone was going to die. Hearing this voice, Suzaima moved in his heart and couldn't help showing a smile. Didn't expect, he came to. Jit Shengshan looked around, expression was surprised and happy. Lengru was originally indifferent, but when she heard this voice, she also moved slightly, and there was a trace of warmth in the cold eyes. Yi Tanqing narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around. Originally, the 9 maids standing next to him were also frowning, looking around the crowd, but hesitant and inactive. The voice just sounded loud and erratic. The direction was difficult to identify. They could not be sure at all. Hee, squint and squint, look at you silly. The joke sounded again. This time, provocation means more serious, and directly rose to personal attack. Not to mention the top of the natural phenomenon, Yi Tanqing, now known as number 1 true monarch, even if it is an ordinary person, provoked like this, it can't stand it already. Make a sound. Yi Tanqing stood up, murderous looking, his eyebrows flickered, and a huge divine consciousness was released suddenly, covering the entire courtyard directly. After a while, Yi Tanqing still did not move. His face was ugly, not found. After his divine consciousness came down, the voice seemed to disappear out of thin air, and then it was hidden. Not to mention him, the Taoist of void return who was present also couldn't find anyone who could not speak. Yi Tanqing breathes deeply, eyes gloomy, slowly withdraw the divine consciousness, and sit back again. It scared me. Yi Tanqing has just taken back the divine consciousness, but the ass has not yet touched the throne. The sound of this teasing sounded again. I didn't say that you are so angry with primordial sect. You can't stand it when people laugh. You can't find me now. Do you want your lungs to explode? Suzaima laughed secretly. I didn't expect 100 years, and Little Fatty was even more naughty. Moreover, it must be said that the hidden method of Little Fatty is quite clever, and Suzaima only relied on his strong 6 knowledge to dimly determine the position of Little Fatty. Little Fatty has been moving through the crowd. However, there seemed to be a hidden treasure in his body that was not found by others. And, he moves very slowly, cautiously. He Fang Rat, hide his head. Yi Tanqing's face was gloomy, slowly said, if you have the courage, just show up. "No, I'm timid." Little Fatty said, "You kill people at every turn, 1000 Human doesn't care. Who is not afraid?" These remarks not only ridiculed Yi Tanqing's indiscriminate killing of innocent people, but also made 1000 Human runs. 1000 many Taoist avoid return in Human are blushing. Yi Tanqing closed his eyes and suddenly closed his mouth, as if he had given up searching. After a while, Little Fatty said, "What are you doing there, asleep?" Suddenly Yi Tanqing opened his eyes, killing intent. His body flickered, and he flew into the crowd instantly. I silly said, "Get out of me." The group repairs were horrified and dispersed. There was only one silhouette wearing a black robe, standing in place. It seemed frightening. Bang! Yi Tanqing's fist was hit hard on this person's chest. The man's shirt was torn and flew out, his chest had been punctured, and strangely, no blood flowed out. Boom! The man fell to the ground and rolled a few laps before stopping. Everyone took a look. This is not a person at all, but a puppet made of the finest black iron essence steel. This puppet is lying on the ground, with its back to the crowd, and a few big characters are written on its back. "It was an idiot who hit me. Ha 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 ha." This time, Kung Su couldn't bear it anymore, and burst into laughter. Suzaimo laughed. It turns out that it's not just Little Fatty and that silly Shijian who worshipped puppet sect. They are all here. Seeing this scene, Lengru pursed his lips. His heart was agitated. When these old friends learned of her marriage with Yi Tanqing, they knew it might be a trap, but they rushed over without hesitation. Jit Shengshan, Little Fatty, so is Shijian. Lengru was not a temperament, but in this brief moment, she felt that her nose was a little sour and her eyes became red. Yi Tanqing's complexion was extremely gloomy. He even has a single thought head in his heart, killing all the cultivator who laughed at this time. But he knew that this was not realistic. Although he is at the top of the natural phenomenon, #1 true monarch, it is impossible to do this. No kidding. Just then, a light drink came from afar. 3 silhouette treads the sky, with a strong breath and coercion. 3 law manifestation Tao monarch. The 3 female cultivators do not seem to be middle-aged, but they are still beautiful and alluring, exuding a mature charm that girls do not have. The female cultivator headed by it is exactly 1000 Human sect master Lan Dao monarch. Standing next to her were Eldo with 2 Human. Lan Dao monarch glanced across the crowd, saying lightly, "If you two came to the 1000 crane tea party, I would welcome 1000 Human. But if you come to make trouble, don't blame me for bombing you out." Little Fatty and Shijian's approach is even more clever. Under the consciousness of the divine consciousness of law manifestation Tao monarch, there is nothing to hide. Little Fatty and Shijian, two sneaked to the side of 1000 Human before revealing their figures. 2 people moved towards Yi Tanqing made a face. At this moment, 1000 Human sect master is in. Yi Tanqing is no matter how strong he is, he dares not to kill under the eyes of 1000 Human sect master. Sect master elder sister, you can 10 million don't bomb us out. Little Fatty laughed. He's moved towards Landau monarch saluted. Although Landau monarch remained calm, but this sect master elder sister, also called her full of joy. She doesn't look middle-aged, but she has lived for several thousand years. When she heard a doll in her 1000s called her elder sister, how could she be upset? Little Fatty said, "Sect master elder sister, on your sight, that Yi Tanqing dares to kill anyone. If you bomb us out, you will be killed by him." Without reaching a smile, Little Fatty's mouth is still so sweet. Even more how? Little Fatty and Shijian are the 2 heirs to Tomb sect and Puppet sect, and Landru monarch will naturally be a bit jealous. Landru monarch said, "Just know what you are, and in your name, you are eligible for a cup of Tongxuan tea." After a pause, Landru monarch gave the 2 people a warning look and said word by word, "Remember, don't make me mess." Shijian is still stupid, reserved, silent. Little Fatty gave a ha-ha, even if the fool passed. Lengru smiled and beckons with the hand to 2 people, saying, "You guys come to me. Call brother Jiji." Ha-ha, just wait for you. Jit Shengshan laughed heartily. Out of the crowd. After 100 years, 4 people finally reunited. To be precise, it is 5 people. Suzaima was sitting on the side of 100 Refinements sect, and had not moved or reminded Lengru and the others. Divine consciousness sound transmission. There will be divine consciousness fluctuations. At this time, if the sound transmission passes, it will certainly attract the attention of others, and it is not necessary for the time being. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 935. Chapter 935 Disciple do not want. 9th. It turns out you too. Yi Tanqing has returned to the throne, smiled faintly, and said quietly, "Okay, good. I want to see, how long can you two hide in 1000 Haman?" Sect Master Elder Sister, look. Little Fatty immediately sued, saying, "Before you, he dared to scream there, and really didn't take you seriously." Hearing this sentence, Yi Tanqing was so angry that he rushed into the crowd and crushed Little Fatty to 10,000 segments. Okay. Landau Monarch waved his hand, ignored Little Fatty, and chanted, "Dear everyone, welcome to 1000 Haman, and join this tea party." The tea party is mainly divided into 2 parts. You must already know, I will not repeat them. First, the formation duel. Second, the alchemy fight. Third, the talisman showdown. The fourth is the top priority of this tea party, 100 Refinements sect and the Refiner Battle of the Nether Fire Hall. Not surprisingly, this battle of 10,000 high-profile refiners was arranged last by 1000 Haman. Suzaima glanced at the dreary cold of the Nether Fire Temple and Liu Hanyan again, shaking his head slightly. The status of the 2 people is significantly different. Ming Han and Yi Tanqing talked and laughed. Expression was easy. Liu Hanyan bowed his head slightly, clenched his fists, and said nothing. Suzaima can see that Liu Hanyan is under great pressure and is already nervous. But such things, he can't help. He is an artifact refining master and can refine the spirit tool. In the current battle of refiners, the 2 sides are competing to make magic tools. The spirit tool and magic tool sound only 1 word apart. In fact, the 2 are the difference between heaven and earth. Although Jihuo Dao Monarch has taught him many tips for refining the magic tool, he has never tried it. Refiners, without epiphany, need countless attempts and refinements. Inside, you need to work hard. Jihuo Dao Monarch taught him these things, and it was only 3 months. How could he have time to practice? The tea party has begun. First stage is a formation duel. The rules are simple. The ancient formation center cultivator, the other sect forces, including Immortal Sect, Buddha Sect, Central Territory High Sects, Aristocratic Family, and even the loose cultivator, as long as they have a formation division, they can win the ancient formation gate cultivator, even if the opponent wins. If no one can beat the ancient formation gate cultivator, then the ancient formation gate wins. Although the rules are simple, they reveal the confidence and background of being one of the 4 big gates. Ancient Formation Door Disciple, you can take all the formation challenges. The final winner was titled Master by Landau Monarch. For example, the ultimate winner of the formation duel is the Formation Master. The ultimate winner of the alchemy battle is the Alchemy Master. 4 matchups. 4 masters will be decided. You can drink a cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea. The formation duel is deduced in a huge sandbox. As long as the cultivator's divine consciousness enters it, the formation can begin. Suzaima has also studied formation. He hasn't even left it all these years, because each level of torch shining sword formation not only increases the number of flying swords, but also understands the formation profound truth of this level. However, Suzaima's torch shining sword formation stuck in 3rd layer has stagnated. The formation of the 4th layer, he has long understood. But there is no magic sword that matches it. 4th layer torch shining sword formation requires 36 swords. Moreover, if you want to succeed, the body, weight, and length of these 36 swords must be similar. Suzaima doesn't know how to make magic tools. Wanting to have exactly the same 36 swords, it's crazy. So after stepping into nascent soul realm, his torch shining sword formation has been put on hold. The more the sword formation reaches the late stage, the more flying swords are needed. Cultivation to the 9 layers requires a full 81 handles flying sword. Torch shining sword formation. Formidable power is amazing. But there is no inheritance. Even the ancient formation gate cultivator, not many people can recognize this sword formation. That's why Suzaimo was idle and went to the sand table to watch the formation duel. About 2 hours, the result came out. In the end, it was an ancient formation that a Smoker True Monarch won. The Smoker True Monarch finally arranged a great formation and trapped more than 100 formation masters in a row. No one can break free and the record is dazzling. Give tea. Landau Monarch smiled and waved his hand gently, and a piece of green tea at the top of the Tongxuan tea tree floated down and fell into the teacup. She was on the side of the elder, took a fresh spiritual spring, boiled it with magic power, turned it into a ball of water, and rolled it into a teacup. Hey! A scent of tea spreads quickly and makes people feel refreshed. Just standing in the distance and smelling the fragrance of tea has such an influence. The preciousness of this top-grade Tongxuan tea is evident. 1000 Crane Sect elder brewed tea in person and delivered it. Yanbai True Monarch was flattered. He took top-grade Tongxuan tea and looked at the dark green tea. The tea was in the abdomen, and Yanbai True Monarch was shocked. He sat cross-legged immediately, closed his eyes, cultivated his consciousness, and instantly settled and immersed in it. The ancient formation door cultivator quickly surrounded it and protected it from being disturbed. Then came the alchemy battle. Alchemist everywhere in the Central Territory, anyone can participate in the challenge. The challenge is Pill Sun Gate cultivator. The alchemist sent by Pill Sun Gate is not a bystander, but an intersection with Suzaimo in an ancient battlefield. I like Tang Yu of the cross-dresser. Xining and Jichengshan were able to pay Pill Sun Gate, thanks to Tang Yu's introduction. Seen for years, Tang Yu is still the same, posing as a white scholar, looking far away, like a handsome hampered young master. Suzaimo's mind couldn't help thinking of Xining. If Xining is still she must have the opportunity to compete for the name of alchemy master with her accomplishments in alchemy. Suzaimo secretly said in one's heart. The alchemy contention is relatively short, and in an hour, the victory and defeat have already been determined. Not surprisingly, Tang Yu won the title of Alchemy Master. Give tea. Landau Monarch did not hesitate to pick a piece of tea from the tip of Tongxuan tea tree again. Top-grade Tongxuan tea was brewed by 1000 Crane Sect elder and sent to the past. In a blink of an eye, it was the third match. Talisman duel. At this time, 1000 Haman as the host, naturally cannot be lost. The cultivator dispatched his exactly Lenru. Go, innate talent with your strength, and win the title of Talisman Master. It should be easy. Landau Monarch looked at Lenru, smiled, and was very satisfied with this disciple. Lenru shook his fist slightly, glancing over one of the faces of Jichengshan, Little Fatty, and Shijian. After seeing the encouraging eyes of the three, he finally made up his mind. Master. Lenru came to Dao Monarch in front of Lan Yu and knelt down. Dao Monarch, slightly frowned, said, "What's the matter? Come on." Master, disciple, if you can win the title of Talisman Master, you can do nothing. There is only one request, please Master answer. Lenru still knelt down. His eyes firm, slowly said. Landru Monarch seemed to realize something. His face was slightly heavy, and hesitated for a long time before he said, "You talk about it." Disciple is reluctant to form a Dao companion with Yi Tanxing. This sentence, Lenru almost spoke out word by word, powerful and vocal. Tone barely fell. Kungxu was uproar. 9 more bursts, more during the day. Give a reward. Recommend the ticket to all the horses _ thank Xiao Xiao, Anon, happy bystanders, drunk merry, Xiao Su, where to fall, innocent many fellow Taoist rewards. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 936 Chapter 936, Meeting Ceremony 10th. Disciple do not want to. No one can imagine, at this 1000 Crane Tea Party, under the attention of countless sect forces and many heaven chosen, Lenru said this sentence, what kind of pressure it was under, how hard it was. In just one sentence, it is more powerful than the hysterical cry. This is fighting against authority. This is against the command of the teacher. Landau Monarch's face became a little ugly, his eyes were repressed with anger, and he stared at Lengru without saying a word. This silence is more terrifying than snapping. No one knows what happens next moment. Lengru stood up on such an important occasion, so hitting a sect master, not only 1,000 Herman. Landau Monarch's face could not be hung up. When Landau Monarch was angry, it was very possible to abolish Lengru and get out of the division. On the other side, Yi Tanqing's eyes narrowed, staring at the back of Lengru, gloomy face, expression cold. Lengru now refuses to marry in person. He is also losing his face. At this point, I don't know how many cultivators secretly taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Watch his joke. In Tongxuan courtyard, absolute silence. Even the wind disappeared. The air seems to have frozen. Under the gaze of Landau Monarch, Lengru knelt on his knees, clenched his teeth, endured the omnipresent pressure, and raised his head to face him. Under this pressure, her lovable body was trembling slightly. After a long time, Landau Monarch spoke slowly, expressingly, "Withdraw what you have just said. I will pretend I didn't hear it." Huge pressure is almost going to destroy Lengru. Jit Shengshan stood up. Little Fatty and Shi Jian also stood up. 3 people came to Lengru silently, side by side with her. Lengru seemed to have been greatly encouraged, took a deep breath, looked at Landau Monarch, and said, "Disciple not willing." No concessions. Still, Landau Monarch is furious, and he is on the scene. Thunderman's fury at law manifestation. Dao Monarch, let alone Lengru kneeling down. Even the others felt a throbbing heartbeat. Suzaimo remained silent and stood idly by. Here is 1,000 Herman. There are 3 law manifestation Dao Monarchs in the field. He didn't dare to do it directly. Otherwise, not only will he die here, but he will also affect Lengru and the others. Sect Master is angry. May be confused for a moment. An elder standing in Landau Monarch whispered, looked at Lengru, shook his head slightly, and signaled her not to collide with the sect master. Da Monarch looked at Lengru and recalled the disciples' dealings with her over the years. His eyes gradually became more gentle. Anyway, Lengru is her proudest disciple after all. Landau Monarch breathes deeply, and said earnestly, Lengru, I know you don't want to, but you have to know that the master is for your good. Hearing this sentence, little Fatty had no expression on his face, but a sneer in his heart. For hello, to put it bluntly, not for sect, for yourself. Master has lived for thousands of years. He's a comer. What have you never seen? Landau Monarch also said, although you have no relationship with Yi Tanqing, as long as you become a Dao companion, the two will stay together for a long time, and there will definitely be feelings. The road to true cultivation is long and cultivation is not easy. It is not easy to find a lifelong Dao companion with you for life. You must cherish the opportunity at hand. Little Fatty lightly coughed, saying, Sect Master Elder Sister, you're wrong. 2 people have no feelings. How can you keep your guard? Little Fatty smiled at and said, Sect Master Elder Sister, I don't want to see you. I want you to stay with me now. Would you be happy? The twisted melon is not sweet. Shi Jian hesitated for a long time, finally speaking out. Ha ha. Among the crowd, many cultivators couldn't bear it. Pukai laughed out loud. Rexuan also giggled. These 2 are so funny. Impudent. Landau Monarch gave little Fatty a glance, and did not engage in any entanglement with him, and said to Lengru, I know, you may have heard some gossip. What Yi Tanqing married you? What conspiracy is there, in order to force someone out? But the teacher tells you that those are boring people who pass on rumors, and are maliciously slandered. I don't think so. Little Fatty murmured, without wind there cannot be waves. Yi Tanqing is so cruel and insipid that nothing can be done. Landau Monarch turned his gaze, complexion sank, and looked at the little Fatty 3. Coldly said, I warned you, don't make me mess. If you dare to talk more, Don't blame me for being unwilling and blasting you out of 1,000 Haman. Yi Tanqing's killing intent is fleeting. With Landau monarch in, he is not good at suppressing and killing little fatty 3 people. But if the little fatty 3 were ejected from 1,000 Haman, he would have no scruples. At this point, Yi Tanqing stood up and raised his voice. Lan Senior, these 3 people are obviously in bad faith. If they want to make trouble, they will be expelled from the 3 Crane Tea Party, and everyone must have no opinion. The killing intent in Yi Tanqing's heart has been unbearable. When he came to the 1,000 Crane Tea Party, his face was repeatedly damaged, and a fire was already in his heart. As long as the little fatty 3 leave 1,000 Haman, he will find an excuse to temporarily leave the Tongxuan courtyard and go and kill the 3 himself. Sect Master Elder Sister, you see, Yi Tanqing can't wait to do it to us. I can guarantee that once we leave this place, Yi Tanqing will definitely chase out. Little Fatty is so smart that she can see Yi Tanqing's mind at a glance. Landau monarch slightly frowned. She also understood that if at this time, 3 little Fatty were expelled from 3 Haman, it was no different than killing them. But these 3 people really gave her a headache. At this moment, Yi Tanqing's eyes were gloomy, looking at Leng Ru's back. His heart was full of resentment. Leng Ru refused to marry in public. It was fiercely who broke his face. Yi Tanqing, who has suffered such humiliation. Originally, he just planned to marry Leng Ru back as a little maid beside him. But now, Yi Tanqing has changed his mind. He wants to marry Leng Ru back, and then torture her fiercely, making her anguish, lifelong slave. At this point, Yi Tanqing laughed suddenly and raised his voice. Leng Ru Junior Sister, don't listen to the rumors outside. I really can't tell you the truth of suntan. Yi Moon can learn from heaven and earth. Hearing this sentence, Landau monarch was very satisfied and smiled nodded. Yi Tanqing also said, I have some friendship with the coldness of the Nether Fire Palace. He has promised me that in the battle for refiners, if he has refined the innate true monarch magic tool, he will give it to me. And this innate magic tool, I will transfer it to you, hoping to express my heart. Of course, this is just a small meeting gift. There was an uproar in the crowd. Give away the innate magic tool, which can be regarded as a great generosity. Most female cultivators present showed envy. Yi Tanqing is heaven chosen that is shaking the old and illuminating the new. It is handsome and elegant, and its future achievements are unlimited. Today, it also sends the innate magic tool as a gift. Who can refuse? Landau monarch looked at Yi Tanqing, satisfied nodded, and then looked towards Leng Ru, persuading, you also heard, Yi Tanqing is a good child, and he is really sincere to you. Innate magic tool, he said he'll give it away. Ah! Just then, another sneer came from the crowd, full of ridicule. The old swords deposit has been issued in the early morning. It's all written now. So how much can you write today? 10 is definitely not the end. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 937. Chapter 937, Too Sincere. 11th More. Who is laughing? Kunk's heart startled. Landau monarch has just finished speaking, and some people dare to make such laughter, which is simply provoking law manifestation. Dao monarch, the majesty of a sect master. The group prepared their eyes and looked at 100 Refinements sect. At this moment, the 3 people in Nangongling were scared and their hearts were about to jump out. Little ancestral uncle master, what are you doing? Nangongling 3 people can hear it naturally. Just now the ridiculous laughter comes from Suzaimo sitting beside them. Little ancestral uncle master, it's a matter of 1,000 Haman, wouldn't you stand up? Rexuan hastily divine consciousness sound transmission and wants to remind Suzaimo. Nangongling was also scared enough. Sound transmission said, little ancestral uncle master, don't be impulsive. Leng Ru fairy is indeed devastatingly beautiful, but you must be sober, don't be so fierce. All 3 people can see that if Landau monarch is not loose, no one can help Leng Ru. Even more how? Next to the top of the natural phenomenon, number 1 true monarch stairs. Standing out now, not only offended 1,000 Haman sect master, but also offended Yi Tanqing, who can bear it. At this moment, Landau monarch's eyes had already looked over. Nangongling, 3 people are heart-shivered with cold, quickly converge on divine consciousness, and dare not rush to sound transmission. The expression of 3 people looked at Suzaimo nervously, shaking their heads constantly. Suzaimo's expression was indifferent, but just smiled to the 3 people, but there was no retreat in his heart. Even facing law manifestation Tao monarch, he has to stand up, because, just Lengru, Little Fatty and the others, can't withstand the double pressure from a sect master and Yi Danqing. He can only carry it. Why are you laughing? Landau monarch asked slowly, behind the calm voice. It seemed to suppress a volcano about to erupt. Faced with the coercion of law manifestation Tao monarch, Suzaimo laughed, expressing himself arrogantly, saying, everyone knows that even the most peaks artifact refining master cannot guarantee that the innate magic tool can be refined. Someone with an open mouth and white teeth makes an uncertain thing. It's a good idea. Hearing this sentence, many cultivators are gradually responding. It's unknown if Underworld can craft the innate true monarch magic tool. In other words, the promise made by Yi Danqing is probably just illusion. Little Fatty patted his forehead and said suddenly, Lengru elder sister, Yi Danqing, this boy is harboring malicious intentions, and his mind is too deep. If I said that, I would. Little Fatty is naturally afraid that under the heavens will not be chaotic. Look around, all around, loudly said, dating, blind date. Who wants to form a Tao companion with me? And I will give you one when I dig any grave. Innate magical treasure as a greeting. Ha 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 ha. Kunxi laughed loudly. Little Fatty is even more exaggerated. Even the magical treasure that old ancestor of great ascension can use is promised, and it is still an innate magical treasure. Yi Danqing's eyes are gloomy, although he still has a smile on his face. His heart is already a killing intent. His gaze glanced at Suzaimo. Because of this question, in his mind, Suzaimo is already a man he must kill. Feeling a lot of doubtful eyes around him, Yi Danqing pretended to be free and easy, laughed heartily, and said, Lengru, you can rest assured. If the cold can't make an innate true monarch magic tool, in the future, I will definitely find one for you and give it to you. Never say a word. It is good. Tao monarch nodded, said, I can rest assured if you can make this promise. The eyes and voices that had been questioned gradually faded. With Yi Danqing's fame, identity, and status, since making such a promise, I believe that he will not break his word. Landru monarch looked around all around and stayed on Suzaimo for a while, then slowly said, if anyone has any doubts, it is the heart of a villain. This sentence is very strong, apparently warning Suzaimo. Suzaimo didn't seem to hear it, and chuckled again, indifferently asked, since I want to send the innate true monarch magic tool, why wait until later? With your Yi Danqing's fame, identity, and status, wouldn't you not have the innate true monarch magic tool? Everyone secretly thought with a loud voice. This sentence is almost as good as the divine weapon. It almost returned the words of Landru monarch to Yi Danqing. Moreover, his retreat was blocked directly. Everyone knows that Yi Danqing is the top of the natural phenomenon, known as #1 true monarch, and behind it is the huge monster of primordial sect. It is impossible to have the innate true monarch magic tool. However, there is one thing, but giving it away is another. There were many heaven chosen present, and I asked myself, who has the innate true monarch magic tool and would be willing to give it away? Yi Danqing couldn't hold it anymore, and his face had completely sunk. Suzaimo slightly smiled, and then asked, why? Can't you bear it? A simple question asked, but it made Yi Danqing uncomfortable to vomit blood. He couldn't answer. If you say you are willing, you have to take it out now. If he says reluctantly, what is the sincerity? Just the promise is just a joke. Yi Danqing got up slowly, no longer covering up the killing intent in his heart, exuding huge coercion, and chirping, who are you? Everyone can see that Yi Danqing has lost control. In fact, not only Yi Danqing, but even Landau monarch was a little restless. She now wants to kick out the azure clothes cultivator of 100 refinements sect. But what made her a little uncomfortable was that this as-your-clothes cultivator had nothing extraordinary from beginning to end. She could not find a reason at all. Ignoring Yi Danqing's threat, Suzaimo turned his head and looked towards Landau Monarch, saying, "Take a step back. Even if he can come up with the innate true monarch magic tool, what can this prove? Can it prove that he is true to Lengru? Or can he prove that he is frank and has no crafty plots and machinations?" Lengru Monarch slowly said, "At least, it can prove Yi Danqing's sincerity, can prove that he is qualified, and deserves my discipline." Ha ha. Suzaimo laughed heartily, patted the palm on the storage bag, and straight out a cold light long sword. The long sword trembled, and the glory of 6 paths dazzling bloomed. 6 Tao Law pattern, innate true monarch magic tool. How rare is the innate true monarch magic tool? Suzaimo casually put the long sword on the side tea table, and lightly said, "I can give this long sword to Lengru now. Can it prove my sincerity and prove that I am also qualified?" Group repair is uproar. Each and every one expression is excited, waiting to see lively. What is the situation? Someone robs Yi Danqing. Moreover, this move can be regarded as fiercely hit Yi Danqing's face, without mercy. The situation is becoming more subtle. Little Fatty didn't know who the as-your-clothes cultivator was, but he couldn't help himself and said quickly, "A big brother, you are so sincere." Some people, for a long time clamoring for their mouths, they haven't seen a single hair. It's so refreshing like you. I am your friend, you. Little Fatty gave thumbs up to Suzaimo, and did not forget to run Yi Danqing. Yi Danqing was on the sidelines, his face was blue and purple for a while, his lungs were about to explode. There are too many fellow Taoists to reward. The old sword writes as much as possible. Many thanks. Silent, follow the wind, follow the fate. I am Hanquan, the fruit of summer, drunk romantic, character color, wind season, can be skinny when I was young, sincere, opera, generosity, different me, touch, xiao xiao, wow entertainment, big sheep, woman, where did it fall? A leaf, RLCK, -1 degree. The heart is like a water stop. Yang Liangdeng's rewards from many fellow Taoists. Maybe there are omissions, don't blame it. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 938. Chapter 938, have you asked me? 12th more. Who is this person? It's really arrogant. This person will not be a match with Lengru Fairy. Okay, chase it. 100 Refinements Sect. Why haven't you seen it before? The vast majority of cultivator present was still unseen by Suzaimo. Even if you have heard the name of Mo Ling, you can't get it. While many cultivator talked with emotion, not many people noticed that the cultivator on the side of Sword Sect was fiercely staring at Suzaimo. The look was sharper than sword chi, as if he could not wait to swallow him. A sword repairman standing in front of him stared at the long sword, gnashing teeth. Expression beside Suzaimo, and the blue tendons on his neck were exposed. This Jiangxu is not someone else, it is Jian Wuzong, who is the third in the natural phenomenon list. If someone hadn't pulled him beside him, I'm afraid he had rushed over. It turned out that the long sword thrown by Suzaimo was the amazing sword he had taken from Jian Wuzong in Fenian City. Now, he took it out and gave it to Lengru. Suzaimo itself is not a sword repair. Moreover, he stole this magic sword, and it was really painful to send it out. Little ancestral uncle master, you are really an ancestor. Nangongling wailed in her heart. Nangongling held her forehead. Liu Hanyan turned her face to the side, and did not dare to look at the word formation cultivator's eyes. At this point, they can't wait to pull Suzaimo back to the sect immediately. The situation is chaotic enough. Suzaimo stepped forward to help Lengru speak, which had offended Landau Monarch and Yi Danqing. This is a good thing. Even Sword Sect directly offended. Nangongling wanted to cry without tears, and secretly prayed, little ancestral uncle master, you can stop. You said that you won the sword, that's all, and you took the snatched innate magic tool and gave it to others. This new hatred and old hatred together. Nangongling felt that everyone in Sword Sect could not bear it anymore. and killed him. Rexuan was silent, a little lost. If only the little ancestral uncle master could do this to me. Rexuan murmured in his heart. Well, no. Why is each and every one of a sword sect's eyes red? As if it was aggrieved. That sword looks familiar. Jing Hong's sword. Isn't that Jian Wuzong's Jing Hong's sword? Don't you know, the Jing Hong sword has been taken away. It seems to be a nascent soul true monarch from 100 Refinements sect. What is Mo Ling? Ah, it's him. It's the same person who made Cheng Peng famous in the First World War. Soon there was a louder noise in the crowd again. Heavenly Gang Religion's Pang Lan Taru monarch hugged his arms, and faint smiled at Suzaimo. He was at the top of the natural phenomenon 400 years ago. The age is older than the vast majority of nascent soul true monarch present, and it is also more stable and hot, in his opinion. In this situation, without him, the Moling would die without a burial site. Many cultivators are noisy, and their voices are cluttered. Little Fatty and the others haven't heard much. What Moling? What sword repair? They didn't care. Only Jit Shengshen knew what was going on. But under the watchful eye of Landau Monarch, he didn't dare to divine consciousness sound transmission to engage in these small movements. Okay. Landau Monarch breathes deeply. Huge coercion descends in the courtyard of Tongxuan, and the voice of argument gradually fades. What's your name? Landau Monarch turned his head and looked at Suzaimo solemnly asked. Suzaimo stood up, smiled slightly, cupped one fist in the other hand and said, Under Mo Ling, Artifact Refining Master. Hearing this name, Lengru and Little Fatty were all in their hearts. Even Shi Jian froze. Lengru knelt on the ground, motionless. And after hearing the name, she turned her head for the first time, looking curiously towards Suzaimo, with a touch of inspection and a look. I have to say that compared to Little Fatty and the others, Lengru, as a woman, has a more delicate mind. She noticed what Suzaimo just said seemed to be conveying a message. Normally, this Moling is 100 Refinements sect disciple. There is no need to add an artifact refining master. And does this person add the intention of the artifact refining master? Is it reminding her? Is it? Lengru thought of a possibility. The heart was beating and the heart was so excited that he could hardly suppress it. Landau Monarch's mouth slightly tilted. It seemed a little disdain, and said, Oh, Mo Ling, this name is a bit strange. Is there any natural phenomenon on the list? Why have I never heard of it? Landau Monarch seems to be asking, but the implication is that Mo Ling is a nameless person. It's okay. Suzaimo grinned and said, After today, you will remember. Lengru, is my most proud disciple, will be named the cultivator of the talisman master. Landau Monarch sneered, said, Although you sent an innate true monarch magic tool, you are not famous. You are welcome to say that you simply do not deserve Lengru. Oh? Suzaimo raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, Yi Tanxing is worth it? Hee. Landau Monarch sneered again, saying, Who is Yi Tanxing? Natural phenomenon tops the list, number 1 true monarch. How do you compare with him? A frog in well. It's ridiculous. A cultivator who hasn't even been on the natural phenomenon list, relying on a snatch of the innate true monarch magic tool, and want to marry senior brother Yi. This is the light of Firefly, delusion to compete with Heoyu. Many cultivators of primordial sect laughed. Even though Mo Ling became famous in the battle in Fenian City, it was far worse than Yi Tanxing's fame. Suzaimo suddenly laughed. Number 1 true monarch? Suzaimo indifferently asked, Who sealed it? Since the host stepped into nascent soul realm, there have been countless battles and never lost. It was named number 1 true monarch, and no one questioned it. A maid behind Yi Tanxing stood out, sneer. Oh, Suzaimo smiled and said, It turns out that sealing number 1 true monarch is so simple. It's a coincidence. Since I stepped into nascent soul realm, it has been countless wars and has never been defeated. So, I am also number 1 true monarch? The maid was speechless for a moment. The next moment, Suzaimo looked at Yi Tanxing, and said something that broke the sky and made the entire courtyard fall into silence for a moment. You called number 1 true monarch, Did you ask me? Hiss. Kunxu moving capacity. This simple sentence reveals a thrilling, domineering, impressive, tit-forward. Everyone didn't expect that this 1,000 crane tea party has not yet reached the heaven chosen of the second section, and some people dare to challenge Yi Tanqing directly. For such a moment, Kunxu even gave birth to an illusion. As if in front of Mo Ling, even Yi Tanqing bowed his head. Pang Lan, true monarch, was smiling, with a hint of fun in her eyes. Don't pass, Han Qiu said to Jian Wuzong sound transmission. This Mo Ling is very strong. Even if you fight with a sword, I'm afraid he is not his opponent. In Leng Ru's eyes, there were radiances so similar. In her eyes, this Mo Ling seems to be fused with the person in her memory, regardless of each other. Leng Ru believes only that person has this invincible aura of arrogant. P.S. Recommend a book, 10,000 Ancient Martial God, Introduction, for Heavenly Ascension. First destroy the immortal, want to be sanctified, and go all the way to heaven. This one is a bit late, and it is slow to write. Everyone forgive me. No, let us go to sleep. Many thanks. At the beginning of Kai King, look down, silly cat who wants to steal heart, scale dance, do as one pleases, smile, Lin Shanshai Blue Sea Stone, Wu Tani U's Reward. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 939. Chapter 939, Sword Killing. First, dare to ask this fellow Taoist, where are you from? Leng Ru looked at Suzaimo not far away, suppressing his excited heart as much as possible, and asked gently, Northern region. Suzaimo turned his head and looked at Leng Ru, smiled slightly. Hearing these two words, Leng Ru has no doubt in his heart. If the name is just a coincidence and the identity of the artifact refining master is just a coincidence, even from the northern region is a coincidence. But one thing cannot be a coincidence. The person in front of her stood up when she was most helpless, putting all the pressure on them. Only that person has this courage. Little Fatty is also excited about expression, turning his head and looking towards Jit Shengshan. Jit Shengshan is nodded without traces. Only Shi Jian hasn't completely figured it out. Holding his scalp, he seems to be struggling with something. Leng Ru smiled. This smile comes from my heart. Many cultivators were foolish looking at the smile on Leng Ru's face. Leng Ru was indifferent, as cold as ice and frost, and never appeared to say a word to anyone, let alone show such a smile. If you say, Leng Ru is like an impersonal iceberg, that smile is a blooming snowdrop on the iceberg, crystal clear and near transparent, untouched by the dust, stunning the world. Leng Ru Fairy laughed at this person. My god, my goddess. Did an innate true monarch magic tool directly impress Leng Ru Fairy? I don't believe that Leng Ru Fairy must be using this person. This person is dead and he doesn't know it yet. Hee. Yi Tanqing looked at the smile on Leng Ru's face. The resentment and jealousy in his eyes were intertwined, and the killing intent in his heart had almost reached the peak. This woman, I must make her worse off. Yi Tanqing roared in his heart. Feeling the anger of Yi Tanqing, the 9 fierce crickets originally lying on the ground stood up one after another, and the steel essence rains on their bodies issued a crash-bang sound. Roar. 9 murderers-looking heads, staring at Suzaimo, screaming out of heaven, shaking, earth-shattering cry. The airflow billows, and sand and stones splash. Many nearby cultivators felt that the ground was shaking, deafening, and their hearts were shaking uncontrollably. These 9 fierce worms are really outraged, and many cultivators have discovered that the middlemost fierce worm is the middle-level monster demon, equivalent to Taoist of Void Return, a pure-blood ominous beast, and a great realm higher than Yi Tanqing, and also driven by it. How terrible is the true strength of Yi Tanqing? I'm afraid you don't need Yi Tanqing's shot. The 9 beasts alone are enough to sweep everything. Many cultivator expressions were frightened and secretly murmured. Faced with the threat of 9 fierce men, Suzaimo expression remained unchanged, sitting in a chair with ease, even holding up the teacup next to him and drinking tea. Without warning, one of the 9 maids beside Yi Tanqing suddenly moved. This is the Yi 7 who just shot and killed in Tongxuan Garden. Yi 7's eyes were cold, his body flickered a bit, and his speed was extremely fast. Suzaimo's body had already come to his side in an instant and his killing intent burst out. I saw E7 cuff slightly, a dagger emerged and wiped Suzaimo's neck. The whole process is just a blink of an eye. The timing and angle of the shot are perfect. Suzaimo is drinking tea, distracted. Moreover, at this angle, it is difficult to detect the approach of E7. This assassination method is not inferior to hidden killer gate. Kunxu uproar. No one thought of it. In the presence of 3 law manifestation Tao monarch and 1000 Herman sect master, there are still people who dare to kill. Lan Tao monarch frowned. No one else could react, but with her cultivation base, if she wanted to stop it, she could naturally suppress this forthcoming conflict. But then she turned to silence. The moling from 100 Refinements sect really bored her. Unknown, want to rely on an innate true monarch magic tool, and want to be a Tao companion with her most proud discipline? It's ridiculous and whimsical. This life, primordial sect, heaven-defying, to heaven chosen was born. And it is awe-inspiring. If you can make Lengru and Yi Danqing a Tao companion, Lan Tao monarch believes that this is a perfect result for 1000 Herman and Lenru. 1000 Herman would be normal if it could be sheltered by primordial sect for 10,000 years. Today, heavenly desolate continent is a mess. For big side door. If there is no powerful super sect like Immortal sect or Buddha sect as shelter, it will probably be destroyed and replaced by others. 100 Refinements sect's situation today is the best example. Lan Tao monarch thinks that her choice is correct, everything is for sect. However, she never considered Lengru's feelings. Lengru is her proudest disciple. Everything is under her control. She doesn't allow any deviations. If this E7 could abandon this moling neatly, it would save her to come forward and save a lot of trouble. This moling, naturally reduced to a joke. Lan Yu true monarch expressionless, groaning, no shot. In the courtyard, 10,000 changes. Under countless horrified eyes, Yi7 has killed Suzaimo. And Suzaimo was still sitting in the chair, holding the teacup in his left hand, and drinking tea with his head down. He seemed to be unaware of it and did not respond at all. This person is over. Beautiful tree in the forest, wind must certainly destroy it. This person doesn't know the depth, showing off one's ability, falling here, and deserving it. Nan Tao monarch didn't take any action, which shows that this is already the default. Yi7 blinked cold light in his eyes, the expression of cruelty. She knew that this moling was already a mortal person. 100 Refinements sect many cultivator expressions are shocked, and the reaction is slowed down. Even Yuding Taoist expressed a change in expression, pump shrinking, and had only time to shout, dare to. Just when the dagger was about to touch Suzaimo's neck, Suzaimo didn't lift his head. While drinking tea, he stretched out his right hand, and pulled out the side-shocked sword. The sword trembled, and the stunned sword was in Suzaimo's hands, sending out a dazzling group of rays of light. Between the light and the flint, colliding with the short sword. Ding ding dong dong. A series of Jinj fighting sounds. Bloodlight. In her sight, I saw Suzaimo waving his hand. The sword light tripled, and the dagger in her hand was twisted into pieces and shot back. Puff puff puff. The two sides are too close. These dagger fragments all fell into Yi7's face gate, and the primordial spirit disappeared on the spot. Yi7 rushed fast and retreated faster. Thump. Yi7 layers fell heavily on the ground and rolled to Yi Danqing's feet. He was already a corpse, beyond recognition, and his flesh was blurred. It was only then that Suzaimo drank the tea in his hands, lifted the head, and slowly lowered the teacup. Yuding Taoist's word has just fallen. Between teas, kill with a sword. It all happens fast and ends faster. In the blink of an eye, the dust was settled. Yi7 falls. Explosions are all in the archives. The old knife has no archives. Now it is written now, with a prominent lumbar disc. Bedridden at home, mobile phone code, very slow, everyone forgive me. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 940. Chapter 940. Refiner controversy second. Not many people see how Suzaimo shot. Just in a blink of an eye, Yi 7 has fallen and fallen. Amazing sword. This is really a cruel master. Such a beautiful beauty. Kill it when you say kill, without hesitation. Jiangxiu is mostly decisive. This is normal. Just, when did 100 Refinements sect come out with such a powerful sword repair? Many cultivator whispered. Good sword. Pang Lantaru monarch laughed. Jian Wuzong's eyes were red, and his teeth were clenched. If it weren't for my frightful sword, how could he kill his opponent with one sword? It's not just Jian Wuzong who thinks so. Most of the cultivators present thought that this sword could have such an amazing formidable power, which was derived from the innate true monarch magic tool. Sword sect Hankyu's gaze narrowed, a hint of confusion flashed under his eyes, and his brows frowned. He can see it. Even if there is no Jinghong magic sword, I am afraid that Yi 7 can't escape the fall. This sword's formidable power is great, but sword art is a bit weird. Does not seem to be sword art, and gives him a sense of familiarity. It's just that Mo Ling's shot time is too short, and sword light suddenly disappears. He wants to watch it carefully, and there is no chance. Yi Tanqing's maid was dead, and everyone realized that a major event was about to happen. You are courting death. Yi Tanqing got up slowly. The whole man exuded a mania of anger, making the Tongxuan courtyard tremble. Before Yi Tanqing did something, Yi picked up the flute and blew up. The flute sounds of resentment, with no opportunity, seems to be able to get into the sea of consciousness of everyone, directly harming the primordial spirit. Kill. Yi 2 and Yi 3, the two maids, seemed to be under the influence of the flute and had no effect. Instead, their breath soared, and they moved over towards Suzaimo. Leaves 4 waved sleeves, and a fluffy pink petals sprinkled down. The petals seem to be weak, but when they float, they seem to cut the void away from shattered. Yi 5 holds the lupin and injects magic power. On the fan, there are 5 Tao law patterns flashing. Perfect true monarch magic tool. Even the maids at Yi Tanqing are using the perfect magic tool. What are you doing? Want to bully less? On the 100 Refinements sect side, headed by Yuding Daoist and Nangongling, the group repairers got up, showed the magic tool, and pinched magic arts. The cultivator on the primordial sect also came out one after another. The war is on the verge. The situation developed to this point, and it was about to get out of control. Landau monarch frowned and had to stand up and stabilize the situation. If the situation is allowed to develop, the two sides will fight hard. I am afraid that the cultivator in this courtyard will be involved, and no one will be spared. This 1000 crane tea party does not have to go on. 1000 Herman, her Landau monarch, will all become a joke. Okay. Landau monarch loudly shouted, exuding a huge and mighty coercion, shrouded down in her voice, not only contained the power of law manifestation Tao monarch, but also mixed with a hint of cranes, instantly destroying Yi Yi's flute. The peach blossom of leaf 4 is still in the air, motionless. Many of the cultivators' decisions, whether it is the primordial sect side or the 100 Refinements sect side, whether they are condensed or not, they are instantly collapsed. Law manifestation Tao monarch, a means of sect master, can be seen. Here is 1000 Herman. Landau monarch slowly said, it's a 1000 crane tea party, what do you want to do? But look at me as a sect master. Yi pointed at Suzaimo, coldly said, this person ignored 1000 crane sect rules, shot and killed, crime deserving 10,000 deaths. Fart. Little Fatty couldn't bear it, and yelled, you naughty little girl, you look clean, but your heart is too dirty. You make no sense. Rugzhuan said with a sneer, it was obviously the woman who first started, shouldn't we be allowed to fight back? Well, she deserves it. This matter is set aside. Landau monarch expression majestic, Shin said, the grievances between you are settled on the heaven-chosen battle. When the time comes I will not stop. 1000 Herman sect master came forward and finally stabilized the situation. The cultivator of primordial sect and 100 Refinements sect, each returned. Yi Tanqing laughed suddenly, looking at the 100 Refinements sect group repair, slowly nodded, and said, "Okay, good. You 100 Refinements sect are really brave. Now dare to fight against me, Primordial sect." Hee hee, ha ha ha. "Brother, ye rest assured," Inferior coldly said. 100 Refinements sect will be removed from the 4 side gates after the Refiner battle. It is good. Yi Tanqing stared at Suzaimo and said quietly, "I'd like to see, how long can 100 Refinements sect shelter you?" Suzaimo indifferently smiled. Yi Tanqing got it wrong. Suzaimo dared to confront Yi Tanqing, not by 100 Refinements sect, but by himself. Dao Monarch looked towards Lengru, saying, "Go to the Talisman Showdown first, as for your wedding." After a pause, Lan Dao Monarch glanced at Suzaimo, sneered slightly, and said, "Since someone overestimates one's capabilities and wants to challenge Yi Tanqing, when Heaven Chosen is fighting, give him a chance. If Yi Tanqing wins, Rua, you have to obey the arrangements for the teacher." "How?" "It is good," Lengru without the slightest hesitation promised. Even Landau Monarch froze. Lengru's answer gave her a feeling that it seemed that in her disciple's mind, Yi Tanqing simply would not win. "How can this be?" Landru Monarch smiled for a while, shaking her head slightly. In her eyes, the only thing Moling can beat Yi Tanqing is the cultivation realm. But for a demon such as Yi Tanqing, the gap between nascent soul early stage and nascent soul late stages really can't be considered. Yi Tanqing even killed Taoist to avoid return. Or is this Moling wanting to rely on that shocking magic sword? This is even more ridiculous. Landau Monarch believes that Yi Tanqing also has the innate true monarch magic tool, and there is more than one. Lengru quickly agreed, so that 1000 Crane Tea will be back on track. For some reason, Landau Monarch felt that just now, it seemed that Lengru had suddenly become a person. Although Lengru is still indifferent to expression, his eyebrows inadvertently reveal a touch of joy. Landau Monarch shook his head, no longer thinking about it. Anyway, the situation in front of her is still under her tight control. Some episodes just appeared, just a little accident. The tea party went on. Lengru, as a cultivator dispatched by 1000 Herman, came to accept the challenges from major talisman divisions from all parts of the Central Territory. The talisman battle is going faster. But in half an hour, the winner has been decided. The remaining talisman divisions have not refined their own talisman, and Lengru has refined a 9 heavenly divine thunder rune. The formidable power of this symbol has reached the peak of nascent soul realm. Not even Taoist of void return. The rest of the talisman divisions gave up and gave up. Lengru is logical, sealed with talisman master. Drink top grade Tongxuan tea. After the talisman battle, it was the refiner battle. It is also the top priority of this 1000 Crane Tea Party. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 941. Chapter 941, Undefeated. Confidence expression. Confidence, standing in the middle of Tongxuan courtyard early, and sacrifice his refining vessel, fell to the ground with a bang. Many cultivators took a deep look and expressed shock. This refining dinger is more than 1 person tall. The dinger is hard and flashes a dark golden metallic cluster. Dingbai is all around, engraved with 4 regiment nether fire flames, as if it will burn up at any time. Most importantly, there are 6 Tao law patterns on the tripod. This is one innate true monarch magic tool. This is the ghost tripod. It's my life source magic tool. Ming Han proudly said, "In the beginning, it was with the help of this cauldron that I successfully refined an innate true monarch magic tool." Ah, this tool is so powerful. If he can craft an innate true monarch magic tool again, isn't 100 Refinements sect inevitable? Netherfire Hall Master is now the most peak refiner sect on Heavenly Desolate Continent. Netherfire Hall has this child inheritance. The rise is hard to stop. There was a horror in the crowd. Many cultivators present were the first time I heard about Han Han and heard about it. Feeling the gaze around, Han Han was very proud. His eyes turned and looked at Liu Hanyan of 100 Refinements sect, showing provocative eyes. Liu Hanyan clenched her lips tightly, expressing nervousness and increasing pressure. "He's putting pressure on you. Don't do it." Suzaimo reminded softly, It is so easy to make the innate magic tool. Time, geography, luck, environment, and many other factors are intertwined to make it possible. Although Suzaimo has not refined the magic tool, he has the foundation of the refiner himself, and has Jihuo Dao monarch preaching and confusion. He understands these theories. Yuding Taoist also said, Junior Sister Liu, just relax and do your best. Senior Sister Liu, you must do it. Senior Sister Liu beat him. Many cultivators of 100 Refinements sect also encouraged Liu Hanyan. Liu Hanyan took a deep breath, nodded hard. At this moment, Lengru, who had just been named a talisman master, walked slowly, looking at Liu Hanyan, slightly nodded, and said, Fellow Taoist Liu, I wish you every success. Although they are both nascent soul realm, Lengru Fairy is more famous than her. Moreover, the two people do not know each other. Now, with the encouragement of Lengru, Liu Hanyan feels flattered and relaxed, and smiles in return. Many thanks Lengru Fairy. Lengru is still indifferent, nodded. 100 Refinements sect. Everyone saw Lengru Fairy approaching, each and everyone was unconsciously nervous, expression was cramped. The cultivator of 100 Refinements sect, the magic tool all day long, are mostly rough guys. Many cultivator have flushed faces, and they dare not even look straight. Lengru glanced slightly, looking at the azure-clothed man sitting next to him, said with a slight smile, Moling fellow Taoist, I just thank you for your help. If you are convenient, please come here to tell me. Look, Lengru Fairy smiles at that Moling again. Lengru Fairy seems to be inviting this person. Imagine these two people standing together, it's a great view. Ox chewing the peony. Many cultivator hearts lamented. Many 100 Refinements sect disciple are stunned and can see that their chin is falling off. It is good. Suzaimo got up and left with Lengru. With the envious eyes of countless cultivators, Lengru took Suzaimo with little fatty, Jit Shengshan, and Shijian through the crowd and came to the Tongxuan tea tree. Landau monarch looked at this scene, frowned. She was reluctant to see Lengru in her heart, and had anything to do with Moling of that 100 Refinements sect. 100 Refinements sect, already wind and rain, this level may not pass, and that Moling challenged Yi Tanqing is almost certain to die. Sect master, let her go. A 1000 Crane sect elder whispered, anyway, it will be heaven-chosen fighting, this Moling will not escape. Landau monarch nodded, no longer paid attention to Suzaimo and the others. Under this Tongxuan tea tree, divine consciousness cannot be detected. We use divine consciousness for sound transmission, and there is no possibility of exposure. Lengru's voice sounded in Suzaimo and the others' minds. Big brother, is it really you? Little Fatty could not bear it anymore, and asked. If there weren't too many cultivators in the neighborhood, he would jump over and give Suzaimo a hug. Suzaimo smiled, nodded, and said with emotion, I am back. Shijian didn't say much, just smirked aside. He was very happy to meet his old man again. I've heard about you, Suzaimo said. Originally, I thought Li Yin could come to this tea party, but unfortunately, he didn't come, so he avoided it. After a pause, Suzaimo looked at Little Fatty and said, be assured that after the tea party is over, I will kill Yi Yin with my own hands and take revenge on you. Big brother, don't be impulsive. Little Fatty said quickly, then Yi Yin has cultivated to Void Return Realm. It is not too late for your cultivation base to catch up with him, and then find him. We are aggrieved by this. Can't be considered anything. Also, this Yi Tanqing is very strong, and it is not inferior to the Yi Yin of that year. Big brother, you cannot underestimate the enemy. Little Fatty could not rest assured, and reminded again. Suzaimo nodded. Zaimo, where have you been all these years? Why is there no news? Lengru looked at Suzaimo with some curiosity and some concern. Suzaimo thinks back 100 years, in Thousand Monsters Valley in whose and the others occupy mountain as a king, cannot help but smile. After leaving the ancient battlefield, I went to Thousand Monsters Valley. Marvel at Suzaimo's experience in Thousand Monsters Valley. After a long absence, they naturally have something to say. Unconsciously, time passes. The controversy in the middle of the courtyard has also entered a feverish stage. Including the cold, there are 100 artifact refining masters from all parts of the Central Territory to challenge Liu Hanyan. At this time, except Ming Han and Liu Hanyan, the remaining artifact refining masters have already withdrawn from this battle early. Because the speed of the refining device of Ming Han and Liu Hanyan is far faster than everyone, and it is the last step to condense the magic pattern. Refined on both sides is Flying Sword, and Han is one step ahead of Liu Hanyan. The condensed magic pattern is similar to the condensed spirit pattern. The most difficult, a little carelessness, you will lose everything. At this time, under the gaze of countless lines of sight, the fifth brilliance has flashed in the icy alchemy tripod. This means that the cold has condensed 5 Tao law patterns. Too terrifying. If the cold is closed at this time, he has successfully crafted a perfect true monarch magic tool. Numerous cultivator talks. But the cold, obviously no sign of closing up. Fortunately, he is a genius who has never been born Indiana 10000 times. He wants heaven to defying, condensing the 6th Tao law pattern, and under everyone's attention, he has made an innate magic tool. Once the innate magic tool is successfully refined, he will be invincible. Today's events will also be permanently recorded in the history of the refiner. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 942. Chapter 942, the entire Tongxuan courtyard fell into silence. Almost all cultivators are watching the center of the crowd, 2 people who are engaged in the battle for refiners. At this point, both of them have reached the most critical moment. Frozen is trying to condense the 6th Tao law pattern, and Liu Hanyan is condensing the 5th Tao law pattern. No one has given up. In this controversy, no one knows the outcome. After all, condensing 6 Tao law patterns and casting the innate magic tool is heaven-defying, and the success rate is extremely low. If Han fails, Liu Hanyan will win. But today's situation is still dominating the cold. He first condensed 5 Tao law patterns, and the pressure that Liu Hanyan was subjected to was bound to grow. 100 refinement sects, many discrete expressions are tense. His fists clenched, and he is secretly praying for Liu Hanyan. Liu Hanyan's face was already pale. The refiner is extremely exhausting. Even more how? Still under such great pressure. Frozen closed his eyes, and the divine consciousness felt the flying sword in the refiner's tripod, undulating in another fire. The sword body was burnt red, and the 5 Tao mark road was clearly condensed above. On the cold face, there was no initial relaxation, expression grave. Condensing 6 Tao law patterns. He was not a little sure. He can only rely on a little experience. Rely on the accumulation of precipitation for years of refining equipment, and rely on a strong luck, to seize the fleeting opportunity. At this moment, Liu Hanyan's refiner tripod sent out a dazzling glory. Kung Su's eyes widened, causing a burst of wonder. 5th Tao law pattern. Liu Hanyan also condensed the 5th Tao law pattern. If you close it at this time, a perfect true monarch magic tool will be cast successfully. For the artifact refining master, it is already the limit to be able to cast the perfect magic tool. Normally, just with this perfect true monarch magic tool, Liu Hanyan is enough to win Chi practitioner from all parts of the Central Territory. But she can't win the chill. The cold refining device is faster than her. And, at this time, the cold is condensing the 6th Tao law pattern. Liu Hanyan took a deep breath, tried to control the flames, calmed his mind, and did not rush to condense the 6th Tao law pattern. She is waiting. If the cold fails, she closes it in time, and with this perfect true monarch magic tool, it is enough to win the conqueror battle. Ming Han still closed her eyes and seemed to be immersed in her world without the realm. The movement on Liu Hanyan's side did not affect him in the slightest. Kung Su held his breath and dared not blink. The battle for refiners has reached the most critical moment, and the winner may be determined at any time. I don't know how long it has been. Suffering suddenly opened his eyes, lightly shouted, Ning. Suddenly, the strength of heaven and earth in the sky seemed to be boiling. The continuous strength of heaven and earth rushes into the dreary tripod, almost condensing into substance, forming a huge vortex. In the ghost tripod, magic power spurts and glows burst out. On the blade, the sixth Tao law pattern emerges. Innate true monarch magic tool. It's done. Kunxi moving capacity. Everyone stared at them, watching the scene in front of them in disbelief. It's too shocking. A burning sword that has been burned into a scarlet-eared, slowly emerges from the ghostly tripod, and the sword path clearly condenses the six paths, blooming dazzling rays of light. Most of this kind of sight is cultivator's whole life, and it is difficult to see it once. No one would miss it. It is good. Even the 1000 Human sect master Landau monarch couldn't help but praise it. 100 Refinements sect was shocked in the hearts of everyone. His face became much darker. Liu Hanyan shook his mind and couldn't control the flames. Flying sword in Ding Zong almost exploded. She breathes deeply and quickly stabilizes the flames. The birth of this innate true monarch magic tool means that she has no way out. She can only face the difficulties and continue to condense the sixth Tao law pattern. The situation changed rapidly, as if in an instant. All the pressure was on the weak woman. She even felt a little breathless. The icy cold stood proudly, receiving the admiration from all around worship, admiration from countless people, aloof and remote, squinting at Liu Hanyan. That look, indescribable contempt and disdain. Liu Hanyan did not dare to stare at the cold. She could only calm down her mind as much as possible, trying to condense the sixth Tao law pattern. Time passes by. Liu Hanyan's face grew paler, and there was a fine layer of sweat on his forehead. She dare not try to condense. If she fails, she will fall into an endless abyss. But if she does not try to condense, her chances are getting less and less, until she runs out of divine physique. The external pressure and physical and mental exhaustion made Liu Hanyan's whole state close to collapse. Seeing this scene, the corners of Ming Han's mouth slightly tilted. He knew that he had won. Under the Tongxuan tea tree, Su Zimo and the others are also watching the situation here. This pretty elder sister is afraid to lose. Little Fatty sighed. Leng Ru turned his head and looked towards Su Zimo and asked, if she loses, it will have a great impact on the reputation of 100 Refinements sect, I'm afraid. The first part of the 1000 Crane Tea Party is to select 4 masters in the next door. Formation Master, Alchemy Master, and Talisman Master were all won by Ancient Formation Gate, Pill Sun Gate, and 1000 Cultivator of Human. And the name of the Trainer Master, if the 100 Refinements sect Cultivator is not obtained, the Nether Fire Hall will certainly take advantage of the situation. Su Zimo frowned, lost in thought. Before reaching the part where Heaven Chosen is fighting, using force will most likely be expelled by Landau Monarch, but he can't do much without using force. Su Zimo stroked his forehead, thinking for a moment. His heart moved, his eyes flickered. Kog. At this moment, Liu Hanyan finally shot, condensing the sixth Tao law pattern. But tone barely fell, and there was a sound of breaking sound in the refiner. Although the sound is light, it falls into Liu Hanyan's ears, but it is like a thunderstorm. The smile on Ning'an's face was deeper. He has won. This sound is the sound of the failure of the condensed pattern and the crack of the sword body. Immediately afterwards, a loud noise erupted in the refiner's tripod. The sword's body exploded, turned into numerous fragments, and hit the tripod's wall. Liu Hanyan's mind was implicated. His body was shaking, he fell from the air, his face was pale, and he spit a mouthful of blood. Smoke. Nan Gongling quickly hurried forward, holding Liu Hanyan, her eyes full of distress. I lost. Liu Hanyan's expression was miserable. There was pain in the eyes, and softly muttered. Indifferent eyes were filled with indifference. Loudly said, you 100 Refinements sect, even the name of this trainer master can't keep it. What qualifications are there in the 4 big doors? Not bad. Heavenly Gang Religion stood up, True Monarch stood up, and exclaimed, the decline of 100 Refinements sect has become reality. In my opinion, It should have been removed from the 4 big gates. Jian Wuzong coldly said, I agree. He stood up, outraged by 100 Refinements sect purely because of Suzaimo. Yi Tanqing lightly saying, have you guys 100 Refinements sect stay here? Don't get out of me. What a shame. Yi Tanqing's thoughts are very simple. He drove the 100 Refinements sect out of the 1000 Herman, and he could send 9 murderers at his feet to kill all the 100 Refinements sect. Attending the tea party's 6 big immortal sects, 3 big immortal sects clearly stated, standing on the side of the Nether Fire Hall. The remaining 3 big immortal sects were silent, watching indifferently, apparently meaningless to help. 100 Refinements sect group is at a loss. Like a moment, 100 Refinements sect became the target of criticism, and everyone must come up and step on it. There is no change today. I could have coded a chapter, but I overestimated myself. The code is too slow. It's already this time. Everyone should start school tomorrow. Let's go to work and go to bed earlier. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 943. Chapter 943, I want to try. Heavenly Gang Religion, Primordial Sect, Sword Sect all expressed their positions. The remaining 3 big immortal sects stood on the sidelines. The Buddha Sect 3 at the tea party, the Floating Buddhist Temple, the Faceless Temple, and the Void Return Realm Monk of Prajna Temple, each and every one are all eyebrows, and obviously do not want to be involved in this matter. Most of the time, Buddha Sect has always been indisputable and rarely participates in the battle between sects. If you can't even compete for the title of Artifact Refining Grandmaster, as one of the 4 big gates, 100 Refinements sect does have a name. In fact, there is nothing wrong with replacing the 100 Refinements sect with the Nether Fire Hall. The true cultivation world's strength is respected, which is also normal. Many cultivator whispered. Yuding Taoist slowly got up, his face sinking like water, loudly said, it's just ridiculous to want to take my 100 Refinements sect's position just by virtue of a battle of refiners. Everyone has this qualification, but you Nether Fire can't do it. A traitor in my 100 Refinements sect wants to dominate the king. Ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Ming Han laughed loudly, and said, I think you are really ridiculous. 100 Refinements sect is decaying and obsolete. Master, he couldn't bear to see the decline of Tao of refining, and only set up his own portal. In 1000 years, he has achieved such a success. Who dares to say that he is not qualified? As the saying goes, there is no order of smell, the master is the teacher. Among the 5 heretic paths, the corpse refining religion sect lord was once a puppet sect disciple. Today, this senior has not yet created a shaking the old illuminating the new contributions. Alongside puppet sect master, he has extraordinary natural talent, and created his own ether fire Tao of refining. Now his achievements have already surpassed everyone in your 100 Refinements sect. Who dares to say that he is not qualified? The cold expression is arrogant, with big sleeves fluttering and full of spirits. What this said is also powerful, so that many onlookers of Cultivator are secretly nodded. Ming Han has just won the battle for refiners. He is young and full of enthusiasm. Speaking at this time, the momentum is like rainbow. Yuding Taoist's cultivation realm is high, but it is overshadowed by comparison. Even the 100 Refinements sect had a little suspicion in their hearts. Does sect really reach such an irreparable point? Nangongling hugged Liu Hanyan and stared at the dazzling cold of rays of light not far away, full of grief and injustice in his eyes. Yuding Taoist looked towards the 3rd side gate. Anyway, since 10,000 years ago, the 4 major gates are the same connected branch. 100 Refinements sect is difficult. The other 3 major gates should not sit idly by. Landau Monarch passed his eyes on the faces of the Primordial Sect, Heavenly Gang Religion, and Sword Sect, and sighed in his heart, without speaking. Today, the Nether Fire Temple is clearly prepared. There are 3 major immortal sects as support, and at the same time, even if 3 Hermen stand up, it is useless and will offend the 3 major immortal sects. Tang Yu of Pil Sun Gate was a bit stubborn, and he exclaimed, Hey fellow Taoist Han, the word is bad. 100 Refinements Sect inheritance is 10,000 years old, and the background is rich. Is it like you said, 1,000 sores and 100 holes? So unbearable? Even more how? The position of the 4 big gates is not trivial. How can your 2 master trainers win or lose? Let's make this conclusion. Hee hee. Ming Han chuckled again, and exclaimed, among the Grand Masters, 100 Refinements Sect is not an opponent. Every major sect is now. I will now ask you 100 Refinements Sect. If my master comes forward, who is the winner of your 100 Refinements Sect? 100 Refinements Sect group silent. Yuding Taoist didn't speak either. Prior to this, the Refiner Sect division of 100 Refinements Sect had played against the whole master of the Nether Fire Hall, and suffered a lot of defeats. The reason why 100 Refinements Sect wanted to take this opportunity to take back the city is so important to the battle of refining tools at the 1000 Crane Tea Party. Didn't expect. Still ended in a fiasco. Although the cold is nascent soul true monarch, at this time, it has already become a trend, glorious, pointing at the direction of 100 Refinements Sect, loudly scolded, Master fight, you are not defeated. Grandmaster fight, you are afraid to fight. 100 Refinements Sect, why become one of the side doors? The sound of thunder was roaring in the ears of the 100 Refinements Sect. 100 Refinements Sect is over. Yeah, even if 100 Refinements Sect is unwilling to admit it. There is no place for 100 Refinements Sect in the side door after today. Didn't expect, really didn't expect. So a super sect of inheritance 10,000 ancient. So it fell. Many cultivate a nonsense discussions, no longer consider the feelings of 100 Refinements Sect. Yi Tanqing smiled coldly, with irony in his eyes, and said, if I were 100 Refinements Sect disciple, I would have returned to sect long ago. Why would I still have a face here? Finally, 100 Refinements Sect cultivator could not bear the pressure and stood up silently. Soon, the second 100 Refinements Sect disciple stood up, bowed his head, and left the seat sadly. Yuding Taoist looked at the scene, extended the hand. His lips moved, and seemed to want to stay, but didn't say a word. Yi Tanqing's eyes were cold, divine consciousness exuded a wave of waves, and he was ready to let the fierce footsteps go ahead to kill the 100 Refinements Sect. Everyone outside the 1000 Haman. You don't leave. Do you want to challenge me? He looked at Yuding Taoist, Nan Gongling and the others with mockery in his eyes, said with a smile, oh, I almost forgot. You 100 Refinements Sect inheritance 10,000 is ancient, rich in heritage, hidden dragons and crouching tigers may be uncertain. If anyone disagrees, you can come up and challenge. If any one of you can make the innate true monarch magic tool, even if I lose, how about it? Nether Fire Dian Kunxi burst into laughter. I want to try. Just when Yuding Taoist couldn't bear it anymore, expression was embarrassed, and when he wanted to leave with the group, there was a sound in the crowd. The group repair was startled and looked sideways, and as your clothed man expression calmly separated the crowd and walked in, it was Suzaimo. It's you? Frost cold eyes. Yi Tanqing looked at Suzaimo without hiding his killing intent. This person has done bad things to him repeatedly, didn't expect, and now he jumps out again. He can't wait to shoot now. Suppress and kill him here. Little ancestral uncle master, you. Nan Gongling. 3 people looked at Suzaimo, and suddenly there was a fascination in their eyes. Isn't the little ancestral uncle master not only an amazing sword strength and battle strength, but also an excellent master? Could the little ancestral uncle master really save the 100 Refinements Sect this time? Their 3 people have never seen the Suzaimo refiner. So when Suzaimo stood out, the hearts of the 3 suddenly burst into endless expectations. Yuding Taoist was also shocked, eyes wide. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Sect Master and Keixing Dao Monarch had parted before telling him to obey the order of the young ancestral uncle master when it was crucial. It turns out that this little ancestral uncle master is the hidden card of 100 Refinements Sect. Nan Gongling. 3 people, Yuding Taoist looked at Suzaimo with anticipation. Unexpectedly, Suzaimo seemed to think of something, suddenly turned his head, looked at the Nangongling three people, lightly coughed, and asked, "Who do you have a refiner? Let me use it." Nangongling, Rugzuan, you ding Taoist, almost spit out old blood. The audience gathered around for a moment, and then burst out laughing. The real artifact refining master regards the refiner ding as the most important magic tool. Carry it with you. How can there be no refiner ding? It's no wonder Suzaimo. He has a refiner tripod to make the spirit tool, but not a refiner tripod to make the magic tool. As for bronze cauldron, it has been sculpted into a life source magic tool by his red-haired yin divinity sacrifice, surrounded by monster chi, which is inconvenient to reveal. Many thanks under the waves, body tree, spring, deity, lonely star, pig Bex, meat, big rock, free laugh, and other fellow Taoist rewards. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 944. Chapter 944 Concealing the Sky and Crossing the Sea. Is this moling jumping out to be a shame? Not even the refiner ding, but still want to fight against the cold? Also don't say this, maybe what a deep hidden expert is. It has already been cultivated to a body without a tripod, and a realm with a tripod in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Kunxia laughed loudly, with taunts in his words. Rugzuan rolled his eyes and sighed in his heart. Little ancestral uncle master, what time is it? You still run out of trouble. Oh. Listening to the laughter around him, Suzaimo is not annoyed, expression is calm. In all fairness, he did not have much confidence this time. Moreover, if you rely on the true refining magic tool level, let alone Ming Han and Liu Hanyan, one of the 100 refinements sect will stand out. I am afraid that he can surpass him. Unlike others, Liu Hanyan didn't laugh. From the first time she saw Suzaimo, she felt that this person seemed to be shrouded in mystery and had many secrets. Lying in the arms of Nangongling, she whispered, "Senior brother, lend your smelter to ancestral uncle master." Normally, her refiner tripod is the best, but because of the flying sword explosion, her refiner tripod has also suffered some damage. Nangongling said for a moment, and said subconsciously, "My refiner is not high grade. Just a high-grade true monarch magic tool. If you want to cast the innate magic tool, the refiner is naturally very important. The reason why Ningen can succeed is also greatly related to his Ning Ding." Unsurprisingly, Suzaimo waved his hand and said, "Anyway, lend me your money." Hee. Hearing here, Ming Han completely relieved. When Suzaimo had just stood out, he was a little bit confused. He had contacted Suzaimo before, and he didn't know its depth, what means. But when he saw that Suzaimo was going to use a high-grade refiner, he knew that he would definitely lose. "I don't even know the basic knowledge of this type of refiner, and want to fight with me." Ming Han shook his head and sneered. Seeing Suzaimo expression seriously, Nangongling didn't seem to be joking, but could only brace oneself, and sent her refining vessel to the past. Suzaimo took it, tapped it, and looked up and down. Landau Monarch frowned, solemnly asked, "Mo Ling, are you serious?" This is a struggle between refiners. If you want to make trouble, don't blame me for driving you out. Of course it is serious. Suzaimo nodded, saying, "Also please arrange the barrier of divine consciousness." The process of the refiner will be carried out in the refiner tripod. Many secret techniques of honing the spirits are extremely secretive. In order to prevent outsiders from exploring with the divine consciousness, they will arrange barriers outside. Dao Monarch coldly snorted, his eyebrows flickered, and arrange was a barrier. This barrier can isolate the divine consciousness, but it can't block the sight. This is normal. If the sight is blocked, the process of watching the refiner will be meaningless. Senior brother Nangong, I still have a small piece of star meteorite. You give it to ancestral uncle master. Liu Hanyan found a small piece of stone from the storage bag and passed it. The first step of the mixer is the selection of materials. Want to refine the innate magic tool? The material is even more important. Suzaimo waved his hand and said, "No need, I prepared a piece of material myself." Then he turned over the palm. The crowd looked intently, and saw a piece of milk-white pebbles quietly lying in the palm of Suzaimo. What material is this? I don't know. I haven't seen it. What kind of material can be made with such a large material? After tempering it and removing impurities, it is estimated that you can make an embroidery needle. The Netherfire laughed for a while. Frigid frowned, and he didn't recognize what the material was. However, he didn't care. What heaven-defying material, with the flame of nascent soul true monarch, can't melt it at all. In fact, let alone the cold and the others, even the three-law manifestation Tao monarch present did not recognize what this pebble was. Suzaimo looked at Kungsu's expression and was silent in his heart. Not to mention the people in this courtyard, I am afraid even the cultivator on the heavenly desolate continent can recognize the origin of this stone. Very few. This stone is the torch shining stone originally hidden in Suzaimo's right eye. Torch shining stone was obtained by Jihuo Dao monarch in a too ancient vestige, but he did not know the origin of the stone. The red-haired ghost at the bottom of the buried dragon valley just said a few possibilities, but he was not sure. Anyway, this torch shining stone is very strong. The secret technique of torch dragon eye of dragon clan is derived from torch shining stone. Comprehend. Torch shining sword formation is also produced through torch shining stone. Comprehend. This stone has been hidden in Suzaimo's right eye, and there has been no movement over the years. But Xu is the reason for practicing the eye of torch dragon. 1 month ago, he felt himself and had some kind of induction with this torch shining stone. Torch shining stone seems to have become a part of his body, which can be changed at will according to his mind. Of course, for Suzaimo, not at all will have a big impact, and it will not bring about any change. Until just now, under the Tongxuan tea tree, he thought of a possibility. Perhaps, he can divide the torch shining stone into several equal parts, and then condensed the flying sword form, so that he can easily come up with a set of flying sword. This flying sword, although not a magic tool, but at its core, it contains countless mysterious torch shining stones, invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable, and it will never be weaker than the magic tool. Between heaven and earth, there are many magical treasures, world's rare object. Even if there are no magic patterns, they are also powerful and unshakable. Like 7 big ancient treasures. Like 1,000 pounds by whose. Like good fortune azure lotus. Like worryless flower. Torch shining stone is one of them. Suzaimo's plan is very simple, that is, torch shining stone, the hidden nature of the refining process, in the eyes of the public, come to hide the sky and cross the sea. The reason why only so many sects are aggressive is that he never shows up. Just thinking about the feasibility of this scheme under the tea tree, it wasn't until the whole process was deduced that he stood up. Of course, this plan has many uncertainties, and whether it will be possible, even Suzaimo himself is not sure. As calm as possible, Suzaimo's figure slowly rises, waving his robe sleeves, rolling up the crucible on the ground, floating in front of himself. He then placed the torch shining stone into the refining vessel. Call. Suzaimo condensed the law, and a scarlet-eared flame emerged in the palm of his hand, which was the immortal sect fire, which was placed under the smelter and began to melt continuously. These steps look the same. In fact, it's all Suzaimo doing. Half an hour passed, the immortal sect fire almost burned through the refining vessel, and the torch shining stone in it still had no movement. Seeing this, Suzaimo was relieved. At least it turns out that this torch shining stone is indeed invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. Normally, after the material selection and melting are finished, it is shaped. If you want to hide everyone present, shaping this step is the real key. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 945. 945 Successfully Accomplished. Kai. Frigid sneered. Although there are no major errors in Suzaimo's refining steps and actions, in the eyes of his master, it seems extremely jerky. Ming Han stood with her arms folded, not anxious at all, waiting to see Suzaimo's joke at the end. According to his prediction, Suzaimo can condense up to 3 Tao law patterns. If you are out of luck, you may not be able to gather together. If Suzaimo is not there, continue with his refiner. Normally, at this step of shaping, the spiritual material inside should have melted into a liquid and burned red, like lava. But in Suzaimo's refiner torch shining stone is still the same. However, under the control of Suzaimo's divine consciousness, the torch shining stone gradually separated into 36 water droplet-sized stones. In his mind, one of the drops of water gradually changed, condensing a very fine and delicate flying sword. Then, Suzaimo's mouth slightly tilted, and a smile appeared in his eyes. As soon as his divine consciousness moved, a Dharmak road appeared on the blade of this flying sword, which seemed to be a condensed magic pattern. The divine consciousness moved again, and a Dharmak road emerged from the sword. This pattern is not condensed on the sword with magic power at all, but on the sword pattern, the fake law pattern. But it looks no different from the real one. In a blink of an eye, the sword already has 6 paths. If Suzaimo thought, let alone 6 paths, there are 7 and 8 all with no difficulty. Of course, if you really get the 7-8 Dharmak road, you will be exposed. Normally, shaping this step takes a relatively short time unless it is extremely complex. But Suzaimo is different. He took a long time in the shaping phase. Not only is it necessary to shape the entire 36-handed flying sword, but the size, shape, and position of the texture of the 36-handed flying sword must not be deviated at all. This is an extremely exhausting thing. It takes so long to shape the flying sword. It seems that this person really has little ability. I'm all looking forward to it now. By the 2 steps of tempering and gathering, what is his amazing performance? Many cultivators' eyes could not penetrate the refiner tripod, and the divine consciousness was isolated again. Naturally, it was not clear what was happening inside. If anyone could see what was happening in the refining vessel, their eyes would startle down. In a long time, Suzaimo finally finished shaping. In the whole refining process, the most important thing is the 2 steps of tempering and gathering spirits. A shaping, which took nearly an hour. Many cultivators have long been impatient. Next is tempering. 100 refinements sectors special tempering secret techniques. 1000 hammer fingers. At first, Jihuo Dao monarch only taught him a little fur, and it was only 3 months ago that he only taught the 1000 finger profound truth. This time is the first time Suzaimo has practiced this secret technique. The tempering process naturally seemed extremely jerky, and everyone in 100 refinements sect either bowed his head or turned his head to look at it. This tempering technique is too rough. Suzaimo didn't care, and it took a long time to pretend to concentrate. Numerous cultivators are struggling to wait and see the excitement. You should know that in the spiritual gathering stage, all kinds of disorder are most likely to occur. Failing to gather spirits, the weapons that they cast themselves exploded, and some artifact refining masters consumed their minds violently. When they encountered such changes, they attacked their hearts with anger, and many passed out on the spot. Not a few were hit hard, and Liu Hanyan just ended in this end. Rexuan prayed silently. Flying word burst is already inevitable. Just ask God to bless. The little ancestral uncle master is all right. Soon, a ray of magnificent light flashed out of the refining vessel. Everyone has a glimpse. How can a Tao law pattern be condensed? Frigid expression as usual. Condensing a Tao law pattern is normal. There is nothing worth to make a fuss about. Nothing. It didn't take long. Second brilliance flashes. This means that 2 Tao law patterns have condensed. No one else could see the situation in the refining vessel. In fact, the silencer in the refiner was silent, and Suzaimo simply was not condensing the lines. With his cultivation base of nascent soul realm, he can do a little movement in the refining tripod and get some rays of light. It can't be easier. Lan Dao monarch slightly frowned. She always felt something was wrong. However, although she is expensive as a sect master, she cannot use the divine consciousness to investigate the situation in the process of others. This will touch the taboo of artifact refining master. In fact, if there is a master of refiner sect, His eyes are old and experienced. Suzaimo's means can't be concealed. Unfortunately, there is no refiner sect at the 1000 Crane Tea Party. Soon, the 3 Daogwen were flickered. What? This time, even the cold chirped. Of course, he is not nervous. Gathering one step. The harder you get, the lower the chance of success. The artifact refining master present, how can there be a small half, can condense 3 Dao law patterns? Just as he thought, the 4th rays of light flickered. 4 Dao law to 2. This time, there was even more agitation in the crowd. Many cultivators have put down contempt. In any case, the top-grade magic tool capable of refining a 4 Dao law pattern is already considered to be quite a brilliant artifact refining master. After a while, the 5th rays of light burst out. This time, Kunxu was uproar. Even the 100 Refinements sect, with their eyes widened, watched the scene incredibly. Nangongling 3 people were stunned. In their eyes, this small ancestral uncle master, which has a rough jerky technique and does not even have a dicer, has made a perfect true monarch magic tool with a dilapidated dicer. Frost frowned. He also felt that something was wrong, but it was not specific. And he has felt the pressure. This Moling, isn't it really an innate true monarch magic tool? He stared at Suzaimo, thinking secretly. I don't know how long it has been. In the refiner tripod, a dazzling brilliance burst out again. The magic power was turbulent, and it was boiling in the sky. Ah! The crowd burst into exclaim. Chapter 6 Dao Law. This is impossible. The expression of gloomy, gritted teeth. How can it be so easy with 6 Dao Law? I don't believe it. It's not just the cold and unbelief. Most of the cultivators present, including 100 Refinements sect, can't believe it. Their eyes are full of incredible colors. Suzaimo did not give the group much reaction time, and poured the prepared cold water directly into the refining vessel. Sting. The smoke billowed. Quenching is complete. In fact, quenching is to put the burning flying word into cold water. However, the torch shining stone was burned by the immortal sect fire, and there was no movement at all. If his flying sword was taken out directly, it would be exposed instantly. The smelter is burnt hot, and cold water is poured into it, which will inevitably make a stabbing sound. Seeing this scene, Kunxu's mind only flashed a single thought head. This person's hardening method, to stand out from the masses, did not think much. Successful accomplished. It's finally time to see the real chapter. Looking at some flustered and exasperated chills not far away, Suzaimo slightly smiled. If no one has found the weak spot until now, the tragedy is this bleakness. Today is 3 more _ many thanks body tree, scattered. Drunk romantic reward. Eternal Sacred King. Chapter 946. Chapter 946 Mass Production. Where is your flying sword? Take it out and let us all take a look. Frigid stared, loudly shouted. Don't worry. Suzaimo's expression is calm and hesitant, but only controls one of the flying swords and slowly rises from the refiner. If the flying sword is one of them, no one else can see the problem. Then 10,000 things will happen. If anyone sees the problem, even if all 36 flying swords are moved out, it will only increase the laughter. In the attention of 10,000 people, I saw a small and delicate flying sword displayed. The whole body milk white, looks like a slender silver needle. What is this stuff? Can this also be called flying sword? Ha 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 ha, this is clearly an embroidery needle. Is this molding made from an embroidery needle for female red? Netherfire. The temple group ridiculed. But more cultivator didn't laugh, because the vast majority of people present are nascent soul realm heaven chosen. As long as they look at it, they can be identified separately. Although this magic tool is small and exquisite, it is indeed in the form of flying sword. Moreover, on this blade, you can still see the 6 paths faintly. Although this magic tool is small, it is indeed a 6 Dao law pattern, innate magic tool. How do you count this? Both of them have refined the innate magic tool. The name of the trainer master can be divided between 2 people, but there is no winner or loser between the 2 and the 2 sects. Also, The time of this molding refiner seems to be shorter than that of Undercold. Many cultivators are talking. 100 Refinements sect. Everyone is excited. They didn't expect. The situation has developed to this point, and every cloud has a silver lining. There is a turning point. Frigid frowns. He always feels that something is wrong, but for a while, he couldn't think of it. Hearing the sound of discussion around him, he felt a little irritable in his heart, and was more confused in his mind, and the more he couldn't understand. Even the innate magic tool has its strengths and weaknesses. Inferno said with a sneer, "How can your embroidery needle and my flying sword mention on equal terms?" "Understood then it is." Suzaimo indifferently smiled, manipulating this tiny and delicate flying sword, moved towards the thorns. In the sky, cold light flashed. This flying sword has been approached. Frozen was shocked. Before he can think too much, he subconsciously took out the flying sword that had just been refined, and the flying sword that moved towards the stabbed came to an end. When the chill shook all over, his flying sword was bounced by this tiny flying sword, and the rays of light on the sword were also dim. Group prepare. If you say that flying sword is popped up, it's just that the cold magic power is defeated by Suzaimo. Then the attenuation of the rays of light on this sword means that the flying sword in the cold is indeed better than the tiny flying sword made by Suzaimo. Suzaimo's flying sword, suspended in midair, exudes milk-white rays of light, as if it can absorb the energy emitted by the hot sun, becoming more and more blazing. You know, the essence of this flying sword is torch shining stone. Even the innate magic tool is hard to shake. Suzaimo cultivates Eye of Torch Shining every day, relying on the scorching sun. The scorching sun and the torch shining stone already have some kind of mysterious induction and connection. It is not surprising that such a scene appears. However, from the perspective of many cultivators, it is extremely shocking. Although this flying sword is small, it can spark the scorching sun, which is really eye-opening. It seems that this controversy is still lost in the nether fire. When this happened, the cultivator of Heavenly Gang religion, Primordial sect, and Sword sect all gradually sank. If the nether fire loses, they will have no reason to attack 100 Refinements sect. Regardless of the future, at least at this 1000 Crane Tea Party, the crisis of 100 Refinements sect is resolved. Since it's all innate true monarch magic tool, in my opinion, it's better to count as a draw. At this moment, Heavenly Gang religion said a few words. Panglan Taru monarch. What makes a draw? Yes, flying sword in the cold, obviously not an opponent. That is, the refiner we use, or the ordinary refiner. The 100 Refinements sect group prepared a fire. How can they give up on it? Okay. Landau monarch stepped out in time, saying lightly, "This battle of refining equipment is really eye-opening." Since the two cultivators have refined the innate magic tool, it should be considered a tie. As for the strength of the innate magic tool, the nature displayed in the hands of different cultivators is very different. Both of them are master trainers. As for top-grade Tonkshu and tea, two can have a drink together. This is the end of the matter. No need to argue. Landau monarch obviously has partiality. 100 Refinements sect cultivator is indignant. Yuding Taoist shook the head, begging everyone to calm down. 1000 Herman was their host of the tea party. Even a sect master said so. It didn't make much sense to entangle it. Jian Wuzong loudly said, "Yes, hurry up to the next link." Some grudges. It's time to resolve. Shwa shwa shwa. In a short time, countless ways filled with killing intent and hostile eyes all fell on Suzaimo. At this 1000 Crane Tea Party, I don't know how many people want to suppress and kill Suzaimo and then quickly. It is good. Landau monarch nodded, saying, "That's it. Please have two people drink this tea together, take a break, and then proceed to the second part of the tea party. Heaven chosen fights. He deserves a cup of tea with me." Just when everyone thought it was over, Suzaimo spoke slowly, sneaked. "Do you have any opinion?" Landau monarch's gaze was grim and his face was dark. Suzaimo's repeated provocations have made her really angry. but she has been restrained. No opinion. Suzaimo lightly saying, however, the victory or defeat of this refiner battle is the clearest. Later, I saw that he beckoned gently, suspended in the mid-air refining vessel, and a large section of milk-white flying sword rose slowly. Full 35 handles. Before that, it was the 36-handed flying sword, which was exactly the same without any difference. The 36-handed flying sword complements the scorching sun above her head, exuding milk-white rays of light, more and more blazing, dazzling. Hiss. There was a sound of Hold's breath cold air in the crowd. This scene is too shocking. Even the three law manifestation Tao monarch with their mouths wide open, their eyes widened, and they watched the scene incredibly. What is this special? What is it? This man has refined a full 36 swords of flying sword, all of them innate magic tool. It's not just the 36-handle innate magic tool, but it's exactly the same. This is a complete set of flying sword. It's terrifying. Heavens. Is it such a manual action? Refining an innate true monarch magic tool is enough to shock. It's a good thing. Suzaimo throws a big bang directly. This visual and mental impact is simply indescribable. The group prepared their eyes. Their chins were about to fall to the ground. Where does this person come from? People work so hard to make an innate magic tool. All of them are taken care of by heaven. This guy is actually mass production. It's worse than a fart. The cold is weak, as if was struck by lightning. The whole person was paralyzed, sitting on the ground, staring at his eyes, blank in his mind, just shaking his head constantly. This is impossible. This is impossible. The repeated blows have made him a little bit nervous. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 947. Chapter 947, Declaring War. Seeing that the situation was settled, Suzaimo beckoned gently and closed 36 flying swords. In any case, his flying sword is not an innate magic tool after all. If the exposure time is too long, it is difficult to ensure that no other changes will occur. The 36 flying swords aren't that big, even if they are together. Suzaimo's palm was in his palm, and he accidentally swiped between his eyebrows. The 36 flying sword had been quietly submerged in his right eye. Even if this refiner battle is won, U100 Refinement's sect won't say much. The speaker, sitting at the forefront of the Nether Fire Temple, is the only Taoist of Void Return in this trip to the Nether Fire Temple, with the Tao name refining beak. Everyone knows that when the Nether Fire Temple said this, it meant that it had given up. Taoist, with a black face, said slowly, in the fight for Master Refiner sect, U100 Refinement's sect have no one, and we can defeat our Hall Master. That's not necessarily, Suzaimo lightly saying, if you don't agree with the Nether Fire Temple, after the tea party, 100 Refinement's sect will find you. You are afraid you will not dare to challenge the temple. 100 Refinement's sect. Everyone is somewhat guilty. They knew that among the sect, the level on the refiner, no one could exceed the Hall Master of the Nether Fire Hall. And Suzaimo dares to say such words, naturally because of Jihuo Tao Monarch. After the tea party, Jihuo Tao Monarch will reshape the fleshly body and return strongly. With his achievements on Tao of Refining, he will never lose to Hall Master of Nether Fire. Okay, let's see. Peak Refining Taoist sneered. Suzaimo returned the refiner to Nangongling before turning around, looking at Landau Monarch, not far away, and saying, Senior, the victory or defeat of this refiner battle should be very clear. Please also ask Senior give tea. Landau Monarch had 100 unwillingness. But at this moment, in the eyes of all, it is naturally impossible for her to break the rules set by 1000 human. Breathes deeply, Landau Monarch calmed his mind, only slowly said, give tea. Soon, a cup of steaming top-grade Tongxuan tea was delivered to Suzaimo. 1000 Lawn Manifestation Realm Elder Inhuman is kind to Suzaimo, nodded, said with a slight smile, this tea is suitable to drink while drinking hot. Drink a drink, and feel the founder mystery with the primordial spirit. Many thanks, Senior. Suzaimo took the top-grade Tongxuan tea, but did not drink it. Instead, holding the teacup, he returned to the front of 100 Refinements sect. Drink. After suffocation in countless lines of sight, Suzaimo handed top-grade Tongxuan tea to Liu Hanyan. Group prepare. You know. The real focus of the 1000 Crane Tea Party is this Tongxuan tea. Central Territory Nascent Soul Realm Heaven Chosen is here for nothing more than a cup of Tongxuan tea. Even ordinary Tongxuan tea is a great opportunity. The glory of Supreme. Not to mention, there are only 5 cups of top-grade Tongxuan tea. The tea party has now been carried out. To be precise, only 2 cups are left after counting Suzaimo's hands. Now, he even sent this cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea out. Is Moling's shot too good? As soon as I shot, I sent out an innate true monarch magic tool, and now even top-grade Tongxuan tea is sent out. Dying. I already like him. A 1000 human female cultivator showed obsession and whispered. Another female cultivator also muttered, "This is really unbearable." This cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea is handed over, and it is me who has passed out of happiness for a long time. 100 Refinements sect. Everyone stared, their faces horrified. Many people's eyes turned on Suzaimo and Liu Hanyan, and they expressed weird expressions. Is it possible that... Is this big beauty of 100 Refinements sect already well known? In Ruxuan's heart, there was some envy, but there was also something unpleasant. Nan Gongling's expression also faded. Over time, he found that the gap between him and the young ancestral uncle master was getting farther and farther, even out of reach. I am afraid that only Liu Hanyan knew that Suzaimo had no feelings about her. Don't think too much, Suzaimo whispered softly. The smoky gathering spirit failed. The primordial spirit was injured, and it was difficult to heal. This cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea can cure her primordial spirit. Ruxuan and Nan Gongling moved. They could hear that Suzaimo was telling them. Nan Gongling felt relieved, smirked, turned his head and looked towards Liu Hanyan, and said, "Yeah, drink this cup of tea, smoke your primordial spirit injury. It is likely to heal immediately." But this cup of tea was won by ancestral uncle master. Liu Hanyan's eyes flushed and he choked. "Thanks to you, sect can maintain its reputation. I don't deserve this tea." You think too much. In sect, only you are eligible to drink this cup of tea. Suzaimo slightly smiled, put top-grade Tongxuan tea in the palm of Liu Hanyan, and said without a doubt, "Drink, don't be under pressure." He was not comforting Liu Hanyan. He was able to win the battle for refiners, which was entirely at seize every opportunity, and he did not rely on the true level of refiners at all. In 100 Refinements sect, only Liu Hanyan is eligible to drink this tea. Drink, that's what the little ancestral uncle master said. Nan Gongling also persuaded with a smile. Liu Hanyan still shook his head. Top-grade Tongxuan tea is just 1 cup. Give it to me. Ancestral Uncle Master is gone. Liu Hanyan said, Ancestral Uncle Master is also Nascent Soul Realm, and this cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea is also extremely important to him. Who said that only 1 cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea? Suzaimo slightly smiled, pointing to the only piece of green tea left on the tip of the Tongxuan tea tree, saying, "There is still a cup." What? Nan Gongling 3 expressions changed as soon as they were together. As everyone knows, the only cup left is for the final winner of Heaven Chosen, which is the Central Territory #1 True Monarch. What does the little ancestral uncle master mean? Nan Gongling quickly sounded the transmission. Little ancestral uncle master, don't be impulsive. Let's make great perfection in this strip of 100 Refinements sect. There is no need to cause any more trouble. The matter for 100 Refinements sect is over. But my matter is only just beginning. Suzaimo patted Nan Gongling on the shoulder and whispered, "Now, neither you nor 100 Refinements sect." I didn't wait for everyone in Nan Gongling to react. I saw Suzaimo turned around and said word by word, "This last cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea. I want it." There was an uproar in the crowd. Declare war. This sentence is already a naked declaration of war. Be bold. Yi Tanqing sat on the throne, still motionless, and said coldly, murderers looking in his eyes. Crash bang. 9 fierce perpetrators rushed, Monster rolled, and huge chains on his body made a sound of infiltration. The remaining 8 maids beside him expressed indifference and stared at Suzaimo. "Is it finally coming?" "Heavenly gang religion," Pang Lantaru monarch said with a smile. Cold light flashed in her eyes. Kang Lang. Jian Wuzong could not bear it for a long time. Immediately took out his long sword, Cold Light Ho-Ho, and fiercely looked at Suzaimo. He was ready to rush up at any time. This time, he took the sword in hand first. Han Qiu's instructions to him, he didn't listen at all. You know, he is number 3 in the natural phenomenon list. Although Han Qiu is his senior brother, 100 years ago, Han Qiu ranked only 8th in the natural phenomenon list, and lost to another unknown sword repair. In Jian Wuzong's mind, Han Qiu couldn't compare to him. Clang clang clang. The sound of sharp blades came out. Many Heaven Chosen got up and have been fighting intent. Heaven Chosen battle is about to begin. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 948. Chapter 948. Get down. Looking at the back of Suzaimo, Nan Gongling, 3 people have complex expressions and look at each other. For some reason, the 3 people, I always feel that Suzaimo's words just have other meanings. 3 people guessed right. Suzaimo's words are drawing boundaries with 100 Refinements sect. If he fights with Heaven Chosen, his identity is likely to be hidden. He didn't want to cause too much trouble for 100 Refinements sect. Arrogant and conceited, I'll see your end. Who do you think you are? There is only 1 cup of top-grade Tongxuan tea. Do you want it? Hee. Top-grade Tongxuan tea is only eligible for Central Territory number 1 true monarch. You also deserve it. There is no need to speak with Yi Tanqing at all. There are already a lot of nascent soul realm Heaven Chosen who can't bear to stand out, fringe irony and scorching satire. In their hearts, the candidate for number 1 true monarch is nothing more than those people. What is this mulling in front of? Moreover, Suzaimo's tone makes these nascent soul realm Heaven Chosen extremely uncomfortable. If Yi Tanqing uttered such words, they were unhappy and would endure it. Moling had no reputation before, and it was only about a month before he gained fame. Most cultivators have never heard of it, so naturally they are not convinced. Little ancestral uncle master, even if you want to participate in the Heaven Chosen battle, you should take a break. Nangongling quickly divine consciousness sound transmission, reminding, you have just participated in the battle of refiners, and the power of divine physique will inevitably be consumed, and now it will provoke war, which is not good for you. At the same time, Panglan True Monarch chuckled and shook his head. It's youngster in the end, can't bear patience. Senior brother, what do you say? Asked a cultivator. Panglan True Monarch categorically stated, this child has just refined that many innate magic tool and consumes it violently. Now, eager to challenge Yi Tanqing in the end is tantamount to bringing about one's own destruction. I bet Yi Tanqing doesn't have to take a shot, this person will be consumed by other Heaven Chosen. How strong is Suzaimo? Even though the sound of Panglan's True Monarch is as mosquito speaking as flies, it is not obvious at all in this noisy crowd, and he can hear it clearly. However, his expression was calm and he didn't care, because the situation that Nangongling and Panglan True Monarch are worried about simply doesn't exist. The refining device, he just does it, and there is nothing to consume. Landau Monarch slowly got up and said in a deep voice, since you can't wait, I will now announce that the battle for Heaven Chosen has officially started. Tone barely fell. Suzaimo has turned around, pointing at Yi Tanqing of aloof and remote on the throne, slowly said, get off. Kungsu is shocked. What is this for? Is this Moling trying to challenge number 1 true monarch Yi Tanqing? Does this person think he has a long life and can't wait to die? Yi Tanqing remained motionless on the throne, staring coldly at Suzaimo below, his eyes full of disdain. Having reached this step, he was in a hurry. In his eyes, Suzaimo is already mortal. In other words, He does not need to do it himself. It's ridiculous. What kind of thing do you deserve to challenge your master? The two maids around Yi Tanqing twitched his lips and laughed. Ha 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 ha. This Moling didn't even know the rules of the heaven-chosen battle, so it was fun to jump out and die. There was a laugh in the crowd. Oh, Suzaimo looked all around and asked, Heaven-chosen, what are the rules? Landau Monarch said in a deep voice, except Yi Tanqing and Panglan True Monarch, which are the top two natural phenomena. The rest of Heaven-chosen will have to fight in the end, 2-2 duel, until the final two winners can be determined to challenge Yi Tanqing and Panglan True Monarch. Two people. Yi Tanqing grinned and said, that is to say, you want to challenge me, even without qualifications. Suzaimo frowned, looking at Landau Monarch, and asked, I want to fight Yi Tanqing, and I have to fight with other Heaven-chosen, step by step. Not bad. Landau Monarch nodded and said, otherwise, everyone wants to challenge Yi Tanqing. Wouldn't he be annoying? Oh, I got it. Suzaimo nodded, expression is indifferent. His eyes are on his eyes, lightly saying, I want to abolish Yi Tanqing now. Anyone who wants to stop it, come up. You don't need any 2-2 duels. If you don't agree, come up at any time. I will go together. There was an uproar in the crowd. Is this person crazy? He wants to suppress all Heaven-chosen present on his own? I think he really imagined himself as number one true monarch and wanted to push all the Heaven-chosen present. It was really act recklessly. Not to mention other cultivators, even everyone in 100 Refinements sect was shocked and stunned on the spot. Little ancestral uncle master must be crazy. Nan Gongling kept shaking her head, softly muttered repeatedly in her mouth. To buy the strength of oneself, to suppress all Heaven-chosen present. I am afraid that even Yi Tanqing and Panglan True Monarch dare not have such a big tone. To be precise, apart from Lengru, Little Fatty and the others knowing the details of Suzaimo, few people present were optimistic about him. Of course, there are very few cultivators frowning and reserved. Among them is Han Qiu of Sword Sect. Jian Wuzong laughed and gritted his teeth. This man is extremely arrogant, seeing the hero of Under the Heavens as nothing. That is, he will kill himself. Not necessarily. Han Qiu shook the head. At least in his memory, there used to be such a demon, who dared to give up such a grandiose, and had such strength. That man, he will never forget. To ancient battlefield, that silhouette shocked him so much. The only Daist of Void returned during the trip to Piaxu Valley. Liu Oxu Fairy looked at the azure silhouette and softly muttered, it's a big spirit. If this person is not a lunatic, then it is enough to compete for number one true monarch title. Landau Monarch groaned a little, but reminded him, Heaven-chosen is fighting, no life or death is allowed, and no primordial spirit is allowed. The voices were full of emotions. There are already a lot of nascent soul realm Heaven-chosen who can't bear it and want to rush up and fight with Suzaimo. In fact, Heaven-chosen of the major sect forces in the Central Territory really has few grievances with Suzaimo. At this time, there are quite a few nascent soul Heaven-chosen, except for some uneasy in heart, who want to teach Suzaimo. More are focusing on the treasure of Suzaimo. Heaven-chosen is fighting, but it is not allowed to kill. But there are no restrictions, and there is no promise to compete for treasure on the other side. If Suzaimo can be defeated, everyone can naturally justify his shot and snatch all the treasures on Suzaimo, including the 36-handle innate flying sword just revealed. In the eyes of Kunksu, Suzaimo at this time is a huge treasure waiting for everyone to compete. Many cultivators stared at Suzaimo, and the greed in his eyes was clearly visible. Suzaimo's eyes were cold and felt many Heaven-chosen's intentions, slowly said, there is a word. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Heaven-chosen is not allowed to fight for life or death. But I am very heavy. The person I want to abandon is Yi Tanqing. I don't care about others. It's better not to find trouble. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 949. Chapter 949, Suppression. It's arrogant. I've seen you upset. One from Central Territory High Sects, Heaven-chosen of Tohua Peak stood out, striding towards Suzaimo with the big meteor. shouting, in true monarch initiation Lian, come. Before he finished speaking, he felt an azure silhouette shaking in front of him. Boom. Before he responded, his chest suffered a huge shock, and the whole man flew out and spit blood. The man was lying motionless on the ground. Although the primordial spirit was unharmed, the bones of his chest had been smashed by Suzaimo, and the pain was unbearable. He passed out on the spot. The Peach Blossom Peak's nascent soul realm Heaven Chosen just showed his face, and after half a sentence, he was completely annihilated in the crowd. I heard that you are also a sword repairer, and Yan Washwang sword sect. I would like to ask. Among the crowd, a sword repairman rushed out, and before long, he pulled out the long sword. Sword Lito. This long sword stabbed to the front, and suddenly split into two stalks. The sword chi was sharp and pierced Suzaimo's eyes. Washwang sword sect is also one of the Central Territory high sects. Sword art is known for being treacherous. This hand, Sword Dao Washwang, is one of the sect's secret techniques. If it is unguarded, it is easy to be hurt by it. Suzaimo's eyes slightly narrowed. This word sword art is broken. It is nothing more than an illusion technique. Although it looks like two long swords, in fact, only one is true. Perennially practicing Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture, Suzaimo's eyesight is terrifying. Even without the eyes of Torch Dragon, you can see the weak spot in this sword art. Suzaimo persisted, and directly extended the hand, moving towards one of the long swords that was stabbed. Just a flick. Zheng. Fingertips. Sword tips collide. The sound of Jinj fighting. Long sword really emerged. The sword trembled and screamed. Yan was dismayed. Don't look at Suzaimo just casually flicking your fingers. But this sudden force of terror can only be felt by Yan. The tiger's mouth was torn, and blood flowed like a note. Yan could not hold the long sword and flew away. Just when he wanted to pull back, Suzaimo had already stepped in first, stuck in front of him, and leaned gently. Yan felt like a towering mountain, fiercely hit him. His body was cracked. He fluttered, and fell to the ground again, passing out. 2 moves. Losing 2 Heaven Chosen in a row. Shwa. 5 more silhouettes came out, occupying 5 different positions, and mysterious steps underfoot, spinning around Suzaimo. These 5 guys are 5 elements teaching Heaven Chosen. When he first arrived at Herman 1000, Suzaimo had a conflict with 5 elements to teach the discipline. Today, 5 elements teaches that Suzaimo wants to suppress the presence of Heaven Chosen by the strength of oneself. They directly took out 5 elements' great formation and surrounded them. Arrogant, I want to see how long you can sustain in this 5 elements great formation. A 5 elements teaches Heaven Chosen coldly said. The 5 elements great formation works. In this great formation, everything that has a little relationship with 5 elements, whether it is a weapon or a spell, will be weakened infinitely. Moreover, as the great formation changes, the spell formidable power of 5 people will also increase greatly. What 5 elements great formation? Break for me. Suzaimo sneered, suddenly lifted his feet. Hong long. A violent vibration broke out across the ground. The 5 Heaven Chosen were shocked. Their bodies were shocked. They almost fell down, and the operation of the formula also showed a stagnation. This fleeting weak spot is difficult for others to capture. But who is Suzaimo? 10,000 ancient demons sin. In his eyes, this kind of weak spot means victory or defeat, life or death. A 5 elements teaches Heaven Chosen that he has just stabilized his body and wants to continue the great formation. Suzaimo has rushed forward and roared loudly. This person only felt a bang in his head, as if was struck by lightning. The whole person was stunned. This is Suzaimo's hand. Otherwise, below this distance, if Suzaimo uses thunder to kill, the person's primordial spirit will be shaken on the spot by the explosion of thunder to kill. Suzaimo's palm, gently pressing on the person's chest. Kaka. The man's chest collapsed deeply, his mouth spit blood, and he fainted on the spot. One person was badly hit, and 5 elements great formation was never going to work anymore. Suzaimo flickered, rushed in front of these 5 elements to teach cultivator, 3 punches and 2 kicks, and left 4 remaining heaven chosen flying. High sect's heaven chosen, in his hands, is cowardly like a baby. This person's fleshly body is very strong, and the melee is horrible. Do not fight with him. Get a loud reminder for nascent soul realm heaven chosen. Immediately afterwards, a dozen more heaven chosen stood up, but didn't get close to Suzaimo, just stood in the distance, gathered spell, and manipulated the magic tool. Whiz whiz whiz. A Daolor device broke out. Many heaven chosen have stopped holding their hands and used their whole cards. Hong long long. Many spells came down, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Suzaimo expression is unchanged. The hand changes continuously, pinching a mysterious handprint, slightly opening her mouth, lightly shouted, "Oh!" Suddenly, Brahman sound came. Heaven and earth was silent. Suzaimo's eyebrows bowed, solemn appearance. The whole body burst out a sacred and immaculate Buddha light, shining on all beings. Great clarity Dharma seal for great clarity incantation. This Daolor printed formidable power has reached its limit. And, this is the only seal of defense in the 6 paths. Great clarity Dharma seal. Many spells came down, and just collided with this Buddha light. They quietly collapsed without any ripple at all. Many magic tools are still in the air, trembling slightly, and can't go on. Suzaimo didn't move, and with a pinch of Daolor, he dispelled more than a dozen heaven-chosen shots. What? Buddha Sect 3. The monk of the great temple, seeing this scene, is a change of expression, with incredible colors in his eyes. Many of them have recognized the origin of this Daolor seal. Normally, great clarity true scripture has been lost. I heard that recently the cultivator of this Daolor seal was still 2 people who appeared 100 years ago. One was the top of the natural phenomenon list 2 years ago, and the other was the 5th of the natural phenomenon list 100 years ago. A little Sami in the temple. But now, this Buddha sect peak cultivation technique has appeared on another cultivator. Landau monarch narrowed his eyes and stared at Suzaimo, his divine consciousness passing by. Finally, Landau monarch found the anomaly. Sect master, what's wrong? Landau monarch shook his head, didn't speak, just frowned. At this moment, the cold in the nether fire hall seemed to think of something, and suddenly rushed up like crazy. Expression, loudly shouted, "I am understood, I am understood." You just got 36 flying swords, not the innate magic tool at all. But Suzaimo's gaze was horrified, and he pinched magic hearts. A golden flame had condensed in his fingertips, and directly moved towards the coldness. Buddha sect. Before the end of the cold words, I saw a group of golden flames fluttering, scaring the soul flew away and scattered, and quickly condensing a spear of nether fire, moved towards golden flames. Hey! The spear of nether fire is small and has no resistance in the golden, it extinguishes instantly and becomes nothing. Before Zihan's reaction came, Suzaimo rushed forward, grabbed his throat, put it in his ear, and quietly transmitted, "You know too much." Kaka. The cold throat was crushed by Suzaimo. Although his primordial spirit is still alive, this body's throat is shattered, which is almost like a waste. Today for more haha carrot _ many thanks drunk merry, Xiao Xiao, boys tears, Mozong, buffer and other rewards from fellow Taoist. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 950. Chapter 950. Deadly Siege. The words of Han Han did not cause much suspicion. Kung Xiu only started when he suffered a series of blows, couldn't bear it, and collapsed, and started talking nonsense. More than a dozen nascent soul realm heaven chosen still did not retreat. They each controlled the magic tool, condensed the law, and prepared to attack Suzaimo again. Shwa shwa shwa. More than a dozen nascent soul realm heaven chosen got together, ready to profiting from somebody's misfortune. Well, Suzaimo can't help but spit Brahman sound. Hong long. In the sky, golden light permeates. A huge golden palm broke through the sky, covering the sky and blocking the sun, and came down suddenly. The palms on this golden palm are all clearly visible, exuding 10,000 Jang golden light, moved towards dozens of nascent soul heaven chosen in midair, suppressed, magnificent. Kill. Many nascent soul realm heaven chosen shot, the magic tool turned, and moved towards golden palm stabbed. Dang dang dang. Many magic tools are stabbed on the palm, sparks radiate all around. It is impossible to shake this sacred and majestic palm. Numerous spells hit it without causing any ripples. Great Clarity Dharma Seal imprisoning Immortal Seal. Great Clarity Dharma Seal. After Suzaimo stepped into nascent soul realm, urged with primordial spirit, and cooperated with Great Clarity incantation and Wisdom King's prayer beads, has reached the limit of formidable power. Hong long long. Golden palms continue to crack down. Flash. Many cultivators saw that the situation was not good, and wanted to break free of the golden palm's envelope, but the 5 fingers of the golden palm had begun to bend and gather, as if forming a prison cage. Imprisoning Immortal Seal. Even the real immortal can be trapped. No matter how many cultivators escape, it is difficult to escape from the cage formed by 5 golden fingers. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable. One step forward will make you escape, but no matter how many people run away, it is difficult to break free. I can only watch 5 fingers continually gather together, holding dozens of nascent soul realm heaven chosen together and continuing strength emission. Dozens of heaven chosen huddled together, clutched by a huge golden palm, and kept gathering. Looking at this scene, Kung-Su was shocked. Ah, finally, a heaven chosen couldn't bear it. His expression was terrified, and a hysterical scream broke out. Puh, puh, puh. Under this huge pressure, a lot of blood mist broke out on the bodies of many cultivators, and the bones within the body were squeezed out. A path of silhouette fell to the ground, although it did not fall, but this fleshly body was severely damaged. I am afraid it will be difficult to recover in the future. In an instant, dozens of nascent soul realm heaven chosen were defeated. The audience was shocked. Nascent soul true monarch, who was still a little bit eager to move, stopped his figure. His eyes were hesitant, and he dared not come forward. Strong, very ruthless, killing and decisive. Looking at the azure silhouette in the center of the battlefield, in the minds of many cultivators, only these thoughts remained. Nascent soul true monarch, who had just gone up, was extremely miserable. Broken leg with broken arm is already a minor injury. Some fleshly bodies of cultivator have been completely used up. Such a powerful means will be the nascent soul true monarch that originally wanted to go down the rocks and take the trouble. All shocked in place, dare not act blindly without thinking. Isn't this person a sword repairer? How do you know the Buddha sect spell? This spell doesn't seem to belong to Buddha sect 6. Why is it so scary? Does this person really want to buy the strength of oneself, pushing all heaven chosen across? The initial arrogance of the group repair has been completely suppressed by Suzaimo's thunderous method. Yi Tanqing sat on the throne. Expression was indifferent. Panglan Taru monarch indifferently smiled, and didn't care. These means that Suzaimo has shown today are indeed powerful and amazing. But they are not threatening him. And they all know one thing. The dozens of nascent soul realm heaven chosen defeated by Suzaimo, in their eyes, can't be considered anything. They can suppress it casually, because the real heaven chosen has pride in his heart. Under these eyes, simply heaven chosen, simply disdain to join hands with others. Even more how, like him and Yi Tanqing, are so famous. Working with people, even if they win Suzaimo, they are invincible. They can't afford to lose this person. At this point, Kung-Su was deterred by Suzaimo's severe methods, and he dared not come forward. Jian Wuzong sneered, finally stood out. Seeing this scene, Panglan True Monarch slightly smiled and said, "Want to challenge us? The test has just begun." Jian Wuzong, don't go. Han Qiu frowned. Sound transmission reminded. HMPH. Jian Wuzong snorted, asking, "Why? Senior brother is going to take the revenge sword for me." "The matter is not urgent," Han Qiu said. "The origin of this man." Han Qiu wasn't finished, but was interrupted by Jian Wuzong with a sneer. "Senior brother, I think you want to stand by and watch my joke. I lost the sword, and I will take it back with my own hands. No need to control you," Jian Wuzong said coldly, holding a long sword in his hand, and moved towards Suzaima without looking back. "You are ready to shoot, at all costs. Kill this man." Yi Tanqing expressionless, secretly sound transmission. The 8 maids standing beside him were nodded. Jian Wuzong, the third natural phenomenon, is about to come to shame. The last time Jian Wuzong had no sword in his hand and did not show his true strength. This time, we can see the competition of 2 people. In the discussion of the group repair, Jian Wuzong step by step moved towards Suzaima, walking with a long sword in his hands, the sword tip across the ground. A path of fire star flashed. Jian Wuzong looks lazily, with weak spots all over him, but no one dares to despise. Because no one knows when Jian Wuzong will have a sword. When he sends out his sword, it must be Shiba shocking. The distance between 2 people keeps getting closer. Quiet and move. The air seemed to freeze, it was suffocating. Suddenly, an astonishing sword light emerged, piercing Suzaima's throat. And instantly, like lightning that cuts through the night sky. Too fast. In the minds of everyone, only this thought remained. Many heaven-chosen's subconscious thoughts, if they are exchanging places, facing this sword, they can't react at all. Even Landau Monarch's eyes brightened. Deserves to be number 3 in the natural phenomenon list. With this one sword, the nascent soul true monarch present can resist. I am afraid that there are no more than 10, maybe less. At the same time, 8 silhouettes of Yi Tanqing moved. Yi played the flute. The whistle of resentment sounded. Sorrowful resentment, it felt ill at ease. Leaf 4 scatter flowers. Petals are falling, killing intent exclamation mark. Leaves 5 shake fan. Howling winds, flying sand running stone. Yi 2, Yi 3, Yi 6, Yi 8. Yi 9 5. The figures are flickering, and they each take out magic tool, short sword, silver needle, machete, rushed up. The timing of 8 maids shots is perfect. All the retreats of Suzaima are completely sealed off. Retreat. At this point, Jian Wuzong has just shot. In the face of this sword, everyone has to wait and see. If he is near the abyss, he has no other energy at all, and the 8 maids' shots are tantamount to pushing Suzaima directly into the abyss. Panglan True Monarch closed her smile. If only facing Jian Wuzong's sword, he could go on. But if faced with this siege, even him, I am afraid it will be difficult for him to retreat.